Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
This weekend featured some of the absolute best football we have seen all NFL season long. Sunday's 3-game slate saw the Bills and 49ers eke out close calls against the Jags and now former champion Eagles, while Drake May and the Pats rolled the Chargers in a defensive battle on Sunday Night Football. The games on Saturday were just as good as Caleb Williams and the Bears came back on the pack for a second time in the past month to win a thriller in Chicago, while Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua, and the Rams held off a feisty Panthers squad to move on. We will break down all the action and implications of Wild Card Weekend before the Steelers and Texans finished around tonight on Monday Night Football. And before we whip around some NFL news and notes and dial it up to 11, we will analyze the college football semifinals where Carson Beck in Miami won a nail-biter on Thursday over a game Ole Miss squad, and Heisman Trophy winner Fernando Mendoza and Coach of the Year Curt Cignetti's undefeated Indiana Hoosiers rolled over Dante Moore and the Ducks on another fully loaded, jam-packed, brand spanking new, live, Monday night edition of Jabba and the Mouth.
That's going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point,
I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Can't get it alone.
Let's do it.
You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
631 672 3108 is the number to call, ladies and gentlemen. We have a new show, a new episode of Jabba in the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. They call me the Mouth. My co-host and partner, the flamethrower, Mr. New York Yankee, Kansas City Royal, and Cleveland Indian, and Cleveland Guardian. I'm sorry, and a little bit of a little.
Well, I am Indian, so it's fine.
There you go. Or a little spice of the Milwaukee Brewers as well, Mr. Jabba Chamberlain, Speedy Petey. You just heard our executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman on the board, Mr. Tommy Poops. And ladies and gentlemen, the Nith himself, Mr. Nithin, our PR manager. And the back end, hopefully not taking in the you-know-what. But anyways, yes, go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It has been a crazy, crazy weekend. There was a lot of rain. There was a little bit of snow. And now it's just plain old cold, which I like. But yesterday it was so very windy. I couldn't stand. I was talking to Jabba on the phone at like almost midnight here. It was freezing because the wind just picked up. I don't know where it was coming from, Antarctica or maybe Canada. But how are you, Jabba? I mean, you've been very, very busy over the past month and a half, getting ready for the new year, celebrating Christmas. Your son was home. How are we?
Everything's good. Got Carter back on Friday. And just, kind of bittersweet, but it's also really a fun time to see him get going, and he's in such a good place now. So we won't have any guest appearances from his friends. We may, you never know. They might stop in, but no, just getting him back and kind of just getting back on a schedule, because the holidays, and as we all know, that's kind of everybody's all over the place and doing those things. But just kind of get on the back on the schedule and get everything going and bust out 2026. And there's a lot of cool things that's happening on the forefront for all of us, and just excited for the journey and what's in front of us. But yeah, it was a little bittersweet for Pops over here and watching your baby go back to school and, getting to spend time with them and doing that. But I'm excited. They open up February 6th, and I'll literally be coming back from New York, and then we'll be headed down to Kansas to watch them open up. So I'm excited about that, and just excited for him first and foremost, just because it's going to be a full year of him getting after it, and then we'll see where he goes from there. We got some feet in the sand on some schools, and we'll kind of see. But I told him at the end of the day, he goes, it's all up to you, bud. You got to go out and perform and do you. So he's excited about it, and they had their first official practice today. I would think every school kind of jumped off as far as baseball goes now, and it's a fun time of the year. I love this. I love this time of the year when you're getting playoffs, you're getting national championships. We're going to get into March Madness. We're going to get into the start of baseball. Like, it's just such a really cool time when it's like a transition from the holidays into everything that's happening.
It's a lot of work.
It's going to be a lot.
It's a lot of work. I can't stand this time because I think everybody thinks that everybody and their mother has a podcast or radio show, and everybody thinks that they can do it and they could go out there, get the content out there, speak their piece, speak their spiel, whatever you want to call it, and think that, I can get my 2 cents into what's going on in sports. They're all smart. They're all Mr. Know-it-alls or Mrs. Know-it-alls. And that's the problem with this business, is when everybody thinks that it's so damn easy to jump on a mic, and then they realize it's not. It's so easy. We could do 5, 6, 7 hours, and everybody would probably be sitting there saying, I could do that. That's easy. There's no problem in that. I can sit on a mic and talk about garbage every single day. But it's not that easy. And I want to say something for all the fans out there. And I know a lot of people have their own takes to everything that we talk about on the show. And maybe everybody that's done journalism, writers, or even people that have done broadcasting or analyze certain things, not only in sports and music. If you think it's so easy, then try it. But it's not. And I want to tell you guys one thing, what makes this so difficult and so hard. You have to build camaraderie. That's something that is very, very important in this industry. And it doesn't matter. There's always going to be somebody that you're going to be looking over your shoulders and trying to impress. That's the big problem with this business, because everybody, and even Steve White, she's going to be joining us a little bit later in the show. He's got a lot of experience in the back ends. This guy has been a reporter his whole career. He's done broadcasts. He's been an analyst, a writer, a sensational personality, but everybody thinks they can do his job. It's that easy. I could be a professional baseball player. I can throw 95 miles per hour, which you probably couldn't. And there are guys that believe, hey, I could be a professional hockey player. I did it in Pee Wee hockey. I scored 50 goals in Pee Wee hockey, and I did this and that in high school. But it's not so easy doing this. And again, in this kind of business during COVID, there were so many open trials to figure out, hey, I could go out there and do a podcast. I can go out there and do a live show wherever, because everybody is doing it. Nobody's leaving their house. So I could sit in front of a YouTube camera and pitch you garbage about chewing on tobacco or something of that magnitude. It's not so easy. And I just wanted to say that because I've been back and forth with somebody. I'm not going to mention any names. And he is a friend, and he told me, you're a very, very talented, Errol. There's no doubt about it, but I could do what you do. I could sit there and I can have a conversation with a bunch of buddies and talk about what you're talking about if I had any interest in it. And I said, oh, really? Well, let's sit down for 20 minutes and talk about whatever you want to talk about. And we did that, and the guy couldn't get out more than 2 minutes worth of conversation.
Did you let him talk at that point?
Absolutely. Absolutely let him talk, because I didn't even know what he wanted to talk about. So he was talking about, fire pistols and all that other stuff. And I'm not going to talk about that on the show, but then he wanted to get into politics, and I'm going to sit there and just listen to his gab, because I don't really like to get into that kind of stuff and those conversations. So yeah, I let him speak, but it was 2 minutes of blah, blah, blah. And then after that, he was like, are you going to speak? No, you said you could speak for 20 minutes. I speak for 20 minutes I could speak for 20 minutes blindfolded. I could speak for 20 minutes when I'm taking a dump and looking in a mirror. I don't need to show you that I can speak about whatever I want to talk about for 20 minutes. So I just want to let everybody know this. All the college kids, all the people that are out there that are trying this and trying to do that and trying to make a living doing that. Good for you. I think you should do it, but it's not so easy. And whatever you do and whatever you put your heart and soul into, make sure you do your research and make sure you're out there working, grinding, and doing the work behind the scenes, because if you're not doing it, you're wasting your time. At 8:45, we will be talking to NFL Network Chief of National Reporters. Yes, Mr. Steve Weich will be joining us. The last time Steve was on the show, I went back and forth with him. He had Matthew Stafford as a Hall of Famer, which I didn't argue that, but he said that Phillip Rivers was not a Hall of Famer. Phillip Rivers, obviously this year came out of retirement to play a couple of games and now has to wait another 5 years. So I'd love to hear Steve's take now. Does he believe that Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer? Maybe does this change his mindset? Is Phillip Rivers one of the greatest quarterbacks of this era? Because I do believe still he is. Did he have a great showing in the 3 games that he played? No, but I didn't think overweight. Well, how many kids does he have? 10, 12 kids. He's a grandfather. I mean, this guy has been away from football for 5 years, and he steps on an NFL football field and actually played pretty damn good for a guy that hasn't played in high competition in 5 years. So coaching his son. So it's pretty amazing what Phillip Rivers did. If you don't like him, if you do like him, it's pretty impressive. Speaking of an unbelievable weekend in football, and Fish said it, I think, best. Wild card weekend is the best time for football. Everybody knows that. This is the best time where the best teams get to play against one another and fight to win the Lombardi Trophy. We were treated to a great day of football on Sunday. It all started with a thrilling win from Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, who beat the Jacksonville Jaguars 27-24 in the first game of 3 Sunday NFL playoff games on a game-winning rushing touchdown by, guess who? Josh Allen, with 1 minute and 4 seconds to go. Allen was 28 for 35 passing with 273 passing yards and 1 passing touchdown and 2 rushing touchdowns. He became the first player in NFL history with an 80% completion percentage and, ladies and gentlemen, 250 or more passing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns in a playoff game. The Bills take on the Broncos in a divisional round. In the second game, the 49ers use some trickery to beat former champion, the Philadelphia Eagles, 23-19. A wild fourth quarter began with Christian McCaffrey scoring on a wide receiver reverse pass by who? Jawan Jennings, while Saquon Barkley, who had 106 yards and with 20 carries, helped the Eagles regain the lead on a field goal before Brock Purdy hit CMC for the game-winning touchdown with under 3 minutes to go. McCaffrey finished with 115 scrimmage yards and 2 touchdowns. And Demarcus Robinson was the unsung hero, ladies and gentlemen, with 6 catches, 111 yards, and a touchdown. A.J. Brown had a key third down drop on the Eagles' last drive and got into it with Nick Sirianni late in the first half. The 49ers face the Seahawks next round in a late season rematch. In the nightcap, which was probably the worst game of the weekend, the Patriots won a defensive duel with the Chargers 16-3 in a game where both quarterbacks were their team's leading rushers. And the two teams combined for 11 sacks. The Patriots defense hit an already hurt Justin Herbert all game, while his depleted offensive line couldn't give him any time. The Pats face tonight's winner between the Texans and the Steelers, moving on to the divisional round. You know, I want to get into all the games. We're going to go from one game to another because it was a big weekend and a lot to get into. I thought all the games were fun to watch except really the Patriots game. And I know if you like a defensive game and you like what Mike Vrabel did, or if you like what even Jim Harbaugh did, and maybe his young defensive coordinator that might be landing a job at the end of this season. Who knows? Maybe he goes to the Giants. Maybe he goes to the Browns. I heard Mike McDaniel is going to be interviewing for the Browns tomorrow. Lot to get into with that after the season. But the Jaguars game was a game that a lot of New Yorkers wanted to watch. And why? Because the only New York team that's in the playoffs, and some people say the only New York team in football, was the Buffalo Bills. And Josh Allen, to me, is the best quarterback in the AFC as we speak. When you think of Patrick Mahomes, who's not in the playoffs, Lamar Jackson, that's not in the playoffs, Joe Burrow, that's not in the playoffs. When we look at the elite of elite, Josh Allen is around those type of guys, those type of players. And you look at guys like Bo Nix, young player. Drake May, young player. C.J. Stroud, young player. Trevor Lawrence, young player. Justin Herbert, moving on as a veteran player. These are guys that don't have the experience Josh Allen has. And that, to me, is so very important when you get into the playoffs, especially in football. When you look at, obviously, the coaching carousel that is going to open up many doors for the future of these NFL quarterbacks, you think of Josh Allen. When he came to the NFL, he had Dable, and Brian Dable, who a lot of people believe is the quarterback whisperer, helped Josh Allen transition his throwing motion and everything. Josh Allen, within 3 years, became the best of the best. And now, as of last year, won his first MVP of his career. But going into this game, Jacksonville, the Jaguars, have had a sensational second half. The last 4 games of the season, I would say Trevor Lawrence has been one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And everybody talks about Cohen and the transition of Trevor Lawrence, maybe developing Trevor Lawrence, something that Peterson couldn't do. Doug Peterson, who won, obviously, a Super Bowl with the Eagles, beating the Patriots the way he did with a backup quarterback in Foles. A lot of people thought Trevor Lawrence was in good hands. Well, he wasn't. His development got worse. And a lot of people thought after he got that $55 million contract a year and a half ago that the Jaguars overspent from a quarterback that looks like a hippie. But it's transition. It changed in the second half of the season. He started to understand the lingo. He understood what a quarterback should do in the NFL when you step into the pocket or move outside of the pocket or the pocket collapses. to throw the ball away. And something that Trevor Lawrence couldn't and wouldn't do. It's really the first 2 or 3 years of his career in the NFL. And
Errol, do you think Josh Allen is the standard right now, like of what quarterbacks are?
I don't think,
even though he hasn't won, and I know we've talked about that, but like from the way he handles a team, the way he handles himself, do you think he's like, is he the pinnacle right now of quarterbacks?
I think there are 3 pinnacle quarterbacks right now in the NFL that a lot of people want to be like. And those are the guys. And I'm going to take this away from Lamar Jackson, and I'm not going to attack Lamar Jackson because I think he's the best out of all of them. But the prototypical quarterback has to have a good arm, can be mobile when need be, and make every acrobatic throw that you need to make to secure a win. And those 3 quarterbacks are pretty simple. These guys that are veterans, late 20s, is number 1, I would say Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, Josh Allen. And number 3, Joe Burrow. These are the guys that are at the pinnacle of their career, where everybody thinks that they're the best of the best. These are the guys that you want to obviously translate to be in the NFL. And Josh Allen is that guy. And Josh Allen has proven to be that guy. And boy, oh boy, in some parts of this game on Sunday, it was all Josh Allen. I look at this team, and everybody was talking about, hey, the Buffalo Bills are the best running team, and the Jaguars are the best run-stopping team in the NFL. And it went back and forth. But what made this game so interesting to watch was the way Josh Allen handled himself, understanding how and when to step into the pocket and make certain throws. He made mistakes, but when he needed to secure and make a throw, he did that. And at the end of the game, when the Jacksonville Jaguars were looking like they were going to run away with the game, Josh Allen had to make plays, and he made every single play. And Trevor Lawrence at the tail end of the game, he forced the ball in a position as a quarterback that doesn't have experience and doesn't obviously understand when you put the ball into places, especially where your number 1 wide receiver, or do you have a number 1 wide receiver, isn't, you're going to put yourself in harm's way. And again, I will say this about this Buffalo Bills team. The Buffalo Bills are not the great Buffalo defense that we've seen over the years. They're good, and they played well. They're one of the best pass rushing teams in the NFL. But throughout the season, they've been up and down. I've had them on all my fantasy leagues, practically in every single one of them. And they've been up and down. And this team losing the players that they left and lost early in the season, and players that really were detrimental to this defense, it hurt them. But again, Josh Allen can blindside you. If Josh Allen could blanket all the weaknesses that the Buffalo Bills have because of the ability that this kid can take over games, go in and be the leader that the Buffalo Bills have needed ever since Jim Kelly. Go back and look at the Buffalo Bills ever since Jim Kelly retired. Go look at the quarterbacks they have had. And quarterbacks, veteran, I mean, obviously, franchise quarterbacks don't grow on trees. Go ask the New York Jets. Go ask the Cleveland Browns. Go ask almost every single NFL team that hasn't won a Super Bowl in 40 years. It's not that easy. It isn't. Think about it. There are teams year in and year out drafting a quarterback in the first and second round, and none of them come to anything. Think about it. And you look at Josh Allen, he came from Wyoming, a farm. Nobody even knew this guy. Honestly, if you didn't know football, college football, nobody knew Josh Allen. And from all those quarterbacks that came out of that class, and we talk about it all the time. We spoke about it last week. Baker Mayfield, who some people didn't think was a first-round talent, but played well for Oklahoma, and some people believes now has earned the right to be a first-round. Maybe not the number 1 pick, but a first-round talent. Sam Darnold, it took him how many years to develop as a quarterback? And then you have guys like Josh Rosen or Lamar Jackson. The 2 best quarterbacks in that class are the 2 quarterbacks a lot of people were questioning. One, Lamar Jackson, who was drafted at the tail end of the first round. Mobile quarterback, Heisman Trophy winner. Not very accurate. Not good arm, but makes a lot of bad decisions. And then there's Josh Allen. Unbelievable strong arm. One of the best arms they've ever seen. Not accurate, has a weird throwing motion, and came out of the draft with a bad shoulder, who had shoulder surgery. So a lot of people were questioning Buffalo on drafting him. And now we let's fast forward it. What is it? 8-9 years later. And there's nobody I want in this league right now in the playoffs that I want to start over Josh Allen. Josh Allen, to me, from the NFC and the AFC, is by far the best quarterback still in the playoffs. And you could argue this, and the Jaguars felt it. The Jaguars saw it on Sunday. No matter how many times the Jaguars looked like they were burying the Buffalo Bills. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Congratulations. Great season for Cohen. Trevor Lawrence. I'm going to take back a lot of things I said about Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, to me, was not, I believe, a franchise quarterback until Cohen came here and showed you in the first year that you can develop a quarterback. If you put him in the right position with the right players around him, you can succeed. Keep the gremlin on the sidelines and, use players.
I was just waiting how long until you brought that up.
Yes. Using players, like, for instance, Demarcus Robinson. Who the hell is Demarcus Robinson? I mean, seriously, I'm sorry, not Demarcus Robinson. Who was the guy that called
Parker Washington?
Parker Washington. I'm sorry, Parker Washington.
DeMarcus Robinson was the Niners.
Yes, that's right. Washington was unbelievable in this game. He was the go-to guy for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I didn't even know. I think Washington played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Was that him?
That was James Washington.
I'm sorry. So he
did play for Penn State, though.
But that's what I'm saying. I didn't even know who Parker Washington was. I had no idea who he was. I had no clue until Sunday. I don't watch a lot of Jacksonville Jaguar games. And the only time I did, I was trying to slander the one guy I call the Gremlin. I never even watch. Obviously, everybody knows I like the LSU kid. I've been really preaching that he's one of the best wide receivers in the league. But this year has been a back year for him. And I think, obviously, because of injury, he wasn't as good as he was in his rookie season. But I think next year he'll be even better. I just think that I would have never thought that Parker Washington was going to explode right off my paper on that's his go-to. That's Trevor Lawrence's go-to guy. And how about ETN? ETN was, a lot of people thought they were going to trade before the season started. They drafted a running back. They brought in a running back. And at the tail end of the preseason, we're like, ETN looks like he still has something. We're going to move this guy. We're going to move that guy. ETN's our guy. And boy, oh boy, what a slam dunk it was bringing back Travis Etienne, because he had over 1,200 yards and was as important as an offensive option, Speedy, as anybody on this team.
Yeah, and Etienne, I think, was somebody that the Bills, I think, tried to game plan for, and I think that was a big difference when you look at, we knew that the Jags versus Cook was going to be a strength-on-strength matchup, but how the Bills would be able to stop Etienne and be able to not have him run so consistently. He had some big runs. He definitely had some big runs. He had a few big catches as well, and he was able to get a lot of a second-tier running ability, but was not overly consistent in that game. You mentioned Washington. He was out most of that first half with the concussion, and then he got it going in the third quarter. When the Jaguars had their best offense, it was because he was able to move the ball in the slot. And the Gremlin's injury was a big reason that he broke out in the second half of the season and essentially became a number one receiver for them. And then Jacoby Myers, they traded for at the deadline, actually became their real number one, but he's more of a slot type, still limited. And the Bills, I think, game planned for him more than anything else. So somebody else had to step up. Now, Trevor Lawrence, you mentioned, he has shown flashes of a franchise quarterback in late in Peterson's tenure in 22 and 23. But I think after that injury, he really looked rough. And then it took him up until probably the middle of this season to really get going as what you think of as a franchise quarterback. But however, some of those decision-making still came back in this game, which I think ultimately hurt the Jaguars. Now, I actually was bashing the Bills a little bit. I thought the Bills, after they scored the touchdown, or they should have waited a little longer to score the touchdown, because I was worried they left Jacksonville with too much time on the clock, 1:04 to go. But Lawrence obviously had that bad interception after that, and those are the kinds of things he still can't get over. And you mentioned it about Josh Allen. For everyone that's like playoff slandering Josh Allen because he hasn't won a championship, he's averaged 302 yards per game in the playoffs.
We go over this over and over and over again about quarterbacks not winning Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Dan Marino win a Super Bowl? Jim Kelly win a Super Bowl? I could go on and on and on. A lot of great quarterbacks never won Super Bowls. It's not that easy, ladies and gentlemen. Go ask the Philadelphia Eagles, as everybody, including yours truly, thought no matter where they ended up with their defense, I thought the Eagles were going straight to the Super Bowl this year with the talent that they had. And boy, oh boy, the 49ers, and we'll get into that in just a few moments, surprised and shocked, I believe, the world, because the Eagles were that much better in my book, especially with all the injuries and losing George Kittle the way they did early in the game. I thought the Eagles were flat out going to pulverize the 49ers, and I was wrong. But Jabba, I mean, obviously, you watched the games. There was a lot of craziness in this Jaguar game, and it's including even in the fourth quarter where there was a lot of questions with some of the play calling from the Buffalo Bills. They didn't run the ball very well. It was back and forth. They tried to do more than I think the Buffalo Bills usually do in big games. They like to run out the clock and control the clock. They couldn't do that. As a matter of fact, I thought Jacksonville did it better than the Buffalo Bills in this game. What did you think of the game with the Buffalo Bills and the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Yeah, there were some the way the game kind of just fell into place. I think what really stood out too was that you saw the difference in the leader, and Josh Allen obviously being, that guy, and Trevor, like Speedy said, seen flashes of being that franchise guy. But when you put Josh Allen in that situation, he's been there before, and I think that's one of those non-quantified things that you can put on a field that you don't really have anything to go by other than that he knows how to win. And so it's going to be different to see, because obviously he's never won, but he's got there. And I think he showed in the fact of I think they went away from their offensive scheme a little bit just because they didn't run the ball very well. But Josh Allen, being the leader that he is, like being able to calm everybody down, because when your leader is calm and doesn't like overreact or get too whatever, like we can talk about his numbers, we can talk about all that, but when it comes down to it, it's like he has that leadership that calms everybody else down and be like, hey, we'll be all right. Like we'll figure this out at some point.
With a lot of no-name wide receivers too, including one they just signed in Brandon Cooks, who's like 12 years in the league.
Right. And I think just with that hand in hand, I think is why they're going to get to that point again. I don't know if they'll reach it, but when you got a leader at the head like that, you have a chance, and he's shown that over and over again.
Yeah,
Trevor has shown a little pieces of it, but not to Josh Allen's standard.
Leadership is very important. Very important when it comes to the playoffs, especially the quarterback position. And Josh Allen stands for one of those guys that you can sit there. I've heard from many different players that we've interviewed that knows Josh Allen. This guy is so funny in the huddle. He calms everybody down. And if you go back and you think about Joe Montana, everybody thought he was like a lightning bolt. He was mean and disrespectful when he would speak to the media. But a lot of the players that played for the 49ers over the years that played with Joe Montana said he would find things outside of the huddle that he can nitpick or point out to calm his players down. He was very, very good at that. And I would say that was Josh Allen, and that is Josh Allen ever since he came into the league. I think he knows how to calm the players down. Anybody that has watched the Buffalo Bills play and understands the way the Buffalo Bills run their offense, everything runs through Josh Allen. Everything. Speaking of teams and players that like to run their offense through certain players, that's the 49ers. And CMC is probably one of the most dynamic players we've seen in the last 20 years. We go back before the game where everybody was talking about Saquon Barkley was drafted number 2. And then you look at Christian McCaffrey, who was drafted in the top 10 by the Carolina Panthers, how they became friends after the draft, got to know each other, still competitive against one another, playing video games and things offset on their phones every single day. These guys have been competitive against one another. When you look at two running backs that you want to be like or want to, mimic as a player, if you want to be a running back, It is CMC and Saquon Barkley, and these two guys face off against one another on Sunday at 4:30 in Philadelphia, where after George Kittle went down the way he did early in the game, you would have thought the advantage goes to Philadelphia, the way the defense plays. And George Kittle, who's a pass blocker, a guy that really helps in the huddle, helps, all the different things they like to run through CMC. George Kittle has a big part in that offense. And watching George Kittle go down, maybe his career, he could be over. George Kittle might be done at the age of 31 because tearing your Achilles, and this is not the quarterback position, you're using your legs all game long. You're digging your cleats into turf. That's a lot of pressure on your Achilles, your knees, your ankles, everything. I don't know if we're going to see George Kittle come back. I don't even know if the 49ers want him to come back at the age of 33, 34, as we've watched Travis Kelce ride off into the sunset, I think, after this season. But again, the 49ers, Brock Purdy, since he's been back in the last 3 weeks, has been the best quarterback in the NFL. He has been as efficient as any quarterback, and he didn't have one of his best games. As a matter of fact, his quarterback rating was 80.3. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not good. It just not. And his completion percentage was 18 for 31, 262 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. He made a lot of mistakes in this game, mistakes that usually the Eagles capitalize on, and they just didn't. The Eagles' problem all season long was the offensive side of the ball. And Saquon did have a good game. I know everybody's going to say, well, Saquon hasn't had a good season. Saquon still ran the ball 26 times, 106 yards. He still was efficient. He still did what they needed Saquon Barkley to do. He even caught the ball 3 times for 25 yards. It's not like you can't blame Saquon Barkley. It's guys like A.J. Brown who we might have seen the last time we've seen A.J. Brown as a Philadelphia Eagle.
He dropped 3 passes too.
Yeah, he was horrible. He was horrible. Devontae Smith, who I love, wasn't great in this game. Devontae Smith was targeted 11 times and only had 8 receptions for 70 yards. When you're looking at the efficiency and understand the way this team runs their offense, you would understand that this team all season long was trying to reach offensively and losing more. When he went to the Saints in the offseason, a lot of people were like, Moore? Who cares about Moore? He's not a good coach. We've seen him many, many times. We saw him with the Chargers. We saw him with the Cowboys. He's not good. He's just not.
The Beef wanted him as the Cowboys' next coach.
But guess what? Since Moore went to the Saints, this offense has not been as efficient as the Super Bowl champion Eagles was last year. And again, the 49ers, and yes, Owen, I know you're going to love this. I'm going to give you a shout out. I am not a Kyle Shanahan fan, but I'm going to give Kyle Shanahan a little bit of props in this game. I am.
You're giving Shanahan props. Do you got to give Bambi Saleh a little credit too?
I'm going to give Robert Saleh. We talked about this on the phone. I'm going to give Kyle Shanahan a lot of props. And you know why I'm going to give him props? For hiring Robert Saleh. That is the only reason why I'm going to give him props. And Robert Saleh, to me, has been their savior. Think about it. Robert Saleh lost a ton of players early in the season. Bosa's one of the best. They lost one of the best linebackers in the league as early as they did. And Robert Saleh had to really just paste players on the field. Think about it. They brought Kendricks in a week before the game. Kendricks, and he was the guy that was running the huddle. He was the guy running the defense. Robert Saleh gave his defense to a player that hasn't been on the team all season long, and Ryder died with that. And by the way, Kendricks made the final play of the game that won him the game. Think about that. And that, to me, says a lot about Robert Saleh. I'm not going to take shots. Bambi was not good as a head coach, but Bambi is good as a defensive coordinator. We all know what the Jets were ranked when he was there with the New York Jets. They were in the top 10 every single season Robert Saleh was there. Their defense was elite. And look at their defense this year. Obviously, you have Aaron Glenn taking over his defense and his players. It hasn't worked out. We'll see what Aaron Glenn really transitions this team in the offseason. But I'm going to tell you this right now. Jabba, you said it best. The reason why they won this game was their defense. It wasn't their offense. I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was great to watch players of this magnitude, guys like Robinson. This guy is not DeMarcus Robinson is not a great wide receiver. No, he's probably a number 4 on every other team. Nobody would think that this guy was going to be the number 1 target for Brock Purdy all game. 6 receptions, 111 yards, and one touchdown. And Christian McCaffrey didn't have one of those games where you'll be like, oh my God, this is very Christian McCaffrey-like, where he has 200 all-purpose yards. He didn't have one of those games, guys, but he did enough. Christian McCaffrey, especially that Jawan Jennings Hail Mary, trickery. It was the weirdest play call, and that was the only thing that I could say that I'm going to give Kyle Shanahan any credit for. That trickery play that made my mouth drop. And Jawan Jennings, who I've seen do this before, this is a man that has thrown the ball before, but a perfect spiral to Christian McCaffrey to get it into the end zone. That was amazing. But congratulations to Robert Saleh. I got to give him a little bit of credit. Robert Saleh was the reason why the 49ers, you saw his smirk, his little chicken leg face. And I say chicken leg because that guy has no legs. How is this guy a college football player playing tight end? This guy's got the skinniest chicken legs I've ever seen. This guy running up and down the sidelines, laughing and giggling. Oh! Kyle Shanahan hugging him, jumping on him. I mean, it was the most ridiculous chant of dancing I've ever seen coaches have, or celebration I've seen coaches have. Okay. They didn't win the Super Bowl, ladies and gentlemen. They're not even going to the Super Bowl, and they're sitting there dancing and prancing around because they knocked off the Philadelphia Eagles that haven't put it in the end zone since last season.
Yeah, I remember when he was the Jets head coach at the time, you were criticizing him a lot of the stuff that he said. And my main criticism was his refusal to evolve from his scheme. And you finally saw it in this game with Lane Johnson hurt for the Eagles. The 49ers actually blitz more often than they usually do and actually attack it. This was a team that had not just Fred Warner out, they had 3 other starting linebackers out, the guys replacing him. They were on 5, 6, and 7, including Kendricks, who was just signed off the practice squad, who's old. He was very good with the Vikings when he was at his peak, but he's an older player. He wasn't great with the Cowboys. And they blitzed Jalen Hurts and confused him a lot of the time, which was surprising. Robert Saleh never did that with the Jets. He wanted to be his 4-man rush, typical cover 3 type guy. And that was a big difference in the game. The other big difference in the game was the 49ers offensive line holding their own too. I agree with you. Their offensive scheme wasn't overly amazing, especially once Kittle went down. It was hard for them to be able to do that kind of thing. And I agree with you, Errol. It's going to be hard for Kittle to come back at a high level. I was looking at the last 10 guys that tore their Achilles, and none of them have really come back the same besides Daniel Jones this year before he unfortunately got hurt again. And for somebody that plays a very physical brand of football at the tight end, and shout out to our friend Brian Snows in the comment section too, big 49ers fans, always was mentioning that about the 49ers old school style football, and Kittle really exemplifies it. But the offensive line, which was a question mark for the Niners at the beginning of the year, has played really well in the second half of the season. They held their own in this game. I agree with you on AJ Brown. It might be the beginning of the end for him because
it's the end.
Because he's
100% the end.
The only reason his stats don't look as bad as they should this season was because after he made those comments, he got force fed the ball for about 3 or 4 games in a row. But if you actually look at his raw route running, you actually look at his raw receiving games this year, they are not good. And Dallas Goedert has become a good enough second option with Smith this year to, I think, be able to just say, all right, we're going to pay that money spread around 3 receivers or spread around offensive line rather than just do that.
And I want to say something. Nick Sirianni is going nowhere. Not this offseason. I know a lot of people are jumping for him and LaFleur for the Packers to be gone. And we will get into that in just probably after our guest. But I want to say that Nick Sirianni is going nowhere at least for 1 more year. This guy won a Super Bowl last year. Okay? So there's no way they're firing him at the end of a season where they made the playoffs and was 1 play away from possibly moving on to the divisional series. So that's ridiculous. So I don't know why everybody's attacking. Understand there's a problem going on in that locker room. There's been a problem going on in that locker room since he's gone there and he signed there. So relax, guys. Relax.
The main one that's going to go is the offensive coordinator because the game planning was just bad. You mentioned Saquon Barkley. He had a good game, but they still didn't really give him as many touches as you would like. And I don't think they really spread the ball around enough for Hurts to run like I thought they should, exposing that defense.
Yeah, it was interesting. That game, it was, I think, a tale of a season of what the Niners have been, because obviously they have gone down with injuries like we talked about. But I think just the way that they have managed and navigated through the injuries and how they've adjusted, I think has made them a better team, because they didn't rely solely on like their dudes. Like losing Fred Warner, that's huge. I mean, he's the best linebacker in coverage in the game, I think, personally. And then you have a guy who's your heartbeat in George Kittle, because I don't think Purdy's the heartbeat. I think Kittle's the heartbeat. And he goes down, then you're like, okay, we have to step up. Obviously, CMC, he's going to be him. Like, he's going to do him. And then have everybody else step up. And it's like, it's the next guy in line. And it's the Wally Pip Lou Gehrig, right? It's Lou Gehrig would have never had that chance if Wally Pip didn't get hurt. And now these guys are getting a chance to do something special, and with names that we have no idea who the hell they are. We don't even know who they are. And, hats off. And we've talked about this on this show, where that's where I think coaching comes in. And I'm glad Fish is on right now, because that comes into play to where it's like, hey, you get your chance, like, go do it. Like, take the opportunity, go out. Like, hey, you've got nothing to lose. Go out and prove, and this is what you are, and show how good you are. And now some of these guys are going to change their families' lives because they're getting the opportunity, because we don't wish injury on anybody. We don't. But now you get the opportunity to take advantage of that.
Well, I'll tell you who got taken advantage of. It was Kevin Patullo, the soon-to-be former offensive coordinator of the Eagles. I would say all season it was a problem that everybody knew about, and they were just pretending it wasn't happening. This offense has been bad all year. It's the same guys that was on this great offense the year before with a different offensive coordinator. What's the difference? Bad offensive coordinator. Now, what can be so different? They're probably running mostly the same offense, except now you don't have the guy coaching them up on where the easy outs are if they do a blitz in a certain way. Where you need to have like the answers to the test as a quarterback in the NFL. You need to know, like, if they come out with like a cover 3, like 5-man pressure, I'm going to go hit this guy on the hot route on this type of a pattern. I have a feeling that there just wasn't a lot of rhyme or reason to it, and Jalen Hurts just didn't understand really what the offensive coordinator wanted. And at the same time, what happened to all those fake tush pushes we saw earlier this year? What happened to all the trickeration? What happened to all the bells and whistles that made them so scary to deal with for last season? They're gone. They were a bland, boring offense that had a bunch of Lamborghinis sitting around driving 50 miles an hour.
Fish, that's a great point. Like. There was a play in the third quarter when even the announcers were like, I think it was like 4th and 1 in the third quarter, like, why don't we tush push right here?
Yeah, what happened was Hurts that injured that he couldn't do it? Then use him as a decoy and do one of the 5 different unstoppable fakes you had off of it, because you spent the last 3 years putting the fear of God into every team in the league with this goddamn tush push. What an embarrassment to lose because you couldn't sack up and do the play that made you famous in the first place. I
also think that. And I do root for the Eagles. I also believe that they don't care who the offensive coordinator or who the defensive coordinator, that with the talent that they have on the roster, they're going to be able to complete passes and make plays. They just
guess what? Turns out they were wrong.
Yeah.
They need a guy. The guy just was below the standard is what it was. You need to have a guy, doesn't have to be the best offensive coordinator in the world. I don't think anyone thought Kellen Moore was the best offensive coordinator in the world, but was he solid? Sure. Solid offensive coordinator. Now he's trying to become a head coach. I don't think many of us think it's going to go that great for him over there.
He's done pretty well.
Shuck was impressive this year under him. Yep. And I don't think a lot of people saw that, but a lot to be determined with him over there in New Orleans. But good for him on getting that job. He was good enough to get that job. Patullo is not going to be doing anything going forwards. It was just boring. And you would see, and like Tom Brady was just like holding back as much as he could from criticizing Jalen Hurts. He could, like, there were numerous times there were guys wide open, and Hurts just threw it to a guy who was covered. I mean, the interception at the end of the game, covered. You know, same thing with Trevor Lawrence, by the way, in that first game, covered. What are we doing? Obviously, if he's double covered, a different guy is open. That's like football 101. And I think some of these guys, they're frustrated with the offense, or a guy like Trevor Lawrence just gets sped up at the wrong times, I think, you know, and they make bad decisions at the absolute worst times. And you got guys, you know, like we'll talk about in a couple of games, that just come through in the clutch every time, man.
Speaking of sloppy, that Patriot game was just absolutely pathetic. I don't know. You made
put me to sleep.
Out of all the games to pick prime time, Sunday night football, this is the game you picked? The Patriots and the Chargers? First of all, we all know what happens to the Chargers in the playoffs. And Speedy says it best. What do you call
Least
them?
clutch team in football.
Least clutch team in football. The Chargers. And Jim Harbaugh has done a sensational job. There was a lot of injuries, obviously, to the offensive line. Losing Slater, losing all. Could you imagine what this offensive line is going to be next year when they're 100% healthy? Do you know how good Justin Herbert is going to look? If you're a betting man, I'm going to tell you, betting woman, and you're a guy that likes to bet and make bets, 1,000, 2,000 or whatever. One, take Justin Herbert to be an MVP candidate next year, because with that offensive line at his disposal and the ability that he's going to have to make the players that he could make next year, this could be one of the best years to watch Justin Herbert play as a starting quarterback in the NFL. There's no question. But this year, this game, pathetic. And I will say this, Drake May has had a great year. He really has. But Drake May, if you look at his numbers, and by the way, they were Collinsworth was praising Drake May. Did you watch Drake May? Did you see that throw? Did you see him move outside of the pocket? I mean, come on, Collinsworth. I don't want to hear Chris Collinsworth tell us about what he thinks about Drake May. It was, to me, Drake May did all right. He was okay. Mike Vrabel really was, to me, the unsung hero of the Patriots. His defensive play calling was sensational against Jim Harbaugh. That's the facts, guys. Vrabel outclassed and outcoached the one we call Jim Harbaugh. That's it. You want to put the icing on the cake? You want to put the cherry on top? It was Mike Vrabel. And I'm going to say this for all you Jet fans. Mike Vrabel went in to talk to the New York Jets at some point last year in the offseason. I love Aaron Glenn, and I think Aaron Glenn's still my guy. But you got a chance to bring in Mike Vrabel, and you absolutely swung and missed. He went to the Patriots. If you wanted Mike Vrabel, you watch what Mike Vrabel can do for your team and call defensive plays. And guys, I know he's not the defensive coordinator, but trust me, Vrabel had every point across the board on this defense. This defense was explosive. I mean, seriously, if you look at some of the guys that we watched in this game, guys that were not his team. Did anybody watch Barmore, what he did in this game? He caused so much. If you look at his numbers, they didn't really stick out. He had 3 tackles. He caused so much havoc up the middle that the Chargers couldn't run the ball. They couldn't do anything in this game because he was causing so much, I don't even know what you call it. It was horrible to watch the Chargers try to push their offense, and there was nothing. Allen disappeared in this game. Johnston just disappeared in this game. There was no offense to provide Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert got killed. He got killed in this game over and over and over again. It was pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. That's all I can say about this game. It was Mike Vrabel outclassing Jim Harbaugh in a wild card game that was absolutely pathetic. And Roger Goodell should be ashamed of himself. The NFL should be ashamed of himself, because I thought the Buffalo Bills and the Jacksonville Jaguars should have been the primetime game. That's what New York, Allen is the biggest superstar, is still in this playoff. And the Buffalo Bills have a chance to go to the Super Bowl for the first time since I don't even remember when. I mean, seriously. And this is their chance to maybe win their first Super Bowl, and is probably the easiest way to the Super Bowl because he doesn't have to deal with Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson. And this is the game you pick for prime time? Justin Herbert versus Drake May? Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. That's all I can say about this game. Pathetic.
Yeah. In addition to the fact that the Chargers have the least fans in the league, followed by the probably the second most team that's playing tonight in the Texans. They don't have a lot either, but nevertheless, it was hard for the Chargers without the offensive line. I get to the offensive line more in my stat of the week, just how much you can't blame Justin Herbert, but the skill position players, yeah, they didn't get open either. Quentin Johnson, not very good at route running, and Ladd McConkey was shut down by that Patriots team. And for overreacting to the Patriots offense, yeah, I wouldn't overreact to that because Drake May had some very bad decision making in that game. He had some crisp throws. I'm not saying he played bad, but it wasn't like that MVP performance you were expecting. Kudos to the Chargers defense. They kept him in the game, but that was really it.
All right. Wild card weekend kicked off Saturday with 2 great games. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that came down to the wire. In the first game, the Rams edged out the Panthers 34-31 on a game winning. Oh, wait, are we going into this? I just want to make sure because I don't know with the way everything's set up here. Touchdown pass with Matthew Stafford to Kobe Parkinson with 38 seconds left. Wide receiver Puka Nacua had 10 catches for 111 yards with both a rushing and receiving touchdown, continuing his dominant season, while Stafford went 24 for 42, 306 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception. In the losing effort, the Panthers, yes, the Panthers, who are very impressive, by the way, Hubbard had 2 touchdowns on the ground, and wide receiver Jalen Coker had 9 catches for 134 yards and a touchdown that put the Panthers ahead until Stafford late game heroics sealed the deal. And the final game on Saturday was a doozy, and I would say a doozy. In the late game, the Bears pulled off another thrilling comeback against the Packers, coming back from down 21-3 at halftime to win 31-27. This is the second massive come from behind victory by Caleb Williams and the Bears against the Packers in just the past month. Williams celebrated with his teammates after the game with cheese grated hats, grating cheese all over the place during the post-game interview. Both Williams and Love were great in this one. I thought Jordan was fantastic, with Jordan Love having 323 passing yards and 4 touchdowns, and Caleb Williams having 361 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. According to the NFL Next Generation stats, the Bears comeback was the most improbable comeback this season and the 5th most improbable in the last 10 years. The Rams will now face the Bears in the divisional round of the playoffs. First, we'll go game from game. And the first game was unbelievable. I got to give first of all, the Carolina Panthers a lot of credit. Canales and all of them. I was just so very impressed. Bryce Young is not a star quarterback. And I do believe Canales can win with Bryce Young. We've seen a lot of bad quarterbacks or decent quarterbacks win Super Bowls. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it was very impressive. And the Carolina Panthers defense all season long, especially in the second half, was sensational. And in this game, in certain parts of the game, they were flat. But when they needed to make a play, they made the play. And I will say this, Matthew Stafford, and I know Steve Weich is going to be coming on in just a few moments telling me how great Matthew Stafford is and why he believes he's a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt that Matthew Stafford is a Hall of Famer. There's no question. This guy has been the best quarterback all season long. And if Drake May wins the MVP, shame on the NFL. Shame on the voters. But I will say this, Puka Nacua is a beast. That man is not human. He's a blocker. He can run the ball. He can catch. He can do everything. You want him to play? I think he could be a defensive lineman if he wants to be. The guy is unbelievable. Cornerback, safety, you could put him anywhere on the field. This man has been so impressive. What was he, a 4th-round draft pick?
4th-round pick.
I mean, this guy has been unbelievable. You're talking about the best wide receiver in the NFL. Me and Fish were talking about it last week on the show. When you're trying to compare what Najigba did this year and Puka Nacua, who would you take? What kind of season would you take? Puka's or Najigba? And even Fish, who has this like love fetish, like he wants to like sniff his underwear in a jigba, he said he'd take Puka Nacua, what he does best, blocking and doing all the things that Nacua does. Nacua is special. And
You think he's the best receiver right now in the game?
no question. I don't think you can argue that he is the best. Why did they decide to move away from Cooper Kupp? I know Cooper Kupp was done. He wasn't healthy. But Cooper Kupp, think about it. McVay's had arguably two of the best wide receivers in the last 20 years on his roster for at least, and by the way, Cooper Kupp was the best wide receiver in the league probably for 3 years. And Puka Nacua is going to have a chance to be the best wide receiver in the league for the next 10. He is.
And I know you're not a McVay fan, but
No.
do you give him a little credit for believing in him and going to him?
Well, he didn't draft him. He was a part of the draft
True.
research, but I mean, he developed him. You got to give him credit for developing him. But
And he's a master of 11 personnel. Think about his first year too. He went with Sammy Watkins and Robert Woods his first year and made that work.
yeah, and again, Sean McVay is a genius when it comes to the offense. I know a lot of people love Kyle Shanahan and wants to call Kyle Shanahan a genius, but to have a guy like Matthew Stafford's not too shabby.
I mean, and 38 to be able to do what he's doing.
37 going to be 38 by the end of the year. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's so fun to see. And like the best is just the recaps. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but like, McVay's play calls are crazy, ridiculously long.
Yes.
And they had one of Stafford and he was just like, stop, I got it. Like, just stop. Like, we got this. And he's like telling the huddle and like he's laughing about it. And that's what I think it comes down to, what we said a little bit earlier, like the leadership of like how he's able just to calm everybody down. But a man of that stature and what Stafford is, and to do it at the level that he's doing it right now. And also it makes it a little bit easier when you can throw to Puka and do things off of him where it lets you be able to have a little bit more freedom. I think it's so fun to watch them. They're a fun team to watch.
And again, the Panthers, Bryce Young didn't have a bad day. He was 21 for 40, 264 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He was sacked twice, but and they didn't get a lot of running from this team. I mean, Hubbard and Dowdle was left to, and Young ran the ball 24. Young was the second leading rusher on the Carolina Panthers in this game. Dowdle was completely taken out of the game. He had 5 rushes for 9 yards. That's all he had. And Hubbard had 2 touchdowns for 40 and 46 yards. They couldn't, and again, Coker was fantastic. McMillan was good. I mean, they spread out their offense very, very well. I love what Carolina does. Canales is a great coach. I think Canales deserves a little bit of credit. And maybe a part of this coach frenzy for Coach of the Year. I still think McDonald is the Coach of the Year for what he did with Seattle and winning the NFC. But I got to give Canales a little credit. He took over with Bryce Young. He was handed Bryce Young, who I thought was, to me, small, not very talented, and they were reaching. They moved up in the draft, reaching for him, and has failed to really develop into the quarterback everybody thought in Carolina. But I got to give Canales. Canales is the mastermind of this team. So to me, from when you look at this game and trying to compare and contrast what McVay did, I got to give a little bit of credit for Canales because he stayed in this game. And by the way, Carolina had a chance to win this game with 2 minutes left of the game.
Yeah, I thought Canales coached brilliant considering the Panthers lost their left tackle in Ekwonu. Robert Hunt, their left guard, was not playing at 100% either. And yeah, they didn't have the great running game, but they still were very creative in getting those receivers to work. Jalen Coker is a guy that a lot of these fantasy analysts like, but he's not an overly talented wide receiver. And they got him open. Tight ends, they were getting open at certain points. And the Panthers defense, you're right, I got to give them a lot of credit. Now, their coordinator Navarro comes from the Rams, so kind of knows them a little bit. So they started off flat, like you were saying, Errol, but second and third quarter, they really outplayed him. I think Canales and Navarro did a very good coaching job, just the talent gave out at the end.
Wasn't Ekwonu the guy we could have gotten instead of Evan Neal? Wasn't
no,
that?
He was the one that went right before Evan Neal.
Right before Evan Neal. I was like, oh, I want him or Evan Neal in that draft. Well, when that happened, I was like, that's a patella tendon. That's the only injury that can happen when you get rolled up like that. That's probably the worst injury. I don't know if he's going to be able to come back from that one. That sucks. Like if I think he might have messed up both patella tendons. He got rolled straight over in that one. You almost never see it. That coach is great. Canales is fantastic. I don't think Bryce Young's very good. I think he's created a very good offense with a couple of really good receivers. Coker was hurt a lot of the year, and he was really strong last year. As a real sleeper in fantasy. Was one of those guys that helped teams win, not this year, but last year. And then he kind of came back a little slow, and he looked like he was at full strength in this game. He was awesome, complimenting Ted McMillan. They got something with those two guys going forwards. The problem was Dowdle was having problems with the fact that they took away his carries and gave him back to Chuba Hubbard when he came back from injury. And he was very unhappy. He was very vocal about being unhappy after the game. He's definitely moving on to another place next season. And I think that was probably more of what happened there. And obviously,
do you think that happens when you have two quality running backs like that?
I think they got sometimes it's like it was like a great surprise to see Dowdle was that effective without Hubbard. And then when he came back, he was arguably still better than Hubbard. And it wasn't great. But Dowdle's not like going to set the world on fire either. He's just a good player if, he's in the right system and getting fed. He can't be like, you give him 5 carries, he's only going to get you 9 yards like he did in this game. You got to give him the 20 carries, and he's going to break 1 or 2, and you're going to get those 20 for 70 with a touchdown or 2 type numbers for him. So he wanted that, and he didn't get it, and it kind of led some dissension, and they kind of sucked, man, at the end there.
I will say this, and the game that I was so excited to watch was the Bears and the Packers. I thought that, to me, was so exciting. I was at my sister's house. I was watching it on my phone and watching these two teams. They can't stand each other. They absolutely can't stand one another. You saw what Johnson was doing and what he was saying on the sidelines. I don't know if you can mimic what he was saying on the sidelines, but even at the end of the game, they barely shook each other's hands. Him and LaFleur can't stand each other. And how about Ben Johnson?
Yeah, that was weird.
But it's something that we've seen before. The Chicago Bears and the Packers never liked each other, And when you take over and you're a part of this rivalry, you look at it and you have to come into that rivalry. Remember, Ben Johnson was the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions in the same division. And they couldn't stand each other when he was the offensive coordinator and he was coaching the Packers for many, many years. I could tell that they don't like each other. But I love the dynamic 2 quarterbacks. These are the 2 quarterbacks that I think are the future of the NFL. Jordan Love, who's special, guys. In the playoffs, this guy is as good of a quarterback we've seen in a very, very long time. When you talk about Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre and what they've done in the playoffs many, many times, look at this kid's numbers in the last 3 years in the playoffs. This man shows up 24 for 46, 323 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He was everything to this packed team. He really was. The Packers really... It was, to me, blowing them out going into the second half, 21-3. This was very, I would say, Patriot-esque against the Atlanta Falcons. Do you remember that in the Super Bowl? That's how bad it was. I thought this was going to be a blowout. But I was sitting there and I was talking to Brittany and I was like, this game is far from over. I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Johnson has something up his sleeve. And boy, oh boy, did he ever. It's so impressive. So impressive. What Ben Johnson did in the second half, how he brought Caleb Williams to life. Because Caleb Williams in the first half, I don't know where he was. He was far, far up his ass or he was trying to paint his nails because his head was not in the game. That's for sure, ladies and gentlemen. But in the second half, Caleb Williams awoke and he made some dynamic plays. And you can see why a lot of people, or including me or yours truly, believe that he is very Aaron Rodgers-esque. This guy can do everything on the field. He can throw on the run. He's got a lightning arm. This guy can be as elite as we've seen any quarterback. And it showed. The final play of the game, offensive play of the game for the Bears, was so impressive. So impressive by Caleb Williams, taking him down the field, doing the things that Caleb Williams does so well. And to me, as cocky as Caleb Williams has been when he's come into the league, he's been very humble over the last couple of weeks. And he knows that Ben Johnson is the reason why he is slowly but surely developing, because we know it's not Eberflus who got fired again. So we understand what Caleb Williams is going to bring to the table. And if Ben Johnson can get out what he got out of Caleb Williams in the second half of the game, Watch out for the Bears. I wouldn't even argue that the Bears could go to the Super Bowl this year and surprise the world and win. Ben Johnson, a rookie coach with Caleb Williams, and this defense, when they needed to make a play, they did. The Packers defense played well, but in the second half, their heads were so far up their asses. And LaFleur, should he be fired? No, he shouldn't be fired. And by the way, the media has to lay off on Jordan Love. At the end of a game, do you want to deal with the media asking you what they think the Packers should do to your coach when you have a good relationship with that same coach? No, I don't want to hear that. I just lost. I got to sit out for the rest of the season wondering what my team did wrong because I showed up in the game when the game needed me. Okay, that's what I'm going to say about that. I don't want to hear the media. I don't want to hear what the media has got to say to me when I'm pissed off because my team did not show up in the second half and I did. That to me would piss me off. And Jordan Love handled it very, very well. Very, very well. But Jacobs didn't show up to this game. What the hell happened to Josh Jacobs? 19 rushing yards. 19 rushes for 55 yards. The guy didn't show up. They had no running game. The Green Bay Packers. And the only person that showed up, really, and by the way, Matthew Golden had his best game in the big game. But the only one that showed up was Dobbs. What happened to Watson? What happened to Reed? To me, when your two best wide receivers did not show up to the game, and really, I don't know what the hell. Maybe they were having some tea and crumpets on the sidelines with each other. They just look like they were at a no-show all game. And I don't want to hear that they didn't have any looks. Both guys had 7 targets, and both guys did absolutely diddly squat. And I don't care about their touchdown. Everybody, they got a touchdown. A touchdown. They didn't do enough. They didn't do what they do best. Reed, to me, should have done more. And he's the lightning bolt for Watson. Those guys didn't do enough. When you're talking about Matthew Golden, who has been really, really bad, this guy was a first-round draft pick. First round. And he didn't show up. He showed up and the other guys didn't show up. To me, there's a big problem, Speedy.
Yeah, there's definitely a problem when you look at there's no variance with the wide receivers with the Packers. And I think there's no variance with the offensive line, too. And that's why the Bears, I think, were finally able to get some leverage. I was worried about the pressure rate with them. And you're right. Ben Johnson is just that good of a coach. The Rams might have the most talented offense. The Bears might have the most unpredictable, though, with the schemes that he's running. It's like McVay's first year, except with probably a little more different concepts in it. And that could make the Bears scary. If their defense can get healthy, I agree with you. Might be, I think I had the Rams going to the Super Bowl at the beginning of the year, that the Bears could get another level to them if they get healthy on defense.
Yeah, I think we talked about this too, and I think we said it early in the year, and I think, Errol, you're the one that said it. It's like he's going to be special. Like, he's going to be good. And we saw how he's kind of progressed through, this second half of the season. And obviously the defense stepped up, but the way I think really, like, in the maturation process of you talked about how Jordan Love handled the media afterwards, it was really, really cool to see as somebody that's had to handle media through good, bad, and indifferent, of the way Caleb handled the interview afterwards. He took his time, answered the questions very articulately, and he literally didn't give credit to himself. He gave it to everybody else. And kind of what they were doing, he's like, we have to get better. Like, what do you do? Like, he was focused on, like, the negative, which is a great thing, of how we get better. But he was easy to give praise to everybody else. And, like, he took his time to answer the questions. And I think we've seen him come in the expectations of, like, oh, well, I'm that dude, right? I'm that dude. So everybody expects me to do this. And then when he handled a little bit of failure, I don't think he handled it the best way early. But I think you hit the nail on the head. And I know I say that a lot. But Ben Johnson has helped him progress to be what he is now. And I wouldn't be surprised either if they go shock the world and get a chance to get there. And I really think it's going to be something fun to watch. And Speedy, you said it. It's like they're the most unpredictable offense because you don't know where the hell they're going to come from. And that's Ben Johnson. And you've seen what the Lions did this year without Ben Johnson. And so I think that's a really telltale of what we talk about when there is a coaching aspect that comes, even these are the greatest players in the world, where it still comes into play of where you exude confidence, you exude the expertise of what I am, but you have to go execute it. But I'm going to give you all the pieces of it. And if you go do it, man, we're here for you and we'll celebrate you and praise you. And I think that it's coming together, which you didn't think this Bears team would probably be in this situation at the beginning of the year. None of us did.
It's been crazy, and it's been a great wild card weekend. I got to give them, the NFL, a lot of credit for actually putting it together. I just didn't like the Patriots game on a primetime Sunday night game. It was, to me, it was, out of all the games, that's the game you're going to pick. I think I would have picked the Buffalo Bills and the Jaguars. I would have taken the Packers and the Bears on Sunday Night Football. I think, to me, I know it's Saturday night. They were on Saturday night, but I would have moved them to Sunday night and maybe moved Buffalo into the Jacksonville Jaguars on Saturday night. That's where, because I thought that the Bears and the Packers, they hate each other. That's what I want to see. Two teams absolutely dislike each other. Go at it on Sunday Night Football, and where everybody's going to be hanging out at the bars and chilling out. Saturday night, I mean, everybody is there, but everybody's partying on Saturday night too.
That handshake was something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great. It was great. It was
like the side eye, not even like a look to the face. Like, obviously you saw Jordan and Caleb come together, but then just like the side eye of like, hey, I know I have to do this, but I don't want to do it.
Yeah, it was definitely something very interesting to watch. All right.
I'm surprised it didn't catch more legs though. I mean, it did a little bit, but not that much.
Well, it caught a lot of legs, trust me, on almost every single social media, especially X. It was all over the place. But we got to go to my golf clap because we have Steve Weich waiting for us. Here's my golf clap of the week.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
All right, my golf clap of the week goes to Brooks Koepka, okay? He's back on the PGA Tour just weeks after the exit of the Live Golf, and only days after formally requesting reinstatement. The speed and sequencing suggest the choreography. The truth is as messier as it can be. And the end, to me, golf. I'm not a golf fan, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, but Brooks Koepka is a guy that has won the U.S. Open. He has been as good a golfer here in the United States as we've seen. And there's a lot of great golfers, especially the number one golfer in the country. And we talk about it all the time, including Jabba, who loves his golf. But to read this story and understand what golf is doing and allowing Brooks to come back says a lot about, what Brooks has done and walking away and then deciding to come back just in the blink of an eye. So my golf clap of the day goes to, I guess I would say the PGA for allowing this. I mean, it's a crazy story, but my golf clap of the day goes to the PGA allowing Brooks to come back. So golf clap. All right. When we come back, he's been waiting. I got a bone to pick with my man over here because Phillip Rivers showed back, ladies and gentlemen, and he's no longer going to be in the Hall of Fame conversation because he's got to wait another 5 years. When we come back, we will be talking to NFL Network Chief National Reporter Steve Weich, but our Sports Minute with the Fish.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, what's up, everybody? Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. I got a couple of stories before we get into the scores this evening. In one of the more unique stories out in the past week, Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman was accused of battery by a high school wrestling coach after his son's wrestling meet on January 3rd. According to the South Bend Tribune, New Prairie High School assistant wrestling coach Chris Flieger filed charges of battery against Marcus Freeman for an incident at the January 3rd event. Despite the charges, Notre Dame officials were adamant the video evidence exonerates Freeman from any wrongdoing, which was actually started by Flieger after Freeman's son's match against Flieger's school in the meet. Vinny Freeman, head coach Marcus Freeman's son, was verbally accosted during and after his wrestling match by a local wrestling coach, Notre Dame said in their statement. Marcus and Joanna Freeman intervened and removed Vinny from the situation. At no point did Coach Freeman physically engage with anyone. We believe that the police report, which includes video evidence, fully exonerates Coach Freeman and makes clear these accusations are totally unfounded. And in a statement Monday, the St. Joseph's County prosecutor also decided not to press any charges against Freeman, stating that the video did not show a two-handed shove alleged by Flieger. Freeman, who is a man because he's 40, signed a reworked deal for more money this season after rumors of a jump to the NFL gave him some lucrative leverage negotiating his salary after 5 pretty successful years in South Bend. Apparently, some local wrestling coaches wanted some of that bag as well. Good on Freeman walking away. To honor his record-breaking 23rd season in the NBA, the Lakers' number 23, LeBron James, was given a special patch for his jersey in recognition of the all-time feat. The first time he will wear the patch is tonight in Cleveland, where it all started for the NBA's all-time point leader. The patch, which will be on the upper right part of the chest, features a silhouette of LeBron's famous pre-game chalk toss and has the colors of the 3 teams he played for in his storied career, the Cavs, the Heat, and the Lakers. LeBron will wear the patch for the remainder of the regular season. After LeBron plays these games with the patch on his jersey, the patches will be removed and sent to Topps, where they will be put on basketball cards, which will certainly have some extra value added with these patches attached to them. Topps started making basketball cards for the first time in 16 years this October, starting off with rookies' debut patches they wore the first games of their careers, as well as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's MVP patch, Evan Mobley's Defensive Player of the Year patch, and Stephon Castle's Rookie of the Year patch. James, in his 23rd year, has missed some time due to injury and had a slow start to the season, but is still averaging 21.9 points on 51% shooting, 6.9 assists, and 5.6 boards for the Lakers, who are currently the 5 seed in the loaded Western Conference. It is still wild card weekend on Monday Night Football. There's 1 minute and 11 seconds left in the first quarter. The Steelers have the ball, probably about to punt it, and it is 3-0 Steelers over the Texans. In the NBA right now, start of the fourth quarter, it is 90-85 Jazz over the Cavs. 10:25 left in the third. It is all tied at 56 between the Celtics and Pacers. The 76ers are all over the Raptors in Toronto at halftime, 80-51. Early in the first, it's 18-11 Mavs over the Nets. And still to come tonight, Kings, Lakers, and Clippers. Hornets. In hockey right now, the Rangers are tied with the Kraken and MSG at the start of the third period, 2-2. At the end of the second, it's 2-2 Sabres and Panthers. 3-0 Red Wings over the Hurricanes, 5:30 left in the second there. End of second in Philly, it's 4-1 Lightning over the Flyers. And just tying it up right now, the Canucks tied the Canadiens 3-3, 10 minutes left in the second period there. At the end of the first, Devils 1, Wild 0. 10 minutes left in the first, no score between the Blackhawks and Oilers. And still to come tonight, Avalanche, Maple Leafs, and Kings, Stars. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, on our Job in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. I like this. I got 5 on it. You're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. I don't know if I have $5 on me, but maybe by the end of the night, one of you guys can throw me a $5. I can go to Applebee's and buy myself a nice date. I don't think it's worth $5. You know who I am. My name is Errol Marks. My co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And ladies and gentlemen, our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. And ladies and gentlemen, they're giving you 10% off on every single order. If you're a Jabba in the Mouth fan, Ladies and gentlemen, if you go to www.omahasteaks.com/Job in the Mouth or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo, you will get 10% off the beefy, the juicy, the one we call Omaha Steaks. Ladies and gentlemen, 10% off. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think he needs 10% off at any steak. We love him. He hasn't been on the show for a while. The last time he was on the show, me and him went back and forth, him with Matthew Stafford, me, Phillip Rivers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know him, now you do. We are now talking to NFL Network's chief national reporter, Steve Wyche. Steve, what's up, man?
What's up, man? I love the energy, good stuff. Man, I forgot about that conversation.
he mentioned it already, Steve. Don't worry.
That's why I love you, Steve, because the last time you were on the show, we went back and forth, and it was so fitting when we got a message from your agent saying that you were coming on tonight. It's like, hey, wait a second. The last time me and Steve went back and forth was about 1.5 years ago, and Phillip Rivers was what? 1.5 years away from being a Hall of Fame candidate. And now we got to wait another 5 years, Steve. What's going on here? But it is an amazing story. I never would have thought that Phillip Rivers was going to come out of retirement. He definitely looked old. He definitely looked fat. But for a guy to come out who had no preseason, no back end of practices, he really just came out and said, give me the ball. I'm throwing it. What did you think of the 3 games that we saw, the one we call Phil?
I thought he was amazing. I mean, to come in, like you said, under those circumstances, like we always hear like it takes, this much time for a guy to get ready and to get seasoned. And the way he came in and he worked with not only the coaching staff, but the other 10 guys in the huddle. And you're making line checks and you're getting guys all set up here and there. It was incredible, not only how he played, but the way the other guys responded to him. So much about success at quarterback is how the other guys respond to you. Do they trust you? And he was like a breath of fresh air. And so I think the fact that the rest of his teammates were like, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about. He knows how to play football. Let's go. That's why they were so competitive. Even though they didn't win those ball games, that was a good football team that just got sidetracked and in the mud. But I thought it was incredibly exciting, for him to be able to come in and do what he did.
How about Riley Leonard? We've had him on the show.
Yeah.
I've been interviewing Riley Leonard since he was 8th grade, and he's slowly but surely become the number 1 quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. I think having a guy like Phillip Rivers, a future possible, as you would say, never Hall of Famer. I mean, having that guy on the sidelines, giving you some pointers, giving you some information that maybe you're not getting from the coaching staff or your quarterback coach, that's pretty amazing too.
Absolutely. And he's going to continue to give it because Phillip Rivers is just that type of human being, just to continue to offer that type of advice. And I got to tell you this about the Hall of Fame stuff. These 3 games, that's going to add some serious mystique to his already established lore. So this may help him get in when he becomes eligible in 5 years. Because I tell you what, the one thing is right now, there's going to be such a log jam of first-time eligible guys coming up for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He might not have got in for 5 years anyway.
I'm smelling a nice juicy steak. I'm smelling it. I'm smelling it.
So I'll transition to the other end of that debate you guys had. And the one you were advocating for was Matthew Stafford, who it looked like the Rams might have traded at the start of the season. The Giants were very interested in him. The Steelers were very interested in him. And the Rams give him an extension. He had those back problems. And now he's a case for the MVP this year. I know a lot of people like Drake May. What are your thoughts on that whole situation with Matthew Stafford and the Rams this year?
It's going to be interesting. I think Stafford probably ends up winning it. He was the first team All-Pro, and he was fantastic this year. I mean, to your point, like I was even out at some of the summer workouts where he was just doing nothing but throwing like a weighted baseball against the wall. They just didn't know if he was going to be able to throw a football the way he normally throws it. There you go, Java. Like this is like what he was putting himself through. Clayton Kershaw's old high school catcher, by the way. And so we didn't really know that he was going to be able to come out and do this. And he's been incredible this year. He's been healthy. He's had a rotation of players on the offensive line. He's fortunate to have Puka Nacua, but Devontae Adams hasn't been there. And I think before my argument was, I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer. I think he is now. I think this, whether they get to the Super Bowl or not, what he just did sealed it for me. He took at his age and overcoming that injury and seeing how many years he's played and seeing how he's handled himself, I don't think there's any doubt. Does he get in the first ballot? Who knows? I don't know when he's ever, who he's going to be going in with, because he may play another year. I frankly hope so at the level he's playing at. But he has really put the cherry on top for me if I was swaying in the other direction.
So Steve, you brought up something too, and I'm going to stay on the Hall of Fame side of it. Do you think Phillip coming back and how you prefaced it saying maybe this cemented a different aspect, because it may have taken him 5 years, like you said? Do you think though too that leaves like the lasting, like, because always the first impression is the most, and then your lasting one when he come back, and to do what he did in the eyes of like people that aren't football people, we're like, well, he didn't win. Was it great? But from your perspective, it's seeing what he did and knowing how important that position is to everybody and them embracing him. Do you think that cements a little bit more? And obviously we don't know the class at the time,
right?
But do you think that gives him a little bit of edge to sway those votes? Because
yes,
we're humans, like, and we see it, and it's like, man, this dude was a high school football coach, nothing, and everybody embraced him. They saw what it was, and now it's like he's that father figure. I mean, he's got 10 kids, so he knows how to lead anyways. And now he's comes back in, didn't have any camp, didn't have anything with him, but they all embraced him, where it's like, man, this dude is the real deal. Like, his numbers are always going to be his numbers. Those are never going to change. Do you think that cemented him a little bit more?
I think it helps, because look, there's a debate. You know, when you talk to coaches and people who played against Phillip, like his teammates, all these guys, LaDainian, Gates, all these guys, he should be in. But a lot of teams who played against him were like, we used to love playing against Phillip because we knew in the fourth quarter he was going to give us an opportunity to get a pick. Right? He never got to the Super Bowl. He didn't have an abundance of all pros or Pro Bowls. But, Drew Brees, I think, only has one first-team All-Pro because he played at the same time as Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady and all these guys. So that really can't be held against him. So I do think this helps. But here's another interesting aspect to think about this. 5 years from now, when he becomes eligible again, there's probably going to be somewhat of a shift in the voters, right? Some of the guys may age out, may retire, may not want to do this. There could be a younger voting group who saw this. Like you said, Joe, with the recency bias of this. This was a lasting memory. They hadn't seen him for 5 years before then. All of a sudden, he shows up out of nowhere and poof, waves almost a magic wand and almost gets them into the playoffs. And so I do think that recency bias is something that could sway some of the new voters that come into the room.
Do you think he did it too because he gets that extra 3 years of insurance now too?
Yes. Hey, no, he gets the extra 5. He gets it for 5. And it's crazy as that sounds. I don't think that was his driving purpose. He's got the great relationship with Shane Steichen. He loves playing the game. But this, being a former ball player yourself, how guys try to coach or stay involved as long as they can to maintain those benefits and to add to that pension for as long as they can. All the time, coaches, I got to get in 25. If I get in 25, I'm good. Players, okay, if I can coach for 10, that'll give me 25. Whatever the number is that they want to hit for them to retire peacefully. So trust me, that is an extra fringe benefit that he did not blindly approach this with.
Oh, I know. I waited till I got 10, so I was fully vested. I retired after I got into my 11th year, but days wise, it was almost like 10 to the day.
There you go.
We are talking to NFL Network's chief national reporter, Steve White. She's done NFL game day mornings, Saturday at noon, Sunday, 9 a.m. on NFL Network. Speedy is posting it up on every single platform over here. So I'm reading it. But Steve, we look at obviously the weekend on wildcard weekend. It's the best time for football because you get the chance to see the best football of the year. And Josh Allen, to me, has been the face of this weekend. And why? Because there's no Lamar Jackson. There's no Patrick Mahomes. There's no Joe Burrow. They're gone. They're not even playing in the playoffs. You have Josh friggin' Allen. These guys that I mentioned, you can argue are the top 4, top 3 quarterbacks, the faces of the NFL right now. When you look at obviously what Josh Allen has brought as a player since he's come from college Wyoming, and now what he's done over the last 8 or 9 years, specifically for the Buffalo Bills, and trying to get to that chance of winning the Lombardi Trophy. Do you believe that this year is his best chance to get to that platform?
I understand the argument, but I hate the argument because Burrow's not there. It's his best chance. I don't think this is the best Bills team he's been on. And I do think some of the other teams might be just as stout as some of those Ravens and Chiefs. Denver is no freaking joke, man. I mean, there's a couple teams that they could face that could put him out of the playoffs, and you can't sit there and say, oh, well, he blew it, his window's closed. I just think that because this isn't the best team, when he has one of those better teams with a better defense, when you had the Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer safety tandem playing together in their primes, taking the ball away and things like that. I think those teams were better when he actually had wide receivers. So I think it'd be unfair to judge the greatness of Josh Allen if he doesn't get to the Super Bowl just because Burrow, Lamar, and Patrick Mahomes are out. I think that would be unfair. That said, no team asked more of their quarterback than the Bills ask of Josh Allen. When all else fails, 17, go get your brains beat out on the way to the end zone. But if you can run over 3 players crossing the goal line, we'll take it. And so
that's the truth. And I again, you're right. We went back and forth that this is probably, Steve, the worst defense he's had since he's been.
Yeah.
This is not the same defense he's had, but what Josh Allen gives to the Buffalo Bills and what Josh Allen delivers every single playoff weekend is something that we don't see a lot of quarterbacks do. You mentioned Bo Nix. Am I trusting Bo Nix as good as Sean Payton is, as good as the Broncos defense has been all season long? Am I going to trust their offense that they're going to be able to put it in the end zone? I don't know. I know Josh Allen's going to find a way to put the ball in the end zone. That to me is why I would give more an advantage going into the divisional game to Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills than Bo Nix and Sean Payton.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't, just because what's on the other side of Bo Nix? Nick Bonito, Derek Allen, that defense. I mean, as great as Josh Allen can be, there's certain things if he can overcome certain things like that, no turnovers, play a clean game, salute to him. Again, I'm not taking anything away from Josh Allen. I'm taking away the Buffalo Bills as a whole, or why I don't think it'd be fair to judge Josh Allen if he doesn't make it. And I'm all for it if he does. I think he's one of the greatest players I've seen in my lifetime, especially the physical abuse that he takes is like, the hack-a-shack almost, where he got fouled 10 times harder than anybody else and still didn't get fouls called on him. But
he answers the bell every time too.
Every time, man. I mean, look what happened this week. They took James Cook out of this game.
Yep.
They took him out. No team's been able to do that. And he still delivered. And, so salute to him, and here's the key stat for the Buffalo Bills that people don't talk about enough. They possess the ball longer than any team in the NFL. They average almost 34 minutes a game time of possession. That's Josh Allen pushing it, or on 3rd and 11, finding a way to get a first down. Right? That's them going on 8, 9, 10 play drives over and over again as to not expose their defense and to find ways to get points on the board because of his will, because of his skill, and because of his toughness.
So I want to shift to one of the other games, the 49ers and the Eagles. The 49ers winning that game with a lot of injuries. They lose George Kittle for the rest of the season, maybe for next season as well. And then the Eagles on the other side, we've heard the drama with A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni. Like, what do you think is the fallout for both of these teams? The Niners advancing to play the Seahawks and the Eagles, and offseason some questions.
Wow, I mean, it's great. So let's talk about Philadelphia first. I mean, look, their offense has done this all season long. They're not creative. The offensive line couldn't necessarily get the push to spring Saquon. I still don't know why, after watching Kenneth Walker go for about $150 on San Francisco the week before, I don't know why you don't get Saquon the ball 30 times a game. He's going to hit one. I don't get it. As great as Robert Saleh schemed, with as much heart as those Niners defenders play with, I just don't get it. I haven't gotten it all season. So, I mean, I'm sure the Eagles have got to make a change at offensive coordinator. If they don't, that's going to be an issue. That's going to be a big, big problem. A.J. Brown, I think he's probably bad attitude his way out of town one way or another. I just don't think you can tolerate that anymore, especially when he doesn't make plays, when he has an opportunity to make a play at the end of that game. And then for the San Francisco 49ers, I would say, man, losing Kittle might just be one injury too much, but they're so familiar, having played Seattle twice this year, the first game of the season, last game of the regular season, but they played them 2 weeks ago. It was a 13-3 game that could have flipped had Christian McCaffrey been able to hang on to that deflected pass that came his way that ended up in a Seattle interception near the goal line. That was a 13-3 game. I mean, the Niners defense, Seattle was inept in the red zone a little bit. They had opportunities to really stretch this game open. But that familiarity is going to make this a really, really good game up in Seattle where the 12s are back. They're back to the Legion of Boom days, man. I was at a game against the Rams when they made the big comeback against the Rams, and I was like, man, this is as loud as I heard it back when Russell Wilson and Doug Baldwin and Marshawn were doing their things up here too. So that's going to be a great game.
Do you think too, like, and you touched on a little bit, like they just ended the season with them, and we kind of saw it in the Bears and Packers game. They played 3 times in 5 weeks.
Yep.
Do you think that playing that, and obviously I never played the game of football, so I don't know if that familiarity goes like with this game as much, but when it's that short of it, do you have enough time to change? And obviously being in Seattle and the Niners going there, because now if the Bears lose, then the Niners would have hosted. And so now having to go there, do you think it hurts or hinders their aspect? And from the other side, like they just played them, do you think there's an advantage or disadvantage in going there?
Well, it's absolutely an advantage to be at home field, especially, 49ers had to fly across the country to Philadelphia. They got to fly all the way back to California and have a short week. So, the physical toll is real, but it's almost like playing on a Thursday night, right? The physical toll is real. But again, this is where the familiarity of playing one another twice a season and in such a close period of time helps. You talk to players, you talk to coaches in these scenarios, and they're like, look, there's a few things we can tweak. We can go back in our playbook and find some things that we haven't used in a while offensively to try to catch them in a look maybe they haven't seen. But at some point, it just comes down to players executing. They know each other well. We know what they want to do. They know what we want to do. Who's going to be tougher, who's not going to turn the ball over, and who's going to take advantage when they've got opportunities to put points on the board.
Steve, they hate each other. The Packers and the Bears can't stand each other. You saw Ben Johnson. I love it too. And LaFleur, I feel bad for LaFleur because after the game, I feel bad for Jordan Love because Jordan Love was standing there trying to speak to the press. And the first thing the press attacks him with, do you think LaFleur should be the coach next year? And how do you respond to that after having a great game? You're one of the reasons why your team was still in the game. Your team doesn't show up in the second half. You do. And the first thing you're going to ask me is, should the coach should be there? Should my coach be there? How do you answer a question like that after losing a game and trying to move on in a divisional game? I mean, how do you respond to that? If you were him, how would you respond to that?
Well, I think he handled it well, by saying, yeah, he should be. He stayed with me. Remember, this is a quarterback. Let's have a longer memory here. Who his first 2 years when he's backing up Aaron Rodgers, people thought he couldn't play. He can't do this. He's a flop. He was a terrible pick. And through the coaching and the development, they have turned him into one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. So Jordan Love, I'm sure, respects that. Had you asked him this a couple of years ago, he probably said, yeah, get him out of here. This guy doesn't like me. But now this guy helped make him into a great quarterback. I mean, Matt LaFleur, I'll just talk about them letting him go. I dare them, right? Find somebody better than him and then watch him go to Atlanta or to Miami or someplace else and start winning more games than you. I mean, that's what will happen. He's a very, very good coach.
And that goes to Ben Johnson too. If you think about it, Ben Johnson was handed a job where we had Matt Eberflus there, and Matt Eberflus, he was one and done as a defensive coordinator with the Cowboys. So we all know he can't, even though I think he's a pretty decent defensive coordinator, I don't think he's as bad as everybody says he is. But to watch Ben Johnson really develop a guy like Caleb Williams, who I believe is a star, but he needed the right guy in place that's going to help him develop him. You could see the difference. If Matt LaFleur leaves, does that help Jordan Love or does that hurt Jordan Love as much as we've seen Ben Johnson, how much he's helped Caleb Williams?
It's great. That's such a great way. That's such a great point you make. Because first off, you don't know who'd come in to replace him, but it's not like they're a bad football team. I mean, you lose your best defensive player for a couple of weeks. Your defense can't find any traction. You're playing a familiar opponent at their field, and you just don't make plays down the stretch. Not that it's Jordan Love's fault or Matt LaFleur's fault. I mean, the defense got hit with some incredible plays by Caleb Williams. And, to go to the Ben Johnson part of it, again, we have to go broader here. Organizationally, what did the Bears do in the offseason? They went out and got 3 stud veteran offensive linemen. What did Ben Johnson have in Detroit? A stud offensive line. So I tell you what, there's a big thought bubble here, guys. If you want to build a championship team, maybe go get a good offensive line. Because right now, Seattle's got a pretty good one. The Rams have a pretty good one. The Niners have a pretty good one. Look what New England did. They went out and drafted offensive linemen and got offensive line. Guess what? They win the AFC East. So I think that's kind of a basic formula to success in the NFL.
I want to shift gears a little bit to the coaching, the big coaching firing last week. That was John Harbaugh after 18 years with the Ravens, and subsequently after Mike McDaniel fired by the Dolphins. I'm under the impression that maybe that could be an interesting target for them. What do you think about the Ravens' decision, first of all, to fire Harbaugh? There was maybe some tension with Lamar Jackson, maybe. And does John Harbaugh take a year off? Does he coach again? And if so, what do you think is the best spot for him?
Let's go to the end. He's going to coach again. That's in the family genetics, bro. When you're a Harbaugh baby, dad coached, Jim coached, John coached. I mean, that's in the DNA. When they do the swab right there, they're going to be a football coach. You don't even have to go to Ancestry to figure that out when your last name's Harbaugh. Well, he's going to coach again. It's interesting because when John Harbaugh came out this weekend, or his agent or whomever, and said he's only going to talk to a couple of teams, I immediately was like, is Miami off the board here? Because he interviewed with Atlanta tonight. Mm-hmm. And Atlanta just established the type of structure he came from organizationally in Baltimore. Matt Ryan's president of football operations, much like Ozzie Newsome has been there for years, right? They're going to put a GM in place, and then he just has to go in and coach and have some say. There's a quarterback there, right? So there's certain things he can do. He'll probably have significant autonomy. And for Atlanta, it's, Arthur Blank. I used to be the beat writer down there for years. He's always hired first-time coaches. Raheem Morris was the first head coach he's hired that had been a previous head coach. So to come in with the gravitas that John Harbaugh has, that would be significant for that organization. Not to say he's going to go there, because apparently the Giants are hot on his tail. You got a quarterback with the Giants. You got defensive players. You make a couple right decisions coaching and staffing that thing up and get a couple players. They can flip that real quick. Because you see the NFC East could be up for grabs at any point. So it all really depends on him. Just something tells me the Miami situation might not tickle his fancy that much right now. When he said he's going to narrow his teams down, maybe he talks to them. But I was with you. When they fired McDaniel, I thought, okay, Harbaugh's going there. They tried to get his brother a couple of years ago. Right. But maybe his brother said, you know what, you might not want to go there, even with all the Michigan ties that are happening in Miami.
All right, so this is the question. Right now, we finished fun wild card, right? If you have to pick one to win the Super Bowl right now, who is it?
If I got to pick a team to win the Super Bowl right now, I'd say the Seattle Seahawks.
Wow.
I think defensively, they are as real as it gets at all 3 levels. Their defensive line, they leave carnage on the field every play. Got some really good linebackers that fit the scheme, and they've got 2 aces that no other team has, and that's Devin Witherspoon, and that's the rookie safety, Nick Eamon-Wari, right? They've got 2 guys you can play anywhere. Whatever you try to do personnel-wise, 3 tight ends, 4 wide, whatever, doesn't matter. They got you. Now, you may say Sam Darnold's a wild card. He is. He is. Every team's got some type of wild card, to go back to the Josh Allen argument. He's probably the most sturdy quarterback him and Matthew Stafford left in the playoffs. But looking at how complete Seattle is, and just kind of seeing how they play, I think they can line up against anybody, anywhere, and do their thing.
You're going to give me agita. That's what you're going to do, Steve. You're going to give me agita. This is what happens when Steve Weich comes on this show. I get agita. That's how I feel. Sam Darnold, who was a Jets quarterback, who, by the way, the New York Jets drafted as their third pick a couple of years ago in the Saquon Barkley draft, is going to win a Super Bowl. Do you know how upset I will be when I watch him raise that Lombardi trophy? How sick I will be as a Jet fan. I would be sick to my stomach. And that to me, and I love McDonald, but believe it or not, I think McDonald is coach of the year. I think he's been the best coach in the NFL all season long. The transition coming from a Baltimore Raven team. A lot of people question his thought of the process being a defensive coordinator under John Harbaugh, but you can see the defense. Ever since he's left, this hasn't been the same defense. So you know how good McDonald has been for the Baltimore Ravens and John Harbaugh. And then you look at the transition. You get over there, you add some old Jets defensive players. You got a little mix of all these veteran players and some youth. And then they have one of the best defenses in the league. They have one of the best running games in the league. Oh, and by the way, they bring in Sam Darnold for 3 years, $100 million from the Minnesota Vikings, who, by the way, absolutely struck out on that move because they went with J.J. McCarthy. And you're sitting here laughing to the bank, Seattle going to the Super Bowl. Very good. Thank you, Steve. That's my golf clap of the day. Thank you for making me even sicker as a New York Jets fan.
See, at least they won't win the Super Bowl with Jamal Adams on the team, though.
Sick. Absolutely sick. By the way, I got a good question for you right now because I am really, really sick of the New York Jet fans. Now, my thought here is a lot of Jet fans are upset because Aaron Glenn is sitting there at their head as a head coach. Now, I like Aaron Glenn. I think Aaron Glenn deserves at least 3 years to build his own team. You can't just throw him away. I mean, if that was the case, why didn't the Lions do that with Dave Campbell? I mean, Dan Campbell. They could have left Dan Campbell and tell Dan Campbell to take a hike. And Dan Campbell was coach of the year last year and one of the best NFL coaches right now in the league. So my thought here is the Jets should give this guy a chance. But everybody else's thought is the guy sucks. He can't speak to the media and he doesn't know how to develop a team. I want to hear from the great Steve Weich. Do you believe that if you give this guy a couple of years and put the proper players in place to run this defense and run this team, that they can succeed? Steve.
Well, here's what I'll say is we'll see. It all depends on the quarterback. You know, it really does. And first off, for Jets fans to have such a high bar, excuse me. What? Excuse me? What are you talking about? But look, organizationally, clearly they've got some things they've got to fix. It's not like they haven't had good talent there. We look at all the great talent. They're like the Clippers back in the Donald Sterling era when they were drafting top 5 year after year after year, and they couldn't win any ball games. I mean, organizationally, they've got to figure something out. But Aaron Glenn, I don't know if he's going to be a good coach or not. This year was a disaster, but they couldn't figure out this quarterback, had a bunch of injuries, decided to bail on Sauce. So now they're loaded with draft picks, loaded. So now let's give them a chance. But anybody who thought that this team was going to be any good coming into the season, when they made it abundantly clear that they weren't. Coming into the season, they were kind of like, hey, guys, this is going to take a minute.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't go out and get 30-year-old Tom Brady. We went out and got Justin Fields. It's going to take a minute. You know, we got to build this thing. Oh, yeah, they went out and got a pretty good offensive lineman, you know, an Armand Membu. You know, it's going to take time. So Jets fans, you still might be a year away from being a year away.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. A year away from
Philip Rivers will be in the Hall of Fame.
Hey, listen, if that was the case, every single year is a year away for a Jet fan. Think about it. How many quarterbacks do the Jets have to go through? Hey, you know what? Let's try to make a trade and bring Joe Burrow here because that's what all the Jet fans want. What the hell is wrong with you guys?
Who doesn't want that?
I mean, everybody wants it. It's not going to happen. It's a Jet fan's fantasy. You know, I can tell you a lot of fantasies I have, but I don't want to scare people off on this show. So, I mean, Speedy's got a lot of different scary fantasies as well. But I mean, come on, as a Jet fan, you sit here today and you wonder, and I can't stand the Raiders organization because they're sitting pretty. They're going to get Mendoza because, by the way, they decided to sit out Crosby and Brock Bowers. I mean, it makes me sick. Finally, the Jets have a chance. I was there at the Heisman Trophy. I was happy. I loved when he went out there in Times Square raising his trophy for all the Jet fans screaming Jets, 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 Jets. I was there, ladies and gentlemen, and I got sick because I knew it was never going to happen because that is very Jet-esque. Thank you. Thank you for all you stupid Jet media guys. All you guys out there that make me sick to my stomach. I'm going to have agita. I might as well sit on the ball and have some X-Lax or something because I am sick to my stomach. I'm going to go into another year with epic proportion of bullcrap. This team stinks, and I'm tired of it. I don't even want to be a Jet fan anymore. I'd rather be... I'll be a Jacksonville Jaguar fan, even though I can't stand the Gremlin. I can't stand
they have to trade him first.
Travis Hunter, and I would rather be rooting for that team because at least Cohen and I don't know if Trevor Lawrence is anything to smart about, but hey, $55 million does. I am sick to my stomach, Steve, as a Jet fan. There he is. There's the Gremlin. I gave him the nickname, Travis the Gremlin. I even forgot his name. Travis the Gremlin Hunter. I'm losing my mind tonight. I told the boys before the show, Steve, you watch. I'm going to lose it tonight. I'm going to lose it. And when I lose it, I can't even express where I'm going to go with it. So now, ladies and gentlemen, you know where I'm going with Steve Weich, who is going to owe me a steak dinner in 5 years because you know who's going to the Hall of Fame. And by the way, Matthew Stafford is absolutely a Hall of Famer. You are absolutely right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I flipped.
There you go.
But Steve,
I'm on the fence, but he's a Canton guy all day.
Steve, let's give him a little bit. Do you think Aaron Glenn's the right dude for that team?
He doesn't know.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, Jabba, because I thought Robert Saleh was the right guy. You know,
Bambi.
Here you go again. Uh-oh.
I'm just saying, like after a year or two, I know Robert Saleh. I think he's a damn good leader. I think he's a damn good coach. But there've been some things that have happened. There's been a lot of good players. All I'm going to say, I'll put it like this. I think there's been some smart, talented coaches to come through there. There's been a lot of talent to go through there. But they end up getting fired. The players end up getting let go or moved.
Zach Wilson? Steve, please.
There's a couple of constants.
Zach Wilson? You want to talk about good players? There he is. There's Bambi. All right. Zach Wilson, Mr. Mother, whatever you want to call him.
I was not specific, but I'm just saying. You talked about Sam Darnold earlier. He's been pretty good since he's left there. There have been a couple guys who've done pretty well since they've left there.
Thank you, Steve.
There are a couple of constants. Again, that building itself needs to kind of, I don't know, someone needs to come by with some fairy dust or whatever. And kind of
they should hire me to be the spokesman for the New York Jets. Me to go out there to the media.
Yeah, that's really good. I can see that going over real well.
It will go very well because you know what? I will go to the media, Steve, and I will tell them.
We will get canceled. We would get canceled.
How would we get canceled? First of all, I'm straightforward. I'm honest. I have personality. I have pizzazz. And I would tell all the media people over and over again, because I've done it. I've gotten into arguments with a lot of media people over the years. Some people that think that they know what they're talking about, and I've called them out on it. And then I called them out and actually dropped the hammer on them. And then they try to backtrack and try to find their way out of the maze. My thought here is the New York Jets as an organization is a failure. And the only way they're going to get out of this failure to launch is if they find themselves a quarterback. Do not reach in this year's draft for a quarterback. Wait until next year where you have a boatload of picks and a boatload of talent. That's the way I go. What do you think, Steve? Do the Jets draft a quarterback this year, or you go veteran and get a quarterback next year where you can launch a possibility of maybe getting lucky and getting Arch or, I don't know, one of those guys?
Yeah. Look, it's always a risk saying I'll wait until the next year, because look at how many guys we thought there's going to be 6 guys coming out this year who are going to be great, and none of them materialize, right? So you really don't know. That's always a risk. And as a coach, you don't know if you're going to be back, especially with that organization, who likes to reload. I mean, that revolver barrel is always turning, man. So I would think that they would probably go veteran and fortify things the other way, just based on some of the guys coming out in the draft. And look, you may call me crazy, but there's going to be some guys on the market, be it Kyler Murray, be it Tua, be it whomever, right? Mac Jones. I mean, whomever. You may not like it, but teams have done worse. Teams have found ways to, hey, Kirk Cousins, bring Kirk O'Chains up there. You never really know, and that's where, with all these draft picks and everything, you would hope when you talk about transparency that they at least express to you their philosophy of what they plan to do. And that's where a lot of losing teams get into trouble. Like when you watch the Raiders this year, like what are they doing? Like what is their offensive philosophy? They have Ashton Genty, but they got Geno throwing it 40 times a game. Right. And so you're trying to figure out what you are. And that's what Aaron Glenn and his staff need to figure out. Like, what are they? Are we going to bang on defense and just let our offense figure it out over time like the Broncos have done? Because it works to a point. So we'll see. So
thank you.
Jets, Jets.
No, Jets sucks. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. And by the way, all the media people, and that's another thing. Before we let you go, Steve, you've heard a lot of media guys. I'm not going to mention any names. All these guys before the season, they're sitting there and they're speaking about this team and, oh, we like this guy. And Aaron looks like he's the perfect guy. Now, all of a sudden, throw him out. He's garbage. He's disposed. He's an absolute disposal piece of garbage. Everything. And everybody keeps pointing out, well, look, Breece Hall don't want to be here. Look, this guy don't want to be here. That guy, Quentin Williams, never wanted to be here. This is the problem with Jets media guys. They can't stick to the same thought before the season and even after the season. How about just let's pray to God that this team has some understanding of what they're doing? Because honestly, in 50 years, and I'm not 50 years old, but I'm getting close up there, I might have a heart attack before that time comes where I can say, hey, the Jets are actually playing in a Super Bowl. So,
but that's every media corps. That's every media group. I mean, if the team doesn't win, look at the Packers. They got one of the best coaches in the NFL, and they're talking about getting rid of Matt LaFleur. And so
I'll take them.
I'm telling you, man, it's like it's what we do. We live in the moment, especially now where everything is microwaved and everything is here and there. To sit there and let a process play out, you better keep preaching. The process, it's going to take a while. It's got to be. If you don't, you're setting yourself up for that type of screw.
Steve, would you put a steak in a microwave? Let me ask you. Would you put a steak? No, you wouldn't. But guess what? The Jet fans would. I know the Jets organization would. Yeah, you just put a little bit of spice on it. It'll taste a little bit of good.
Right into the Johnson microwave.
I am sick to my stomach. Thank you, Steve, for making me even. I after this interview, after we go and we will move on to the show, I will remember this interview on Steve. He's the guy that sits back and he says, the Jets need to find a quarterback. It might be better. It might get better. But all in all, this team never finds a way out of it. They're stuck in quicksand and they're sinking deep, deep, deep. And that's what's going on as a Jet fan. So
well, you're hanging on to them. You're going down with them, bro. There are 31 other teams.
I'm a Jet fan. I'm a real Jet fan. And I actually root for the Eagles because I grew up a Donovan McNabb fan. But watching the Eagles debacle yesterday and then actually talk about the Jets today, honestly, I'm going to take something after the show because I'm going to have to calm the hell down because I'm losing.
Jabba, he's in his happy place. Jets fans and Philadelphia fans are only happy when they're mired in misery, right? I guarantee you when the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year, people were complaining about Jalen Hurts or something in some way, just so it felt good to the heart.
Well, I'm not going to go out there and eat horse crap on the ground like some of these Eagle fans after they win a Super Bowl. I'm not climbing up. I'm not climbing 5 stories and lunging to my death because I win a Super Bowl. I mean, this is what Eagle fans do. They're absolutely nuts. And as for Jet fans, we don't know what they do because we're never going to get there. So we'll never actually admire what Jet fans are going to do because it's never going to happen. Never. So that's it. I'm calm. I'm collective. Steve, we love
I got to go watch this game, guys.
Yeah, you need to watch it. Hey, funny you say the Eagles. Cam Jurgens lives right around the corner from me.
Well, you'll be seeing a lot of him.
Yeah. He'll be home for the offseason. That's for sure.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate your time, Steve. Thank you.
Steve, you're the best. Thank you, man. You're one of the best in the business. We really appreciate you. Let's get you on after the season. How about that?
You got it.
The off season.
You got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we were just talking to NFL Network chief of the national reporters all over the NFL Network, Steve Weich. I'm sure he enjoyed that interview and some of my craziness. I did lose my mind. But you want to know something? I love Steve because Steve's honest, but he's trying to be a little bit too honest, and he doesn't want to hurt himself going over there and dealing with the Jets fans or the Jets organization when he goes over there. As the NFL Network in the offseason, they go from team to team. Steve is one of those guys that goes there. He doesn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I'll do the work, Steve. Don't worry. But thank you, Steve, for joining us at a short notice. Honestly, that was today, right, Speedy?
I reached out to his publicist last night, and they only got back to me, I think, at 12:15 or something today.
I'm sure he enjoyed that interview, and I'm sure he's laughing and he's enjoying himself watching this godforsaken game. Anyways, we call this Jabba. You love that, right? Did you enjoy that interview?
No, it's fantastic. I love when you have somebody of that caliber being able to break down it all in different waves, because sometimes we kind of just pivot to one avenue of it, and he's able to basically break it down as a caveat of the whole thing as what he sees.
Yes.
And when you get somebody like that, it's just awesome to hear their point of view.
Yeah, he tastes himself, and maybe
I would too if I had that title.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I mean, I taste myself. And by the way, that was a good question. Would you actually put a steak in, a microwave? But Jet fans would. I know Jet fans would, because we've been doing it for 50 years and still can't find a way out of going out and getting a nice, real good steak, because everything that we eat doesn't taste good. Anyway, speaking of taste, save
your tears.
What's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
No!
Say you're sorry!
It is not ideal, but if it's what me, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what me.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lord. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lord, you guys, enough.
And now, it's time for Save Your Tears.
All right. Welcome back to Save Your Tears, everyone's favorite $15 salary cap game. Today is the recap of the wild card round, where we will give out the compliment chorus to the winners. Let's take a look at the board. If you took Josh Allen, he was the top quarterback of the day. If you took Jalen Hurts, he was the bottom quarterback of the day. CMC with a big game. James Cook shut down. It was wild all throughout. Some big numbers, but not to be had by George Kittle if you spent on him, because he got hurt with a torn Achilles. Let's see the results for the first game. Again, Speedy had a $3 extra for winning the regular season. It'll only get Speedy the silver, because, yes, he's here with us right now. Wow. The champion for the wild card round is the man himself, Nick Goody, with an 85-82. Josh Allen, CMC, big games, solid throughout.
I farted.
Shakir benefit and Kincaid benefited Josh Allen. Smart methodology, Goody. We'll give you compliments in a second. Second place was Speedy Petey, followed by Tommy Poops. All right, compliment chorus time. Last place in this one goes first. The man on the soundboard himself, Mr. L. Marks.
Blowjob.
Hey, there he is. The nice smile, the nice fresh beard, and the beautiful and Nifton coughing or choking on whatever he's eating. Anyways, Nick, I love you. I've always loved your Chad GPT takes. I love everything about Goody and Goody's bag of balls, and I love you as a person. You've always been a guy since we've met and since we've built a good relationship. You've always given me good advice. You've always been there for me, and I think as intelligent as you've been, and you're an LSU graduate, that kind of makes me sick to my stomach. I respect everything that you do, not only as a father and as a son, but as a person that I can call a friend. Thank you.
I appreciate
was
that.
Pretty poetic right there from Mr. Mark. Second to go in this one will be Nithmania.
Let me hear it, Nith.
Well, the Goodster in the house winning this game. First of all, Rudy, congrats on the win. Love working with you. And the first time we connected was like 4 or 5 years ago. And meeting and obviously getting to meet you in person, meeting your family, your kids. Keep up the great work, man. You're a big part of this show. And and obviously you're the one who gave me this job, by the way. So kudos to you. Thank you for that. We'll never forget that from New Orleans. So congrats on this win. And
I need a blow pop.
Love, Goody.
Appreciate that, Nith.
Yeah.
You know, Nathan's always very caring.
I love Lisa.
He cares so much, as we know, mostly about certain actresses. But it's a big deal when he does confide in everyone because, as you know, he cares. So, I think I'm next on the list. Let's get back to the screen.
I need Brittany also.
What a great job, Goody. You just, you helicopter in from the bullpen, just right in. Imagine they had like a little helicopter you could take, some kind of drone that can
take it.
Not like you just hold on to it like Schwarzenegger, like getting airlifted out of True Lies, and then like right onto the mound. I feel like that's the mic drop type of performance you put up this week in Save Your Tears. Great job.
That's what I do, bud.
All right. Bronze medalist, Tommy Poops.
All right, Mr. Nick Goody, man. It's honestly an honor to see you here at the top of the crown because we all know that you have your semi-chat GPT football intelligence.
Whore bag.
But hey, man, you killed it. You killed it this week. You absolutely did everything you needed to do.
Oh, sucker.
Very down-to-earth person. I'm absolutely glad that I got to meet you last year over in New Orleans, and
he's
like
a crybaby.
If anybody, I'm glad that you're sitting right now on top of King of the Hill, on top of Save Your Tears.
Let's go. Hey, just FYI, I have watched 0 minutes of football pretty much. That was all off the top of the dome. No chat GPT. You just know who to pick and you know who to go with. It's pretty simple, actually. You just go with your gut. I don't need analytics for this. I don't need analytics. I just go with my gut.
Finally, our silver medalist, Mr. Speedy Petey.
Oh, I didn't need analytics either when I was just roped into it. I was hoping Niffy would play one round, but Goody, there always says in sports that good coaches have to prepare for everything, and the one thing that was not being prepared for was the guy that wasn't on this segment for about 12 weeks, and they came through. It came through on me, and honestly, I should have been if it wasn't for the extra $3, I would have been fourth because I probably would have taken Hurts and just kept the rest of my team the same, which would have been a fourth place performance right behind Niffin. But Goody, I will give you a lot of credit for, like I said, not having to watch football for all that time. So I will give you the congratulations and for your team, Goody. Go Tigers!
All right, that's
I appreciate it, fellas. I appreciate it. It's very nice of you. I enjoy it. We love it here. It's great.
Never heard of a skin flu.
Well, let's see if you can defend your crown. We'll be doing this again on Wednesday, and if you don't like the results, you're not allowed to cry about it. You gotta save your tears.
Oh my God. That's how we do it, baby. That's how we do it.
Look at you, Goody, just doing it.
He is. He's very happy. He should smile. There's something to smile about, especially when Speedy is somebody's grown lover, right, Speedy?
Grown.
We've turned Goody to an Adidas guy, though.
That's true. That is true. So speaking, I think Goody's going to like this segment. Some college football. On Thursday night, in the first college football playoff semifinals, the number 10 Miami Hurricanes beat on Ole Miss and the Rebels 31-27. The Hurricanes running back Mark Fletcher had another strong game for Miami with 133 yards, while Ole Miss running back Mr. Lacey had 103 yards, including a 73-yard touchdown in the second quarter, but pulled his hamstring, limiting him to the rest of the game. Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss had 277 yards and a go-ahead passing touchdown to give Ole Miss a 3-point lead with 3 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the game. But Miami quarterback Carson Beck, who finished with 268 yards, 3 total touchdowns, responded with a game-winning drive, running it in himself with 18 seconds left. Chambliss was able to get Ole Miss one last shot in the end zone, but fell short, sending Miami to a national title game for the first time since 2002. In the marquee matchup, the undefeated number 1 seeded Indiana Hoosiers stay that way, completely destroying the number 5 Oregon Ducks 56-22 to advance to their first national championship in school history. Indiana's ground game was dominant again, rushing for 85 yards, while Oregon struggled, getting only 93, as Ducks quarterback Dante Moore had several costly turnovers, fumbling, of course, Fish would put this together, fumbling a snap inside Oregon's 20-yard line and throwing a pick 6 on the first play from scrimmage in this game, setting the tone for the rest of the night. Heisman Trophy winner Fernando Mendoza was nearly perfect again with 177 passing yards, 5 touchdowns to 4 different receivers. Indiana is a 7.5-point favorite against Miami in the national championship, which is located at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami next Monday, which is a nice, beautiful stadium. So let's go into the games. All right. So the first game was the Hurricanes and Ole Miss. And by the way, Chambliss is going to probably go to the NFL draft because there was something that went, something he couldn't.
Well, he didn't get his 6th year.
Yeah, it was his 6th year or something. So he's going to be going into the NFL draft. I don't know if he's a first-round talent. He'll probably fall to the 2nd round with Carson Beck, but we'll see how that falls. But the game, I thought, was fantastic to watch. The Rebels were back and forth with Miami, and Miami had a very small lead going into the second half. And I thought this was what we expected it to be. It was going to be a close game. It was going to be a battle, I believe, of the running game. And I think, obviously, the Miami Hurricanes did enough defensively in the game, especially in the fourth quarter, that kept them close to Chambliss and the Rebels and gave them a chance to win the game. And they did. I will say this. I don't know what's going to happen in the national title game. And I'll get into the Hoosiers and what they did, just manhandling the Ducks. And they did. They manhandled the Ducks. And of course, Fish wanted to put out there Dante Moore and how bad he looked in that game. But I still think Dante Moore is going to be a good quarterback in the NFL, no matter if he goes out this year or comes out next year. But
that was your boy Speedy. It's not me. You got to blame Speedy on that one.
Fish put that there, whatever. Speedy put that there because there's a good chance he could be a Jet. I don't know. But the fact here is the opportunity Miami has to knock off an undefeated Hoosier team is up for grabs. And you heard everybody was saying, is Miami back? Is Miami back? And on social media, a lot of the ex-Miami players said on social media, I'm not going to name because you know who they are, said their only way they're back is if they win the national championship. And the question is, and we will get into that probably in the next couple of weeks. Well, actually, not a couple of weeks, this week on Thursday, because the game is a week away. We can go on the ins and the outs of the game. I'm not here to say it or talk about it. The fact here is it was a heavy dose of Bain and this talented front seven in the fourth quarter. They put a lot of pressure on Chambliss, and Chambliss really was put in spots where he was uncomfortable. Do I think the final play of the game was a penalty? 100%. That was a penalty. But no way in hell is the referee's going to call at the end of the game with 3 seconds left or 2 seconds left of the game. You're going to call a penalty when it's an iffy call. But it was a penalty. It was a back and forth battle. I like the fact that Lane Kiffin is not getting any more money from from LSU because he just made himself $750,000 because of the advancement of Ole Miss moving from one team to another, beating Tulane and then beating Ohio State. I mean, it was very impressive how they got to this position. And right, they beat Tulane, right? It was, yeah. So I just want to make sure that I got the right teams because Ohio State was, to me, actually, they didn't beat Ohio State because the Hurricanes beat Ohio State. So Ole Miss beat.
Pretty sure they beat Georgia.
Tulane and Georgia.
The Georgia. That's right. The Georgia. And both games were, besides the Tulane game, the Georgia game was very, very close. And this game was very, very close for obviously Miami and the Rebels. I thought it was very well played, very well coached, both coaches. And I think Golden has a chance to be something special because going into the playoffs, I was unsure on Golden, but watching the coach and watching the players flock to him, even calling timeouts at the end of the game and getting them all, riled up and really feeling and believing in the team. It shows a lot about how a coach, because college is different from the NFL. These guys don't rile you up. You're making millions and millions of dollars. Jabba would tell you that. Nick Goody would tell you that. You don't need to be, hyped up. You're making a lot of money. You got to go out there and play the game. These college players, they're making some money, and some of them are getting rich, but you're out there trying to play for one another. And you can see that both these coaches in Miami and with the Rebels have that in them, instilled into them. And that's what was so fun, Speedy, to watch, was the coaching and the way they coach these players.
Yeah, absolutely. For a defensive coach, too, to have that good of an offensive game plan against Miami's defense that just shut down Ohio State, the defending champs that thought of as the most talented team in the country. And then even the week before against Texas A&M that had a good offense on paper. This was a Miami team that combined for just 17 points allowed in those two games. And then to really keep it going, they struggled in the first quarter. But besides that, they had a pretty steady game plan. And that was with Kyron Lacey not playing 100% because of or Kawan Lacey not playing 100% because of the hamstring injury he suffered. He had that big touchdown run, but again, like I was talking about with the Jaguars and the Bills, and the Jaguars not being consistent running, they weren't able to be consistent running the ball because of that. And if he was healthy, maybe that's a little bit different. And Ole Miss's offensive line, I think against that pass rush, I would say still held their own most of the game. Yes, you're right. Bain did have his moment. I thought the interior rush for Miami did well at certain points.
In the big parts of the game, especially in the fourth quarter, Miami's defense really exploded off the paper.
Yep.
They did.
And like I was mentioning with the Georgia game, I still think Chambliss made enough of those good throws to obviously rally them back.
Do you think he's a first-round talent?
No. I think he's just because of his size. I don't think he'll be a first-round talent. I think his arm talent is not super big arm, but I think he makes enough intermediate throws where I think
does he get drafted over a guy like Carson Beck?
I would draft him.
No chance.
I think it all depends on scheme. It all depends on, because Beck has the experience where I think he's still, the way that a lot of drafts are now, you still can be bought in if you start for a long time or you sit around in college football.
So where do you think he goes?
Third round, I think, Chambliss. I think he has enough talent. I'm obviously it'll depend on the combine a lot too and his athletic grade, where he still might fall to 4 or something like that if because of his size and maybe because of his speed. But I think he's proven enough with his traits. I think you're looking at a quarterback that can still play. Beck is kind of the opposite. We were talking with the betting guys too. Will we see the deep ball out of Carson Beck? He finally showed in this game. He was able to sling it 53 yards on one of the touchdowns. He got 33 on another and some other big plays and didn't rely on the yards after the catch. And Miami's defense got the big stops when they needed to. And Fletcher, like you were saying, did a really good job. He was the more consistent runner in that game, obviously with Lacey getting hurt, but that was enough for Miami to get the win. And they win a high-scoring game, which is something they need to prove.
That's the only way Miami beats Indiana. They have to run the ball. Yes. They have to control the clock, and they have to keep Mendoza off the field. That's the only way they beat the Hoosiers. I'm going to tell you this. And back and forth coaching, we all know who has the advantage. After watching that Danny Lanning game, but Jabba, your thought, I'll get into the Ducks and the Hoosiers, because that game made me sick to my stomach.
No, I think you guys kind of touched on a lot of what I wanted to do. Like Carson Beck has been there. He's seen how to win. I think with what Trinidad wanted to do and coming back, and we'll use what now college football is in NIL. Why do you think he wanted a 6th year? Because he's probably going to be a day 3, but he can come back. He saw just what Sorsby got from Cincinnati and $5 million from Texas Tech, gets an extra year, gets to make NIL money, isn't going to get big money going day 3, right? And just look at this. Like, you look at Ben Rice, who's going to start first base for the New York Yankees. Sorsby transferred in his 5th year, is making $5 million. Ben Rice is making $820,000 at the high school. Why wouldn't you want that extra year? And he knows that he's not going to be in this class a day 2 guy, not a first round guy. So why do you think he wanted that extra year? And why they put in, there was 3 prospects of him putting in a waiver, and they did it 3 times. And they said no, because because he knew, and he's going to be undersized. But Speedy brought something up where maybe he does go ball out in the combine. Maybe his IQ when he goes in and does all this stuff, but undersized and all the other things, they're going to be like, well, we're not taking this guy. So I think that's the reason he wanted the extra year. But I just think the defense was the key of the game. And then Carson Beck knowing how to win and being able to lead at that point. And we touched on it earlier in the show. It's like having a leader that can win, understands how it's supposed to get done. And this dude 16 months ago, granted, it was one of the best Division IIs, but he was the backup. And now he comes in. He wasn't even the starter at the beginning of the year. He got hurt, and then became the starter in week 3. Yep. So it's just, I mean, it's happened fast, but he understands what he can do in college now with what he's done and what college has allowed them to do. Why he wanted that other year, because he knew he was going to be a day 3 guy.
If he's a day 3 guy, he's going to want the money. But I've read something that the state of Mississippi's going to try to file some kind of injunction for good old Ole Miss to be able to bring Chambliss back for 1 more year. I hope they do get him. It's a good story. But the real story I thought of that game was the amount of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round picks on that Miami defense that was just balling out the entire game. Their coach is awesome. Mario Cristobal, if you might remember him from Oregon.
He's got
Dan Lanning.
He's got big boobs, I can tell you that.
Well, maybe he's deflated in certain areas over the years and inflated in others.
Did anybody see the memes all over social media?
Yeah,
that was so funny, man. Everybody was throwing out memes of, some of the pictures, him on the sidelines and them popping up and down. Dude, that was fun. How could you not laugh at that? I was laughing the whole time. And then when it was going on, while the game was going on, and I was actually watching it, like, on real life, I was like, holy crap, I never even noticed. And this guy wears these tight shirts, like you can see what's going on over there.
He's also a Saban guy too, right?
Yeah,
Cristobal was a Saban for years. In the before the game, with Pat McAfee and game day, they had them talking with each other, just busting chops. And it's clear that everyone that Saban's kind of been around has got a little bit of pixie dust on them. He's starting with Kirby Smart and down that entire huge tree. It's something that we don't talk enough about, I think, about just the massive impact that guy's had. And you're seeing it all the way down to guys that are, 20, 30 years younger, all the way down to Dan Lanning and other guys. So it's real impressive what he did over there. I just want to talk a little bit about Mesidor, because we talk about Bane a lot. Yep. Mesidor is a little bigger guy. He's going to play inside more than Bane, but he can also rush the passer. Having the 2 of those guys rush from the same side of the line is unfair. Like, it's completely unfair, but they also do things with Mesidor where they'll drop him back to an off-ball linebacker and move him around the formation. So they're doing stuff on that defense that you really see only in pro defenses, because they got guys that are going to be top 15 picks on that defensive line, as well as a couple of 2nd and 3rd round picks as well, I think, at nose tackle and a couple of the other linebackers.
All right. So I was waiting for this, and I know all you Hoosier fans should be very excited. And Mendoza threw 5 touchdowns. Congratulations to him. He had 177 yards. And I am butthurt that he's not going to be a New York Jet. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Okay. But for anybody to go after this kid, Dante Moore, and say that this guy is not going to be a good NFL quarterback, that's ridiculous. He was sacked 3 times. His offensive line was not protecting him. And I'll say this. The Hoosiers put a lot of pressure on him to make throws out of position. But the guy still had 285 yards. He still threw 2 passing touchdowns. He did throw 1 interception, and he couldn't run the ball because he was running for dear life, because his offensive line didn't understand what they were doing in the game. I really think they were just hanging out and eating some microwave steak, because they didn't show up in that game. The fact here is Oregon, the game was over really before the half. You can see it. I was watching a rodeo, and I was watching the game on my phone. I was like, this game's over. There's no way. Dante Moore can throw 2 or 3 touchdowns in this game, and there's no way they're coming back. Because to me, Indiana has like they're like, I don't even know what this is. It's like the Terminator. They're terminating opponents, and they're making it look so damn easy. If they played the Buckeyes, they terminate them just as bad. It doesn't matter if it was Oregon or it was Ohio State or it's going to be Miami. And Miami is going to have to put up a great game plan if they're going to beat this team. Mendoza had a good game, but the story wasn't Mendoza. I think people don't understand. The story was how dominant this Indiana Hoosiers offensive line is. This offensive line is beastly. Do you know how many times Mendoza got sacked in that game? This is a good Oregon defense. Very good. They've got first-round draft picks on this defense. They sacked him once. They sacked him one time. Think about that. That's how dominant the Hoosiers' offensive line was. And think about this. The offensive line of the Hoosiers, these guys were guys that came from the portal. These guys weren't 5-star recruits. They weren't 4-star recruits. Some of them weren't even any star recruits.
The average age of the Hoosiers is 23.
Yeah.
We're talking about men.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And to watch this, and again, did the Hoosiers run the ball where they had a dominant, I call them Hoosiers, but the Hoosiers, did they have a guy that had 100 yards? No. They spread out their running games. Black, Hemby, Martin, they all ran the ball. And equally, one of them, Black had 63 yards. Hemby had 53 yards. Martin had 42 yards. They all touched the ball. Black was the important one. He's the one that ran in 2 touchdowns. But this defense has laid the smacketh on every single team they've played. And it doesn't matter who they match up against. And again, Miami's going to have a good game plan against this offensive line, because as good as Bain is and this front seven has been throughout this tournament in the second half of the college football season, I don't know if they're going to touch Mendoza enough where he is going to fall off his sweet spot, where he's going to feel he's going to have to do something that he's uncomfortable to do. Mendoza was standing firm in the pocket. If you watch Dante Moore, he was running for dear life. Dear life. And for anybody to say that Dante Moore isn't a first-round talent and he's not going to be a good quarterback, then, guys, you don't know what you're watching. This guy's got all the ability in the world. He can move inside and out of the pocket. He can make every single throw. He's got the speed. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe Dan Lanning was up for Cignetti. You've seen it. Cignetti has been the best coach in the country for 2 years. Dan Lanning, who has spoke very highly at the end of the game about what he thinks Cignetti is and how great of a coach he is. Before the game, he was taking shots at him and saying that, well, you came from James Madison and all this other stuff. So Dan Lanning obviously had a lot to chew after the end of the game, but it wasn't chewing a trophy or imagining winning a national champion trophy. It was chewing his pride, because his pride is what sent him down and sent him down far. So Dan Lanning, I love you still, man. I root for you every single time you go as far as you do in these tournaments and everything that you do. But you got out-coached, outclassed, and honestly, I mean, there's nothing more to say. It was a battle of one coach to the other coach. Mendoza, congratulations to him, but did he have he was 17 for 20. He threw the ball 20 times. Okay. It's really just, he didn't really have to do much. He didn't have to do much. So.
Yeah, there was also a difference in the yardage split. Wasn't even that great either. Like, it was just Oregon's turnovers were just that much all at once, which I think hurt. And you're right, the offensive line had a lot to do with it too.
They were awesome.
The Indiana, I'm talking about Oregon's offensive line being horrible too.
Like, no, I said that too.
Yes,
but Indiana's offensive line was awesome.
Mm-hmm. And them winning the trenches that significantly was something that I wouldn't have thought like that big of a gap. I had Oregon winning the game because I thought they were a more well-rounded team. I thought Indiana, we had to see how that defense would have been against a more well-rounded, I guess.
You like that word, well-rounded.
Yeah, because Oregon's offense brought a lot. you talked about the 3 running backs last week, and none of them were really that effective in that game because of the way this offensive line has been. Oregon's been a factory of developing offensive line. Even before Lanning was there, and with Cristobal and with all their other coaches, have been a factory of offensive linemen and a factory of running backs as a result of that. But they did not have anything in this game. And then Indiana running the ball too, 175 yards after they ran for 189 against Alabama,
and shutting down Sadiq, who's been as good of a tight end in the nation, probably the best tight end in the nation the last couple of weeks, and shutting him down. No team has shut him down the way the Hoosiers shut him down in this game. 5 receptions for 29 yards. Think about that.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen this pattern a lot, I think, with Oregon too. Like sometimes these second time around, or these games later in the season, they either go to one tendency too much, or they just aren't prepared as much. We saw them in the Pac-12 championship. I think the last year Herbert was there, they lost to Utah. Kyle Whittingham just got hired by Michigan, an experienced coach. Sometimes I think they buy into their talent too much. Now, I'm not saying Cignetti's definitively better than Lanning. Like, I don't think it's a big gap, but I think it's a better enough where that extra prep, even the week before that, maybe they were already thinking, all right, we're going to prepare for this kind of tendency. Indiana takes away your best things, and then you have to adjust accordingly. And I don't think Moore was ready for that kind of thing. He was really one read a lot of the time, and the offensive line definitely wasn't ready for that kind of thing. And Oregon's defense, which there were some questions because of who they played on their schedule, I think it finally got exposed in this game.
Are you going to blame Dante Moore?
No.
You made it seem like in this presentation of monologue, this guy's a failure. That's what it seems like.
I mean, he was part of the reason they lost the game. He throws a pick 6 on the first play of the game. He puts you right behind the 8 ball.
That's not the reason why they lost the game.
But the thing is, they were down 42-7 in this game. All of his yards were in garbage time. He was a disaster because they came up with a game plan that would stop him. What did they do? Make it so they can't run the football. Add extra linemen into the box. Put a 5-man front up there. And make it so that they can't do it. So
they
stacked
the box more in this game than they've done all year?
Because that's what Oregon did best. It's the old Belichick strategy, which he taught Saban, which, by the way, Curt Cignetti, where did he start? With Saban as his recruiter when he first got to Alabama. Who's responsible for Julio Jones playing at Alabama? Curt Cignetti. Mark Ingram playing at Alabama? Curt Cignetti. And then he left famously to bet on himself. And Saban told him not to, is the story that we've been hearing the last couple of weeks. And obviously, look at him now. And he came up with this game plan that shut down Dante Moore. They put some trap coverages. You're right, Speedy's a one-read type of guy. So that's easy to coach against if you're going to make him throw too much. And they got him to turn the ball over. And it's not really his fault. They just overmatched him.
Why do you think some guys still have Dante Moore projected over Mendoza?
So I don't think they do anymore, but I don't think they're going to anymore because Mendoza's had like 5 incompletions and like 8 touchdowns in the last 2 games, which is crazy.
He's also only thrown 20 passes.
But he's come out in the third quarter of both games. He's only had to play 3 quarters of a game. You project it out, he's had regular stats.
Because the Hoosiers have been flat out the best team.
Errol, he's got perfect passer rating 2 games in a row.
I'm not taking shots at Mendoza, but to sit here and say, well, he's flat out that much better than Dante Moore.
Errol, if you throw 17 passes, 3 are incomplete and 5 are touchdowns, that's perfect.
If Dante Moore was playing for the Hoosiers, he would win too. He would have won.
I mean, you could say that, but
dominated.
I mean, we're going to find out when they both get to the NFL because they're both going to play in this league. It's ridiculous. I mean, we saw. I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
I don't think Dante's coming out. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, if he doesn't, I think it's a mistake because and we're going to talk about it in the Sports Minute later. Jabba, your boy just transferred to Oregon, Minnie Mahomes.
Yep.
So I have a feeling they think he's coming out, or else they wouldn't have spent the probably $3 million plus on dominate on.
Well, he was getting 2.8 here.
Yeah, so I would bet it's closer to 4. They're not going to pay Moore and Raiola at the same time. So
Bill
I would imagine it's over.
The table too.
You got to come out if you're top 2 pick. I don't care. If you would do better, like Zach Wilson would have done better if he stayed another year. Like Sam Darnold would have stayed better if he did another year. Mark Sanchez. And guess who's picking number 2? Just like those 3 teams, those 3 quarterbacks.
If the Jets draft Dante Moore, good.
Do you want to start him right off the bat, though?
They're not going to. Moji will not do that. So I've
I
seen
agree.
this enough. I think Moji, if they draft Dante Moore, he's riding the bench for at least 6 to 7 weeks.
I think this game showed you that he should. It's not that he's not competent. Like, his end numbers were fine, and he's going to be okay in the long run. But right now, when they took the run away, he's going to get a lot better. But when they took the run away, he didn't really have the answers, right? And you need to have those answers when you're playing in the NFL. They're going to just kill you. They're going to come up with this game plan every time. You're going to have 8 or 9 guys in the box. They're going to play cover 4 so the safeties can play up. And their first steps are going to be for run. And you're not going to be able to beat people on like 5 play actions, hoping to trick people all game. That's just how it is. But, I mean, look, I think before we finish this, what Cignetti's doing is legendary. If they do this, and undefeated and killing everybody. I mean, I don't think anyone thinks Miami's as good as Oregon. Maybe they are, but I don't think they're much better. So if they're not much better, how are they going to do much better than Oregon did? It's really fascinating. I think Cristobal's the right coach to figure it out because he's a great, seems to be a tactician. Again, both Saban guys. It should be an awesome game on Monday.
I will say this for anybody that sitting here as a Jet fan, I wouldn't be upset if Dante Moore becomes a Jet. I'm just letting you guys know this. But the Jets have to be smart with Dante Moore. They have to understand that this kid needs to ride the bench for at least 5 to 6 weeks, maybe 7 weeks, to understand the speed of the game. I think the kid, and Speedy watches college football just as much as anybody. He told me even before this game, Dante Moore has a tremendous amount of upside. This guy can throw, run, do everything, has the best arm in this draft class. It's not even an argument.
But Speedy, would you take Dante Moore over Mendoza?
I like him more. Yeah, yes. I do like him more.
If you sit him on the bench.
But you have to probably sit him at least until like week 10, something like that, before you can throw him into the fire, especially if you're a team like the Raiders or the Jets. Jets have Garrett Wilson, the Raiders have Brock Bowers, like one elite skill player, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like it's
a lot of teams only have one elite player.
If you're drafting that low, you're generally going to be stuck in that kind of circumstance anyway, unless, again, you just have an underwhelming defense.
Who do you think's upside is bigger?
More, 100% more. And
really?
I'm not saying that because
Mendoza is more ready now. Like
yes.
he could start in week 1 most likely.
Okay.
I mean, look, it's the toolsy guy versus the guy who's accurate. That's this discussion we have it every time. But who went first a number of years ago? Baker Mayfield was the accurate guy. They took him. And Josh Allen was the toolsy guy, and he went 7th in that draft. If you would do it again, I don't think anyone's taking Baker Mayfield ahead of Josh Allen. So that's why you always look at it and you want to project forward. Sure, Mendoza is certainly better right now. But going forwards with equal coaching, the coaching, I think there's huge advantage he has with this coaching staff in the college game. He's being set up for absolute success. If he plays for the Raiders or the Jets, he will not be set up for absolute success.
Well, I could say that.
But hold on. I think that's something we touched on earlier, and I don't remember who it was that was talking about the combine. But Josh Allen got recognized through the combine. Yes, at Wyoming, but Josh Allen got recognized for the toolsy guy because of what he did at the combine.
Yes, and I think
that like when they go and show that part of it and see what Mendoza does compared to Dante Moore, because that's kind of the conversation right now. Who's going to be that one?
Oh, the conversation is Tom Brady. Is what Tom Brady thinks is going to be the guy for the future for this organization. If Tom Brady thinks Mendoza's the guy, he's the pocket present quarterback, which is probably where they're going to go. Tom might be wrong. I've seen a lot of great big-time superstar players become executives. Hey, Michael Jordan, remember Kwame Brown? Remember that pick? Was one of the worst picks in NBA history. He thought the high school kid in Kwame Brown was going to be a star, and he was an absolute smack in the face to Michael Jordan. That ruined Michael Jordan. Anything that anybody thought Michael Jordan was going to be as an executive, that ruined him, because Kwame Brown will always be remembered as Michael Jordan's first pick, and he was the number 1 pick, and he was an absolute bloodshed. So I'm not saying that Tom Brady's going to get it wrong. I think both these guys could be good. And I like Mendoza. I think he fit here very well in New York. And Dante Moore already came out that he's unsure about playing in New York. So, and that's fine if he says that. But you want to know something? You don't go out there when you know the Jets are drafting 2, because what does that spell to you when you go at the combine and they're interviewing you, or anybody's interview? You think it's going to be better if you go to one of these other bad teams? If you went to the Saints, you think that's going to be better?
Arizona,
or Arizona? It's not going to make it any better. You know you're going to go to a bad team, a team that's rebuilding. The Giants right now are 5th. The Giants, they think that, quote unquote, the Giants have a quarterback. Well, only time will tell whoever they bring in that's going to develop him even more. Because Dable, as good as Dable was, the quarterback whisperer, he had his ups and downs in developing a guy like Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart has God-given talent. He looks like he works very well in New York because he loves it here and he loves the fan base. But that doesn't mean that he's going to take his second year to that next, that next floor that you need to take. I don't know if Jackson Dart's going to get there. Only time will tell. And the coach they bring in, or offensive coordinator they bring in to help develop him. So,
and that's what it should be with the Raiders too. Except with
the Raiders are an absolute. If I was Mendoza, I want to be a Jet. And I'm just speaking the truth, not because I'm a Jet fan. If I'm Mendoza, I'm staying far, far away from the Raiders, because the Raiders organization, they are the worst. As bad as the Jets have been, and they haven't gone to the playoffs in 15 years, they are the worst organization. They're so cheap. The owner, he was nickel and diming. That's why he went to Vegas. He didn't buy the stadium. He didn't pay for the stadium. He had taxpayer dollars pay for the stadium.
And who knows what other kind of gambling money might be involved.
He had to sell a piece of the team to Tom Brady, 10%, and other guys, because he couldn't afford it. You want to go to that organization? Please. And I'm as bad as Woody Johnson is.
And I'm fine with Brady having some say in the quarterback thing, but if you hire an offensive-minded head coach and a GM that's a little more of a mindset, like a modern era football type, they should still have more than Brady does. So they can't just reach on a quarterback or take the wrong guy just because Brady prefers him too.
I think that's what's going to happen though, because Brady's going to pick the coach, and the coach is going to be picked based on their shared vision for who they're picking at number 1.
And you know where I think we should go, right? I think if I was the Raiders right now, if they want Mendoza, go after Cignetti. Pay him whatever he wants.
That's a fascinating idea. And I think, look, if they do complete this, what else does he have to prove at the college level?
Right.
You know what I mean? He just had the greatest possible season you could possibly have, right? If they do pull this off. So then what's left to prove? Go to the next level. I kind of feel like the guy's kind of like that, but he's been in the college game his whole career. Guys don't just jump at age 62 away from the league they've been in their whole life. But either way, I can't wait to watch it. I hope we see this coronation of this great franchise that came out of nowhere, that was the losing a school in the Big Ten, and now in the last 2 years they completely turned around with a coach out of nowhere. It's such an awesome story. Or very much like how the Giants upset the Patriots way back after the 2007 season, going 18-1. This one would be 15-1. It would be quite the win for Mario Cristobal over there.
It's going to be fun to watch. And again, Jet fans, if you're upset if they get Dante Moore, don't be upset. You're getting the Jets will get a great young quarterback if they develop him right. Let him sit, let him learn, let him understand the lingo. Because if you go in there and you put him in harm's way, as we've seen over the years, Browning Nagel, we got Christian Hackenberg, Geno Smith, even guys like Sam Darnold, it doesn't bode well. Zach Wilson, it doesn't bode well. You let him sit, let him learn, let him figure out the playbook. And then when he understands, you put him out there and let him finish the season on a high note. And then go into next year knowing that you know what you need to go after to be a contender. So that's the way I would go. Don't go jumping off a bridge because they get Dante Moore. I think Dante Moore is a slam dunk just as much as Mendoza. You're going to have to, Mendoza's going to start no matter what right away. Dante is not. He's not ready to do that. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
I would have mentioned just because we saw him at the event a couple weeks ago. Yes. You remember when Kyle Carroll said that the Jets shouldn't draft a quarterback in 2018 to give Christian Hackenberg more of a chance?
Oh, please. And by the way, he's laughing to the bank because his Kansas City Chiefs at the time was so bad. I remember. And now they get Patrick Mahomes and it changed their fortunes. They added Andy Reid. It changed their fortunes. So I love Kyle. Me and Kyle made up. So I love you, Kyle.
I know. It was good seeing him again.
Yes, it was. He lost a lot of weight. Very, very happy. He's coaching the freshman team over there. How do you pronounce it?
Chaminade.
So Very good high school, very good private school. So, all right, Speedy, let's go to your stat of the week.
The Speedy. Well, you may run like Maze, but you hit like stat of the week.
All right. So everyone knows me as this notorious Chargers hater, but I'm going to give some praise to Justin Herbert and all these lazy football fans who just want to make the argument that, he's never going to win in the playoffs, when it was really, the offensive line that was just so historically bad. So this season, 129 hits he took, which was 18 more than any other quarterback. 268 pressures he took, which was 39 more than any other quarterback. And here's an interesting stat. 109 quick pressures, which was, he was the only quarterback in the NFL this season that faced 100 quarterback quick pressure. So anyone saying that Justin Herbert was the reason that they lost the game, was he great? No, but when you're playing an offensive line like that, especially against a Patriots team that doesn't have an overly great defense, he's not the main issue.
It definitely wasn't. And he wasn't even healthy. And the offensive line, he didn't have all, he had Slater. I'm telling you right now, mark it, book it, MVP candidate next year. Don't be surprised if Justin Herbert is a top 3 candidate to win the MVP next year when Slater and all come back. That offensive line is scary. Mekhi Becton, Alt, Johnson, and Slater, forget it. That could be the best offensive line in football, and the biggest, by the way.
They're going to draft the guy too. They're going to get a center or a guard. They're not going to screw around. I think they're.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what Steve said too. Are you going to spend your money on the offensive line? Like, and I even said, like, Fish loves this because you start in the trenches, right? Like,
I feel like Steve said everything I've been thinking. Like I about the Jets. Just a disaster in house with Woody and Sweet Brick Johnson.
By the way, if you read Steve White, he thinks the same way about the Giants too. So I don't know why you say, he thinks the same way.
It's interesting at this point in the show you bring up the Giants. So we got some news about them right now in the whip around.
The whip around.
Men in Black memory eraser. Hopefully.
All right, let's begin the whip around with some John Harbaugh rumors. Yes, the hottest coach on the market is John Harbaugh. There's been a few teams he's been linked to. We heard Green Bay for a little bit as soon as they lost that maybe they'd move on from Matt LaFleur. A lot of people, including Steve White, threw some water onto that. Looks like they're going to try to extend LaFleur, and even if they don't get him, it's probably going to take a while. They're not going to end up with Harbaugh. Miami, we know, moved on from McDaniel. There are ties. Apparently, the Harbaughs are very close with the Rosses who own the Dolphins. That is a connection there. But again, we don't know if that's going to happen. They have the issue with having not that great of a roster and $99 million of dead cap tied to Tua. The Giants, apparently the Giants and John and Chris Mara had lunch today with John Harbaugh. That kind of came out about 2 hours ago that was something. And the Falcons had a phone call interview, a screener interview with Harbaugh earlier today. Obviously, a bunch of other teams out there could look for coaches, Titans being one of them. Errol, as time goes forwards in this, I mean, for me, I think he's going to be the Giants' next head coach. What do you think?
I think there's a possibility. I also believe that you also have Mike McCarthy, who's going to be interviewing for the job in the next 2 days. So he's going to get a chance. I do believe Kevin Stefanski. There's other guys right now. I do believe the Chargers defensive coordinator is going to interview for the job as well. There's still a lot. And I don't think John Harbaugh, that announcement's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. It's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. Probably, I would believe before the Super Bowl, we're going to hear where John Harbaugh is going to go. But I'm not surprised that the Giants are one of the lead teams. They're one of the older teams. The Mara family is very well respected. Tisch, not so much. But they're an organization that you think have it all together, but haven't won anything since 2011. They've been one of the worst. As a matter of fact, as far as wins and losses, I think they're as bad as the Jets.
They're second worst to the Jets in the last 10 years.
They're bad. So if John Harbaugh takes the responsibility of being the new coach of this team, there has to be some kind of control, because if he doesn't and Joe Shane gets fired at the end of this year, you're putting them in a position. Yeah, I know what you're going to say, Fish. Well, he'll get his own GM. I don't know if John Mara's going to allow that. John Mara likes control, as we all know. So I don't know. I hope for you Giant fans, it bodes well for you if you go this route. I just don't know if it does. So
yeah, that's the other thing that's interesting too, because Atlanta and Miami both have vacant GM spots right now. Because Miami fired Greer in the middle of the season. Atlanta just fired Fontenot, which I think was a decent GM, probably better than Shane was, but did some weird things too. And the Giants, again, if Shane's going to have control, how much is he going to trust that kind of thing? Atlanta, we know, has more talent. I say the Giants probably have more upside than Miami, but Miami still has the current roster. The one thing I will say is the Giants and the Falcons have both gotten ahead of the curve. They're usually later in the coaching cycle hiring guys, but good to see them getting it out going early.
Mm-hmm.
I think with Harbaugh too, and you guys kind of touched on it a little bit, I think he wants more control of it. I mean, you've been at a place for 18 years. You've seen what you've done. Like, he doesn't have to say what he does. But I think if he's going to go somewhere, he's going to want to have a little bit more control than just as the head coach. And you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, because you guys know a little bit more.
There could be influence, too, with Ozzie Newsome, too. Like, they're keeping in touch, even though if Newsome's not directly in an organization.
That's why I don't think he's going to go. If he goes to the Giants, I don't think it bodes well, because I think Mara wants control. We've heard this many times.
And that's why I prefaced that, like, being a guy like Harbaugh and what he's done, and Steve even said it too, it's like coaching's in their blood. Like, it's not just coaching, but I think it comes in a lot of levels. And if he's not gonna get that, do you think that is a good fit? And he'll just be like, no, if I don't get this control of certain things, is it a good fit?
I think it's a backlash. I'm going to tell you this right now. How many Baltimore Raven guys have we seen get spots? Defensive coordinator. Wink Martindale was there. How long did that last? I mean, he couldn't get along with Dable. And I'm not saying Wink, I'm not saying John Harbaugh won't work over there. John Harbaugh was put in a great position. As soon as he got that position, he was set up very, very well. He got Ed Reed, he got Suggs, he got all these Hall of Famers on his roster. He doesn't have that with the Giants. We don't even know if Dexter Lawrence is going to be there. They might move him. And yeah, they've got guys that played very well. Burns played this very well. They had a guy that they drafted that didn't show up to practices, that slept late. How is that going to work?
Easy on the Abdul Carter slander.
It's true.
Java, I want to mention this too, because
Lamar Jackson didn't buy John Harbaugh at the end because he was the one that got him out. So,
Java, I want to mention this too. Like Steve Weiss was mentioning it with the Falcons. Like, they always hire these first-year head coaches. I think especially after the last run where they turned down Bill Belichick, they turned down Jim Harbaugh right away, and that ownership didn't want to get it. I think they want to kind of recreate their image. The Dolphins are kind of the opposite of the Bengals. They'll spend money, but their GM, like, they stay too long and they commit to loyalty blindly.
All right, we're going to move on to the next story. Speaking of guys like the Jets, this guy used to coach the Jets. And now he says that he's earned the chance to return to coaching the Bucs in 2026. Yes, Todd Bowles, the head coach of the Bucs, they started 6-2 this year. They ended up 8-9. If you could do the math, that means they ended 2-7 in the last 9 games, falling out of the playoffs in the last week to the Carolina Panthers and their former offensive coordinator, Dave Canales. They lost Canales and Liam Cohen in the last 2 seasons. The offense certainly took a nosedive this year because of it. You know, Bowles is a defensive coach. They're only as good as their offensive guys. He lost his offensive guys. He lost the team. They lost their way. But sure, he's earned the right to come back. What do you think, Errol?
Breaking news. Smell my ass.
That's what I think. There's no way in hell if I'm running my organization, I want Todd Bowles to come back. It's been a debacle. With all these coaches that are available right now at your disposal, I'm going after Mike McDaniel or somebody of that magnitude. I'm bringing in a guy that's going to run my offense. Look at the weapons you have over there. Mike Evans, who's running at the tail end of his career. Godwin. You have Ibuka. I mean, this is a offense that it could be dynamic. And you have Baker Mayfield. You're going to keep Todd Bowles there in place after this debacle of the season in probably the worst division in football? I'm moving on from Todd Bowles. I could bring in Mike McCarthy. Kevin Stefanski, any one of these guys that will do better than Todd friggin' Bowles. Out he goes. So long, farewell. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
I gave him the injury pass last year, and I tended to give a lot of these coaches that deal with a lot of injuries all at once that kind of pass, but I don't think you could do it in an NFC South like this year. Last year, they were still 11-6. They had the best EPA on offense and once those guys came back. I think they won 6 games in a row before they lost in the playoffs to the Panthers. But you can't do that this year. They were 6-2. We talked about Arrow. Baker Mayfield was probably a top 3 MVP candidate
100%.
at the time, behind Dak and whoever else was on that list. And
no thanks to Bowles.
And yeah, I was going to say, Bowles, I think at the time when Arians retired, was a fine culture stabilizer. As like even with the Jets, he always had a good relationship with the players.
Do not bring the Jets up.
But
Why do we have to do that?
But I'm saying even with the Jets, he was always thought of as a good relationship guy with the players. He was just bad as a time management guy. And a team that
now you're starting to act like Jabba. Yeah, Jabba likes to bring up the Jets when it pisses me off.
I'm mentioning that the Bucs can't afford to have this bad of clock management and game planning type things when you have all these offensive, even veteran guys or young guys available to go there for an offense that's loaded when it's healthy.
Yeah, I don't know about this one too, and it kind of hits home too because we have the helm of the Bucs as a guy from Nebraska, and so if he agrees with that, I just don't know if he's earned that. When he said that, it was a head scratcher for me. Because I'm like, what did you really do? Like, you saw, even obviously Mike Evans got hurt. We see that the tail end is the Hall of Famer 100%. But you went 2-7 to finish the year or whatever it was. And so did you really earn it? Or are you just doing it on the notion of like, hey, I've done this before? Isn't it, what have you done for me lately? Isn't that kind of what these guys get fired for and hired for? And you have so many better options that are on the table right now.
The best options. It's been over the last 10 years. I don't think there's an off season. I mean, it's very Jet-like that there's no
oh, now you're bringing them up.
This is very Jet-like. And finally, I have to, because it's very Jet-like. Finally, an off season with all these quality coaches that are available, and now you have Kevin Stefanski, John Harbaugh, Mike McCarthy, all these guys that are sitting there waiting. Mike McDaniel, who I love, but guess what? The Jets have Glenn. By the way, I want to give a shout out to my friend Lee. Everything we were saying last night, we were like, well, the Jets have Glenn. The Jets have Glenn. So every bad thing that happened, well, the Jets have Glenn. Yeah, the Jets have Glenn. That's for sure. Thank you, Lee, for making me sick.
I did want to follow up on something. Speedy, do you know who led the NFL in quick pressures this year?
Was it the Bucs?
No, player. What player?
Oh, what player led the NFL in quick
Which
pressures?
is you get to the quarterback 2.5 seconds.
Anderson.
This makes my
Anderson?
record hard.
The answer was Abdul Carter.
Oh, really?
Yes, Abdul Carter was that, 5th in pass rush win rate, and had 7th most pressures in the NFL.
Probably the guy that
Another guy, if I was John Harbaugh, I would want to come to the Giants to
that's
coach.
right, and never shows up to practice on time. And
Well, you say that, but after he was embarrassed by all of that, he had the most dominant finish of anybody in the NFL with 3.5 sacks, 6 tackles for loss, and 11 QB hits. Let's go, Abdul. Let's go, Giants. Let's go Falcons, I guess, because they have a new leader in the clubhouse, and it's their former franchise future Hall of Fame quarterback, Matty Ice. Matt Ryan was named the president of the Atlanta Falcons the other day. He's going to be the president of football operations, newly created role.
Like a
He's
serial
going to
killer.
report directly to owner Arthur Blank, who I think is 100 years old. President and CEO Greg Beatles was elevated above him, but separate, so now he's in business operations. Matt Ryan is running basically the John Elway role now that he used to have in Denver.
It can work. It can work. It worked over there in Denver. I don't know what Matt Ryan knows as much as a guy like John Elway. He was there a long, long time. He won 2 Super Bowls. Could have won 5 Super Bowls at one time. I mean, how many times did they went to a Super Bowl and failed to jump over against your Giants, by the way, Fish? I don't even think you were alive when that happened.
0 years old, but I was alive.
But what I'm saying here is that Matty Ice has a good personality. I've seen him on the NFL Today. I think he could be a quality executive. He just needs to put the right people in place to help him. If he doesn't do that, it's going to be a debacle. This is a good roster. The Atlanta Falcons have a very good roster. They have one of the more dominant running backs. They got a good tight end. They have to sign. They cannot let him go to free agency. Franchise him and sign him. Put the right guy in place that knows how to use a guy like Kyle Pitts. And you got London and a good offensive line and a pretty good defense that you traded up for in the offseason last year. This is a good team. Matty Ice is put in a very good position to succeed. Put the right guys. Ovi Muhali. Let's get him on the show. We need to get Ovi in that press box, helping out the old Matty Ice.
That would be great. Jabba, you've mentioned it too with a lot of baseball players that are in front offices now. You're kind of seeing the movement more in football. We talked about it coming on a up and down level with the Panthers with Dan Morgan. And John Elway probably is the most notable example with him being a direct icon with the Broncos. And then the most successful one probably has been John Lynch, the 49ers, who had no executive experience whatsoever, came from the broadcast booth. Kyle Shanahan's disciple, essentially, and has built a stable team over there, too. So I definitely think it can work. The fans are going to embrace it, too. But, again, you do have to hire a real GM in order to do it first. You can't try to overpower everything. That was the problem with John Elway with the Broncos. It was when the Broncos gave it to George Patton 4 years ago that they actually started really building a good team.
Goba, ass licker.
And he's muted.
Oh, my bad. I was typing. No, I think... Errol, you said it too, and I think, and Speedy touched on it in different sports. When you bring a player in, I think if you surround them with the right people, because now when you're talking and a player's relating to the team, it hits a little bit different. Not to say that these other executives and whatever that never played the game doesn't hit. But when you have a guy that has been successful, that has been through the trenches, that gets it, I think it hits a little bit different. But you are 100% right. If he doesn't have the right people around him that allows him just to be that name and to be that face, and what we've seen with John Lynch, what we've seen with John, and they have surrounded themselves, but they were also very, very successful at what they did, and they turned it into being successful in the front office. And you're seeing in different sports now putting those guys like a Sam Fold that was a good baseball player, but now is the front office and he can play. And I think when you have a really good group around you, I think it just makes everything better because now the players can relate and they have a better feel, I think, about it because when it comes from just somebody that's a business guy or a numbers guy or whatever, it hits a little different. And I think this is a great move because they have a great team.
Yeah.
They have a great, literally, structure of what they're trying to do right now. And I think if he does surround himself with good people, I think it's a great move.
Final thought before we move on, I just want to mention too, you also can't make the mistake of letting the ownership cater too much either, which was the problem with probably the worst example of an ex-player, a good player joining a front office, which was the Matt Millen with the Detroit Lions like 20 years ago, was a terrible GM, but the ownership with William Ford and the Ford family really got in the way for a while. And I don't think Arthur Blank's that type of guy, luckily. Players have said it, that he doesn't really get in the way as much, so I think that's why it'll work.
All right, let's get to the next one, which is they revealed the All-Pro teams earlier in last week. So I want to show them to you. I'm going to bring them up on the screen. Let's go to this view.
Right, shut up on your face. Job I like my sweet cocktail.
You're just a vile, Nathan. That's just disgusting. I can't believe you would say that.
I want your melons.
You would. You would. So here we go. We have first team offense. Now, if you remember last year, guys, who was the first team All-Pro quarterback? Because it wasn't the guy who won MVP, who also played quarterback.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson won first team All-Pro, and Josh Allen was second team. Yet Josh Allen was MVP, and Lamar Jackson was not. I wonder if history will repeat itself, because first team All-Pro is Matthew Stafford. Second team is going to be Drake May. At running back, you got Bijan Robinson, followed by perennial first-team All-Pro, because I think there's only like 3 fullbacks in all of football anymore. Kyle Juszczyk for San Francisco. He's great, though. The wide receivers shouldn't surprise anybody. Puka Nacua, JSN, and Jamar Chase. They have this position called all-purpose. I don't really get that, but they gave it to CMC. Trey McBride, obviously the best tight end in the league right now. The lineman, Bowles from Denver, Tooney in Chicago. No one saw that one being a good trade early in the offseason, huh? Or signing in the offseason.
And he wears a great number. Tooney rocks the 6'2", baby.
Obviously a mistake by the Chiefs. Creed Humphrey could have had Tooney playing right next to him. Meinertz in Denver is probably the best interior lineman going right now. If you get a chance to watch Denver's power run game, it's disgusting because they have 2 of the 5 All-Pro first-teamers on their line. And Sewell, we all know, is the best right tackle in football. On defense, the 3 edge rushers, even though we got hurt, Micah Parson made the list. Will Anderson Jr. is now a first-team All-Pro. Everyone saw that coming in. Obviously, Myles Garrett with his season. Jeffrey Simmons had the best D-tackle season this year, followed by Zach Allen in Denver. The linebackers, Jack Campbell in Detroit. Jordan Brooks, I think, led the league in tackles for Miami. Stingley Jr. was awesome all year for Houston. Quinyon Mitchell, we talked about it all season. Cooper DeJean gets slot corner first team. So they had 2 first-team All-Pros in that secondary. And then Kyle Hamilton and Kevin Byard with the safety looks. Second team, just a quick look at him. James Cook gets in there. George Pickens gets an All-Pro. Chris Olave with his standout season over there in New Orleans on a losing team. Great job by him getting into that after all those concussions. Guys, anyone jump out at you here that you might have been surprised by? Here's some Giants. Brian Burns, second team All-Pro, second in sacks this season. Daniel
Let me jump in, Fish. And obviously in the first team they had fullback. Why do you think the fullback has fallen out of love with football right now?
Well, it's a simple thing. Like, if you bring an extra running back into the backfield, you bring an extra guy into the box. So now if you're not running a power I type of offense or like a 2-back offense, you're not really going to be able to spread out. Now you're really only going to have 3 receivers and maybe 2 guys into the flat, so you don't get to really use the whole field. And in the NFL, you want to spread the field, and that's why in the last 20 years, really, since I would kind of start with that Rams, greatest show on turf team, you kind of see everyone kind of go into that spread, fewer 2-backs, so very few teams even have a fullback on their roster. It's just one of their extra tight ends that does that role, or a D-tackle sometimes plays fullback as well. So they just kind of don't do it anymore, but Juszczyk is an old school guy, and he's fantastic at it. Errol, you're a big McBride guy. I know that. How is he still able to be a first-team All-Pro when he had just a who's who of who's not throwing it to him this season?
He's unbelievable. And I had him on 2 of my fantasy teams. He has been as good as any tight end in football. Everybody keeps talking about Brock Powers. People forget about Trey McBride and what he has done. I think and they came out at the same draft, if I'm not mistaken. So, right? It
2
was
years apart.
2 years apart. But Trey McBride has been sensational. I've drafted him back-to-back years. I'm going to go with him next year if he's still available in the 3rd round. He's special. So, very well deserved and should get a little bit more hype, but he's in Arizona. Nobody gives a crap over them.
Yeah. The reason he didn't get a lot of playing time at the beginning of his career is Zach Ertz was still there, too. So he didn't really break out until the 2023 season, but he was the best tight end in football by far. You mentioned Fish, the offensive lineman that I think deserve a lot of credit. Miner has been very underrated for a while, too. And the all-purpose, it's probably like in baseball where they have the utility guy now, so you want to add another running back or another receiver that does a lot of different things. But I think they really nailed the offense. The defense, I would give some credit to the second linebackers, too, with Lloyd, who I mentioned, who was hurt last week, and Ernest Jones for the Seahawks. Steve Weiss was talking about Seahawks defense doing a lot of things at the next level, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah, you got some familiar names on here. Surtain gets second team this season. Hufanga, what a great acquisition by Denver to get him. Everyone knew that was going to be good. McKinney, the gift that keeps giving to the Giants. 2 times in a row, he's an All-Pro since he's left this
And the beef who wanted them to draft the Cowboys to draft him over CeeDee Lamb.
Leonard Williams, another guy the Giants said, we don't need you either. Another second team All-Pro. I wonder why the Giants haven't been good that recently.
That's a Jet. The Jets drafted Leonard Williams.
Well, true. But the Jets we know that they had to move on from him. They got good value for him too.
Yeah, they did.
Derwin James, bounce back season on the Chargers. He really had some bad statistical seasons, a couple in a row. Everyone knew he was good, and it was kind of the coaching. Now he has coaching, and he's been good again the last couple of years. So I guess we'll move on to the last one before we get out of it, and that is something that we talked about, Errol, in private, that I wanted to bring onto the screen. It's really frustrating as a Giants fan to watch the Giants always win 2 out of the last 3 games every season and screw up our chance of the first overall pick. As a Jets fan, you watch the Raiders bench all their best players so that they wouldn't give up the chance at this pick. When you take a look at the NBA, you take a look at the NHL, and they've been doing the draft lottery since the days of frozen envelopes and Patrick Ewing.
You guys are going to like this one.
Would a draft lottery stop this epidemic of tanking and this horrible football we see the last couple of weeks of the season, Errol?
100%. What the Raiders have done over the years, what the Browns have done over the years, and the Jets, say whatever you want as a Jet fan, the Jets always find a way to win games when they shouldn't. I remember a couple of years ago against the Rams where they could have gotten Trevor Lawrence, where everybody wanted to jump off a plank. They drafted Zach Wilson. We know what happened with that. I mean, it pisses you off. And what really upsets me more than anything is Roger Goodell should understand what all the other leagues are doing. The NHL is doing it. The NBA has done it. The MLB is doing it. Why shouldn't the NFL do it? It makes a lot of sense. It will keep teams actually playing at the end of the season and wanting to work and try to win for the players and the fans. It's despicable. I think it's absolutely despicable sitting here today that the NFL hasn't figured this one out. That's how stupid Roger Goodell and the executives and owners are right now with the NFL. They love the money, and they don't realize that the Raiders and all these terrible teams are sitting pretty, hoping that they can land a superstar quarterback like a Joe Burrow or a Lamar Jackson, who was a late-round pick, or any one of these Peyton Manning, or any of these guys. It makes you sick to your stomach. Absolutely despicable. The NFL needs to do something. I have been just absolutely discouraged when I sit here. I don't care if it's Dante Moore or it could be Mendoza. The fact here is the Raiders are sitting pretty because they decided, hey, I'm going to sit Crosby, I'm going to sit Brock Bowers, and I'm going to tell the league that they'll F themselves. I'm sick. I'm just absolutely, it's humiliation. I'm done.
Yeah, my main issue with the lottery systems in the NBA and the NHL have always been more that they just do it based on percentages rather than the actual points or the actual amount of wins that you have. And it should be based more on closeness because of that. Now, in the NFL, I don't know if you could have that kind of thing because the teams are so close where there's so many tiebreaker scenarios that could factor in. That being said, I do agree with you with the Raiders, like blatantly showing that they're doing it. They should get a penalty for that in some capacity, whether it's maybe a salary cap hit, whether it's a fine, whether it's something that...
Would you go with the lotteries?
See, I don't think it would work in the NFL because I think there's too many tiebreaker scenarios that would be.
There is no tiebreaker. It's a lottery. You get the right balls in, you get the number one pick. There is no tiebreaker.
See, again, the way I have the system though with the NBA and the
NHL, stupid crap, wins to loss ratio to the strength of schedule. This is bull crap.
Well, again, I think it's really flawed in the NBA. Now, granted, you're going to the NBA is great, and I do agree with you on that. Where the percentage
do what the NHL does.
Okay, fine. I'm just saying the percentage system I think is still flawed anyway. Where number one should not get a significant gap over number two if number one team has one less points than number two. Like, I think it's a very flawed system. And same thing.
You're nitpicking the NFL or any of these flawed things when some of the things that you do.
Nitpicking the percentage process.
Here's the process. Do a damn lottery. This is despicable that the NFL is sitting here and allowing the Raiders to choke at the end of the season. For you to even argue this and say, well, the NFL this and the NFL that. No.
Well, no. What bothers me is like they knowingly know that if they're not starting, and what do Raiders fans want to see? They want to see Brock Bowers. They want to see Max Crosby. And they know it's like, okay, well, I don't want to hurt myself. Only reason they would play is probably they have a performance bonus or something like that. So they're not going to put them on the field knowing that they're still going to get the pick. If they play, obviously they're game changers. They're not going to go out there because they're not going to hurt themselves to hurt their money. But now they know, well, if we don't even play them, then we don't work. And there needs to be a lottery, because what happens too, and we've talked about this a little bit in the NBA with healthy scratches. Like, some people pay a lot of money to come see you. What I loved about Joe Burrow, when he said what he said, he goes, I make a lot of money to play a game. I don't have to come back, but I come back because of fans and I love to play this game. And now you have guys like, well, don't really have to. We're going to get a 1 pick and maybe we'll be better next year, so I don't have to play. So take that away. Take that away.
Yeah.
Like, you signed up to be an NFL player. You answer the bell. You don't get a chance to just sit out because you want to and your team's maybe gets better next year. Like, you're an athlete. Like, sack up and answer.
Listen, the NBA did it first, then the NHL, now the MLB. Why shouldn't football tail right behind? The only person that doesn't think that it should be is this idiot over here. Speedy Petey. Oh, well, then, dysfunction and all the analytics will tell me, it doesn't make sense.
He's not wrong, though. He's not wrong.
Well, I would imagine they come up with a different system, but it would have to be something that makes everybody happy.
Makes me
and it
sad.
never happens. But I hate the tanking. I would do anything to keep the tanking down and keeping it to a minimum.
Minimum. I like that. A minimum.
And that has been the whip around.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we have a lot of baseball. We have Jabba Rules. We have Alex Bregman signing with the Cubs. 5 years for $175 million. What does that spell for Cody Bellinger and the New York Yankees? A lot more. But first, our Sports Minute.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple more stories before we go through the rest of the scores tonight. All right. In a fascinating quote on Twitter Sunday, NFL analyst and Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner wrote a long message about his issues with the All-Pro team vote. As a voter, Warner explained his issues with the system from his firsthand knowledge. While Warner is certainly an expert on quarterback play and probably general skill position play, he admitted in the post that he isn't an expert on all positions, which makes it next to impossible for him to vote with any real knowledge for some of the players up for end-of-season awards. Warner proposed a solution that players who played the position should vote on those positions, as Warner felt him deciding on linemen and some defensive positions was inappropriate. Warner has also been similarly critical of the Hall of Fame voting process, but famously told a writer who challenged his resume after he was eventually let in that regardless, that he was going to keep the jacket. Warner does have a point here, as it is next to impossible to understand all the nuances of all the positions in a league in order to properly evaluate them, especially when those evaluations have real money implications for the players. It's not surprising a former player would like to see this done more accurately. He's right, but will Goodell and NFL headquarters do anything about it? And as we said a little bit earlier tonight, the Oregon Ducks are wasting no time whatsoever in loading up for the 2026 regular season after getting blasted in the national semifinals by Indiana. Head coach Dan Lanning and the Ducks have landed Dylan Raiola in the transfer portal from Jabba's own Nebraska Cornhuskers. This is still with starting QB Dante Moore deciding between returning for another season or entering the draft, where he would likely be a very high pick in the first round, possibly as high as number 2 to the New York Jets. While one could read the tea leaves and guess more is coming out if the Ducks are committing likely multiple millions of dollars to Raiola in NIL money in order for him to join the jungle in Autzen Stadium, Raiola, who could theoretically redshirt after breaking his fibula in the middle of the season this year after he threw 2,000 yards, 18 touchdowns, 6 picks, with a 72.4 completion percentage. They were 6-2 at the time of his injury. Obviously fell off after that. Raiola is the son of Dominic Raiola, who played center in the NFL for the Lions for his entire 14-year career, but he might best be known for his imitation of Patrick Mahomes, from his haircut to his on-field antics. Perhaps Minnie Mahomes might be the man to take the Ducks to the promised land in 2026. All right, the only football game going on right now, the Texans have a 17-6 lead on Monday Night Football in the wild card on the Steelers. 7:27 remaining in the fourth. Texans have the ball. There was a sack fumble to the house. Will Anderson scoop and score that gave the Texans this lead that looks like they're trying to put it out of reach at this time. In basketball going on right now, the Kings are leading the Lakers 45-37 with 5.5 left in the second quarter. 4:50 left in the first quarter. It's 15 apiece, Clippers and Hornets, and all their games are final. Jazz 123, Cavs 112. The Pacers knock off the Celtics in Indiana 98-96. The 76ers 115, Raptors 102, and the Mavericks beat the Nets 113-105. In hockey, the Rangers lost at MSG once again to the Kraken 4-2 after starting out to a 2-0 lead in the first period. It's just been going so well for the Blue Shirts these days. It's 2-1 Oilers over the Blackhawks with 2:22 left in the third period in Chicago. At the end of the first, it's 2-1 Avalanche over the Maple Leafs and 1-0 Stars over the Kings end of the first in LA. All the games are final. 4-3 Panthers defeated the Sabres. 4-3 in overtime, the Red Wings beat the Hurricanes. 5-1 the Lightning beat the Flyers. 6-3 the Canadiens beat the Ducks. And the Devils beat the Wild 5-2. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
A little Jay-Z. Here we go. A to the OC, A to the OC. I'm gonna smack Speedy and I hate you first there. 631-672-3108. It's a rarity. So when I curse on the show, you gotta run. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks, my co-hosts, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman on the board, Mr. Tommy Popes. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I want to give a shout out to Steve Weich for joining us and watching this another horrible game, boring defensive game as we expected it to be. 17-6 with 4 minutes and 54 seconds to go on my television as the Texans look to knock off the Pittsburgh Tomlin Steelers as once again Mike Tomlin goes out in the first round. Not surprised. Is he on his way out? Very good question. Is he another one on that panel of coaches that could be available in the next week or so? I don't know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Jabba Rules.
History in the making. You ready? Jabba Rules.
Cooch. Yeah, so we're gonna touch on something of rules kind of in the way of baseball right now. And it's gonna be Mr. Tark Skubal. They are $13 million apart. And Ken Rosenthal wrote a couple articles on The Athletic on how this could change the norm of the arbitration system, because the arbitration system is very weird. And for people that don't understand, so they're $13 million apart. So when we go to arbitration, it's a third-party arbitrator that has nothing. It could be a union of plumbers. It could be electricians. It could be whatever. But there's no middle ground. So it's whatever their number is, whatever your number is. It's not, hey, you guys can meet in the middle. And they sit and listen. And they'd be like, well, you agree with this, we agree with this, blah, blah, blah. What needs to change, and especially this far apart, I got to experience this with one of my dear friends in Chin-Ming Wong. He was the winningest pitcher in baseball. He wanted $5 million, or he wanted 5.5. They wanted $5 million. So we're talking about $500,000 at that point. To a team, that means nothing. But you go and tell him that he didn't strike out enough people, he didn't do this. And then, hey, you lose the case, we'll welcome you back to the team. They're $13 million apart. That's not even close. This man has Cy Young's, is hands down the best pitcher. He's answered the bell. He's made 30 starts. And what the union always looks at too is if he's on the field. Has he missed starts? He has not. So how do you change these things to where you need to figure out a common ground in arbitration? Because we want to go to arbitration. You're going to stand in front of me as a player and tell me I don't deserve this because I'm not good at A, B, and C. But then you want me to perform for you? So they need to figure out something to where we don't look at it as a player that's trying to perform for your product and myself, where I don't feel like a piece of meat, in where I can go and perform and do my thing and be valued for what, because if he was on the free agent market, it'd be completely different. So they need to figure out a way where these separations come together and figure out a rule or something that can make the player feel okay about it and make the team feel okay about it, because 13 million is ridiculous. 500,000, okay. I signed the highest arbitration deal for a non-closer at the time, and that was awesome, and it was easy. But now you're getting this separation because the game has changed so much with money and all the other stuff. 13 million is ridiculous. You gotta know the value, because you can't lose that guy.
Right.
And you can't lose him mentally, the fact that he is only playing for himself and not for his teammates. And not for your organization to win. So they need to figure out a way to combat these differences in how they're doing things and what makes the most sense for the player. And also, I understand it's a business, but for the team as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Jabba Rules.
Titties.
Very nice. All right. MLB.com's Mark Feinsett reports that the Cubs have signed free agent third baseman Alex Bregman to a 5-year, $175 million deal that will have no opt-outs in the deal and a full no-trade clause. Oh, my God. Following the back-to-back World Series champions, Dodgers lead $70 million of Bregman's deal is in deferred money, allowing the Cubs to stay under the first competitive balance tax. Feinstein added that the Cubs were always in pursuit for a big bat after addressing their pitching when they traded for Marlins starter Edward Cabrera. The Cubs were also interested in Bregman last year, offering him a 4-year, $115 million deal before he chose the Red Sox on a deal which allowed him to opt out after 1 year, which he did. There is also a belief that Alex Bregman could help the Cubs' chances of re-signing outfielder Kyle Tucker, who remains available on the free agent market. Tucker is expected to command the top free agent contract this offseason. Bregman joins a Cubs offense that was 5th last year in runs scored, 7th in OPS, and 6th in home runs. With the Red Sox last season, Bregman had a .273 batting average, an .821 OPS, 18 home runs, and 62 RBIs last season. Bregman is also a former Gold Glove winner at third base. This contract is going to change the thoughts of the Yankees landing a Cody Bellinger, because Cody Bellinger wants 7 years. And I don't know if the Yankees are going to go over 5. Now, Me and Jabba were talking about this yesterday, and the thought here is Bregman breaking 175 million. Remember, Bregman is older. He's 32, 33 years old, to a guy like Cody Bellinger, who's 28, 29. That's a 3-year a difference, which is
I'll be 32 in March.
right. So it's a huge difference, guys. It's 3 years is a huge difference when it comes to baseball life. And to think about the Yankees wanting to pay him between 30 and 35 million, and this could be a contract that I'm not saying what Cody Bellinger wants or the story behind what Cody Bellinger is asking for, but you would think guys like Scott Boras asking for big mucho dinero, he's going to want between 36 and 38 million. And that's what Cody Bellinger is going to be asking for. And the Mets might be willing to pay him because they didn't sign Pete Alonso, but now we're hearing that they're going to move a guy like, I think it's Cabrera. They're moving. Who's the guy that they brought from Seattle? Speedy.
From Seattle?
Yeah. Who did they bring?
Oh, Polanco.
You should know this, Mr. Met fan. Polanco, they're thinking about moving Polanco to first base, a guy that's never played first base before in his career. He is an infielder. I think that the Mets should be looking at Cody Bellinger and even Kyle Tucker. The fact that Kyle Tucker is still out here and you see Bregman get a contract like this, a 5-year. Bregman is a guy that, again, is going to be 32 years old. Kyle Tucker's 28. Kyle Tucker is 4 years the younger of a player. And Kyle Tucker is a power hitter.
He'll play the whole year at 29.
Yep. So to think about this, Kyle Tucker has an opportunity to make even double that money. And I think Kyle Tucker is going to be asking for between 300 and 350 million. That's where I think he is going to get that kind of contract. I don't know if it's going to be from the Cubs. I don't know if it's going to be from a surprise team, the Mets. I've heard the Blue Jays are still interested in him if they can't bring Bo Bichette back. And maybe the Yankees sneak in there. But if the Yankees sneak in there, they're going to have to make their move soon, because you see Bregman come off the board. And it has been said that once Bregman comes off the board, Bo Bichette is going to come off the board. And if Bo Bichette comes off the board, I think these two bats are going to come off the board. I don't know if the Yankees are going to go to 7 years with a guy like Cody Bellinger. I think they're trying to stay closer to 5. And Job and me were talking about it. Maybe a 6th year, maybe. But Brian Cashman has been very straightforward with these long-term deals. He gave Aaron Judge because he's their captain and he was the face of their franchise. At Garrett Cole, they reached for because they wanted to bring in a big pitcher. But over the years, and I remember when they brought in Jacoby Ellsbury, he was adamant that he was not going to give a guy 9 to 10 years. He was adamant that he was going to try to keep the contracts as low as they possibly can, because they don't want to overpay or overspend with players at the tail end of their careers. So the fact that Alex Bregman is a good player. He's a great defensive player. He's a good team leader. He's won a World Series. He was part of that cheating Astro team, but he's still a great player. Yep. He was 6th in home runs at his position. He's a good player. There's no question that he is a good player. And for a guy that's hitting 273 in a league that the average baseball player is hitting 250, that's pretty damn good. So at the age of 32. So he's got a good eye, and he hit 62 RBIs. I think, obviously, going to the Cubs, if they could bring Kyle Tucker back in that lineup, forget about it. This is going to be one of the best teams in the National League. Might be the team that's going to challenge the Dodgers. I thought it was going to be the Mets because I thought Diaz was going to come back with Pete Alonso. Now that they're gone, the Mets are going to be reaching. Like I said, they're going to put Polanco at first base. He's never been there before. Simeon is an older player. He's 35, 36. They decided to get rid of McNeil. Nimmo is gone. I thought the Mets were going to be the team that's going to challenge them. Maybe San Diego, if San Diego can get that pitching staff back in order after losing a pitcher to go to the Blue Jays. So I don't know who's going to challenge the Dodgers this year. But if the Cubs bring in Bregman and bring in Kyle Tucker, home run. I expect them to be the second best team in the National League next year.
Yeah, I've always been on the basis of the Cubs were going to bring back Kyle Tucker. The fans all love him there. And now bringing in Bregman, I think, is a good move to at least improve their chances with that. Because I agree with you. I don't think the Dodgers or the Yankees or a lot of these other bigger teams want to give him a 7-year deal. So if the Cubs are willing to give 5 years with deferrals, with bigger deferrals for him, that could definitely be there. They have a good relationship, Bregman and Tucker, too. And now they trade for the young pitching job. I know you were talking about the kid Kate Horton last year that did very well as a rookie. I think they're going to have that younger pitching philosophy. And in terms of the general landscape of the contracts, yeah, that's probably what you're looking at for a lot of these right-handed hitters or these players that are good hitters but not at premium positions. Now, Bellinger plays center field, so maybe he's a little bit more of a premium position.
Do you go all in if you're the Mets on Kyle Tucker? Why are you going? You're going to go into the season as Polanco as your first baseman, a 35-year-old as your second baseman.
I don't like the way they did anything. Believe me, the Mets.
Are you happy with this offseason?
No, not even.
So why wouldn't you go after Kyle Tucker or Cody Bellinger?
Yeah, hopefully the young pitchers can pitch then, because otherwise they're going to be screwed.
Because all I keep hearing from the Met fans is, we're going to get Tarek Skubal next year, so it doesn't matter. Oh, really? And Peralta, there is a story coming out that the favorites at getting Peralta, if he becomes available, is the Yankees. Not the Mets, the Yankees.
Yeah.
So where do the Mets go with that? If Peralta goes to the Yankees.
Which the Mets are not one pitcher away either. So they've already dug themselves a grave as it is. And you see these other teams that are going in a better direction too. Even a team like the Padres, like you mentioned, they've kind of fluctuated, but at least they still have room to make another move to help out there to get younger on that team. They actually develop young players well, where the Mets really haven't.
Speedy, could you imagine the Mets lose out on Peralta? He goes to the Yankees. Yeah. They miss out on any one of these guys, and they're going to bank on Polanco. Yeah. And Simeon as their big signings this offseason, and you're going to sit there or trades that they made, because I thought
at least they've made something. The Yankees haven't done anything.
Yeah, the Yankees are upgrading one guy for one guy with Simeon and Nimmo, though.
Jabba, if you think the Yankees aren't going to do anything, you're crazy.
No, I agree. Like I went on another podcast and I said the same thing. I go, they're going to do something late because it's kind of like the Tex aspect of 09. Where we didn't expect that. But like, for me, it's like, I think because Bregman being the oldest of this kind of group.
Yes.
I think obviously being a Boris guy, where that kind of, it set the market, right?
Yes.
It set it to where now they can base a number off a big name, off a winning guy that brings culture, brings winning, is a good leader in the clubhouse. And I've gotten to know Alex over, the last 10 years. And when you bring something in like that, and now Boris can use that for Belly, Tucker has Excel, Bo Bichette has Varner. And so they're all going to basically use each other,
of course,
to get that number. And they're all from 28 to 32. They're all kind of in the same realm of age. It's where does it fit and who's going to spend the money and who's going to make that jump.
But Jabba, we've been saying this over and over and over again. 28 is different from 32.
I agree. I agree. That's why Alex got 5 years, but he understands that. And that's why Boris said it, because Belly is in the same, but he wants more years. And that's why when we talked about it, if they give him a 6th year, they won't go any more than that at this point, because they've been burnt before and they don't want to get burned. Because look at the Ellsbury. He played 300 games. He was at home for 2 years collecting $30 million.
Crazy.
They want somebody on the field to play. And I think with the way that this shaped out, with spring training being less than a month away, and probably guys getting there earlier because of the WBC this year.
Yep.
Is guys are going to get there a little bit earlier. None of these guys are obviously on the roster, so you don't really have to worry about that. But
Kyle Tucker's on the roster, isn't he? I think
Kyle Tucker is. He's not on the USA roster.
I think he is. I'm pretty sure he made the USA roster. I'm not positive, but I remember.
Yes, I don't know if he did. I haven't checked the updated roster.
I'm pretty sure he made the roster. I I think he's a backup outfielder on this roster.
I don't know if D-Row, I would have to look that up, but I don't know if D-Row put him on the roster or not. Because the WBC, you don't make the roster, you're invited.
Right.
So D-Row and the WBC and his coaches have to
They haven't filled the team out completely yet.
It's not done yet, right?
So the only outfielders that have been named are Judge, Buxton, Corbin Carroll, and Pete Crow Armstrong.
Right.
And Buxton just got added.
Right.
So I don't think Tucker's on it. So I think he was kind of waiting, and I think Bregman was kind of his pawn in the game of chess, where it's like, hey, I know he's older, but he got the 5 for 175. And now it's like, okay, we can use Belly and be like, okay, same age.
Right.
MVP, World Series, kind of the same accolades that Bregman has. And be like, why isn't he getting more?
Right.
Do I think he's going to get more? I don't know.
He probably will because he can play center and first, though.
That's why I think he will. That's why he wants the extra year and maybe a little bit more AAV.
And Jabba, what you were saying, that's why I think the Yankees might tail away from this, because they're thinking about maybe moving Aaron Judge in the future to first base. That's what I've heard, that they don't believe that Aaron Judge is going to be a bona fide outfielder in the next 2 or 3 years. If they move him to first base, why would they move to give Bellinger that extra year or extra 2 years? I don't know if they will. I think they have a better chance of going after Kyle Tucker and spending the money and getting a bigger bat. Like Fish was saying, I think it makes a little bit more sense to do that because Kyle Tucker is a bona fide outfielder, a great defensive player. I think Cody Bellinger is a better all-around defensive player, but Kyle Tucker can hit for average. He's got more power. I think he's younger. Not by much, but he's a younger player. I think you go that route, especially protecting Aaron Judge, because Cody Bellinger in the playoffs last year, as good as he was all season long, especially against lefties, and he was one of the best in the league, he wasn't good in the playoffs. So I'm going to bet that Kyle Tucker, because he wasn't healthy, he got probably a worse second half than he did in the first half because of the injury. I think I'd go Kyle Tucker over Cody Bellinger. I'd give Kyle Tucker the 7 or 8 year deal, not Cody Bellinger. Remember, Cody Bellinger is also injury prone in the back end of his career. I mean, over the last couple of years with the Dodgers, he was injury prone, and really, I think with the Cubs, he was injury prone too.
But like I said, kind of with arbitration too, like you use all of these things when you go into free agency. You use all of that. You use all of the injuries. And does Kyle Tucker have MVP? No, he doesn't.
No.
So that's why Belly has the leg up. Yes, he's a little older, but he has the accolades of what, and all around he gives you more versatility in what he can do, because we're gonna have Ben Rice start at first base, right? And if you're gonna move Judge, which Judge right now, I don't do it because he still plays a great outfield. With his arm being the way it is, I don't know. Like, is he going to make a Bryce Harper move? I don't know that because we obviously seen that. But the versatility that Belly brings, I pay him a little bit. Like, I love Kyle Tucker. But for me and the team that they have now, and granted, it's me saying this like they're bringing the same team back. But he gives you more options, and he's going to give you the same bat. I don't think Kyle Tucker is going to give you a ton more than what Bellinger is going to do offensively, because they are both injury prone. But he can't play first base. He can't play multiple outfield positions, and Belly can give you that. So if you give him that 6th year, is that advantage? And that's the $1 million question, the $100 million question, obviously. Does it make sense?
I mean, Jabba, like, I just look at his stats though, and like Belly's stats are good, but they're just above average. They're not like superstar stats. And he's asking.
He froze. I think he froze. There's There's Fish, ladies and gentlemen. I think he was waiting to really make his entrance on the whole.
To me.
There he is. There he is. You froze a little bit.
Did you hear me at all?
Oh, you froze a little bit.
I was just saying, like, the stats for him don't scream that you should be paying him anything over like $25 million a season, but they're going to overpay if you think the defense is important enough. I don't know if it is. I don't think there's enough spots, if you're going to do that and bring up Spencer Jones. If you're going to play Dominguez, there's only 3 spots in the outfield. You got to figure out something. You just can't get all these guys.
Fish. That's the loaded question. What are you going to do? Obviously, Dominguez has been on the roster. Spencer's still on the 40-man. He hasn't been on the active roster.
Right. He just was put on the 40-man this year in the offseason. So it's like brand new, and like they're not rushing him up. But the idea is within the next calendar year, he's coming up.
But the rumor is, and this is the rumor with Peralta, Dominguez will be a part of that trade. Dominguez is.
I think we all kind of figure he's the guy that's going to go
he's
the most ready right now. Yeah.
Because like we've talked about before in the previous show, is like that's one because if they're going to make a trade, they want a big league ready guy now.
Yeah.
And like I said before, why did they not bring Spencer Jones up? Yeah. Because now it's like that's another leverage piece. But at least Dominguez being the tools guy, at least they've seen it in the big leagues. They haven't seen Spencer Jones in the big leagues.
Yeah. Let him get on the heater and trade him at the deadline and get like some future aces or something like that. I'd love to see it.
That's what they're saying right now. Dominguez, if they do trade for Peralta, that's what Milwaukee, that's the headlining player that they're going to want. They're going to want the switch hitting, the Martian. They're going to want Dominguez.
Yeah. I love Peralta. I think he's a slam dunk wherever he goes. I thought he's been good, like under the radar for a number of years.
That's good news for you because the Yankees are the lead team to land him out of all the
I did see that. You know who's the least leading team after this deal? It's not the Yankees, it's the Red Sox. Because the Red Sox look pretty effing stupid with that contract they gave Bregman, making him the team leader, only for him to opt out after 1 year. They moved around their prospect, Marcelo Meyer. They kind of jerked him around all season between third, short, and second base. Christian Campbell, who they paid after the first hot month he had, they had to send back down. He was supposed to be second base. Now what are they going to do? They're going to just go back to the original plan. They try Mayer, who couldn't stay healthy, over at third base. He hasn't stayed healthy in the minors at all. This could be a situation where they really screwed up. They had guys. They just wanted a yes from Bregman, and they didn't give him the right contract. I don't know how you give an opt-out after year 1. It's crazy to me
that they
did that.
I knew Bregman.
Well, because they gave him 3 for 120 with the opt-out. So it didn't
opt-out after year 2, not after year 1 if you want him to be a leader.
Right,
but they screwed up.
But that's where you got to go back and give Boras credit. Because to be able to put that in there and the fact that they bid on it because maybe they were all in on that year and wanted to win. And I obviously I'm not in the front office. I'm not Craig. I don't know what they were thinking. But if you give him that option and he sees the market at what it is, why the hell wouldn't he leave to go get another? Okay, I made my 40 and I'm only going to make this. So that's 80. So then tack on another basically 100. Why would I not do that?
Yeah, and that's on them for that contract,
right? Go to another storied franchise.
Yeah, power to him. Collecting the bags along the way. Good for him. It's just if I'm in charge of the Red Sox, I think there's a lot of finger pointing in the mirror right now because you can go back to their last World Series championship. They decided to sell off Mookie Betts. Now they sold off Devers. I'm sure Devers is getting a huge laugh out of all of this right now. They just let Devers go. Now Devers wasn't playing great third base or anything like that, but he's still one of the better power hitting third basemen in all of baseball.
And he was their guy. Right. He was their guy, and they let him go for Alex Bregman, who's sitting there knowing, and I believe Alex Bregman knew that he was going to opt out of that contract and he was going to go somewhere else. I don't think there was any thought in his mind. He wanted to stay over there in Boston and
he knew the market coming out. Yeah. Like Scott's not stupid. He knows okay, I've sat with him. I've done it. And I understand, like, there's a method to his madness, and why, like, let me go get my 40 million. If we suck and they're selling everybody off. And now I'm like, okay, well, and he didn't have like the greatest of years, but he's a solid defensive guy that you know is consistent. He's going to get you active at bats. And I say active at bats, meaning they're productive. And now it's like, okay, well, there's not many of us coming off the market right now, right? So he's like, boom, now I can go turn that 120. Now I can make an extra 100 on that, and I already collected my 40, and I could opt out. But now Boris is like, okay, boom, now we set the market at 175. Okay, Bellinger's here, and now Varner's looking at it. Excel was my agents. They're looking at the same thing. It's like, okay, that market is set right there. So Speedy, like when you look at like these contracts and that, do you think that's a huge component of when somebody sets a market of what happens next?
Well, again, it should, because I think I've mentioned it when you were talking about the deferred money, Java, that I think we're waiting for these second spending teams. Right? I think the Blue Jays fall under that just signed the Cubs, who just signed Bregman at this deal. The ripple effect will be not giving the 7-year deals and maybe giving more of these types of deals, the 5 with maybe more back end money, maybe spike the contract a little more for somebody like Bellinger, where he still gets $40 million a year, but 5 years instead.
Well, a lot to get into as Kyle Tucker's still on the board, Bo Bichette's still on the board, and Mr. Cody Bellinger is still on the board. And we have 4 weeks left until pitchers and catchers. So very interesting as Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news bulletin.
We got a big broadcast to do here.
We're about to dial it up.
All right, guys, welcome back to Dial It Up, everyone's favorite lightning round stories in sports. Errol hasn't seen them yet, but he's going to see them right now. He's going to react, and we're going to react to it. Errol, can the Mavs fire Nico twice? Anthony Davis is hurt again. Yes, Mr. Glass himself, Anthony Davis. He got hurt in his return to the court on, 4 days ago when they played the Jazz. He collided with Jazz center Lauri Markkanen while defending a drive. He now has ligament damage in his left hand. He is exploring treatment options, which will determine his return timeline. Even if he avoids surgery, it's a minimum of 6 weeks. If it's surgery, it could be season ending. Dial it up!
Well, here's the facts here. He was going to be the big name that was going to the Hawks. There was conversations about that. And now all of a sudden he could be out for a significant amount of time, maybe the season. Where do the Hawks go? They decided to move on with Trae Young because they thought they were going to land a player of this magnitude, Anthony Davis. Now they strike out on that. That's the thing. And Anthony Davis, to me, Nico Harrison, or whatever the hell he is, Nico Harrison, the guy's a failure. He's not the GM anymore. He made a mistake making that trade when he brought Anthony Davis in. I don't think it has anything to do with Nico Harrison. What I think Nico Harrison needs to do is hide under a rock, because that man has been bullied ever since he got fired. He's no longer with this organization, and they're still throwing rocks at this guy. I mean, in other countries, they kill you with rocks. Nico Collins hasn't been hit with a rock, but it seems like he's been murdered with one. So honestly, this is a horrible, horrible thing, because it hurts the fact that the Hawks thought that they had this in the bag, and now the Hawks are sitting wondering why they were even waiting and thinking that Anthony Davis was going to be traded to their team.
Yeah, Anthony Davis was injury prone before Nico Harrison got to the Mavericks, and he's still injury prone after Nico Harrison is fired by the Mavericks. So yeah, it's not directly a cause of him. Nico Harrison just the one that's advocating, he's gonna Luka Doncic had bad conditioning, so let's go trade for this guy instead who's been injury prone his whole career.
You know, I mentioned Nico Collins. I mean, maybe they should ask Nico Collins to be traded to that team. I think he has more athletic ability and more options to stay healthy than Anthony Davis does.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people at this point, no matter what sport, have more injury stability than Anthony Davis does at this point. And then, like you said, can you trust another team? Atlanta was one of those teams definitely rising that could have been in on him. Just trade for him at this point, trade good assets for it. So, yeah, I think they'll be out on that. And again, is there a second-tier market guy, maybe Sabonis or something like that could be a replacement? I don't know, but it's not.
Sabonis is much better than Anthony Davis.
Agree. No, I agree.
So much better.
And
if
the
he
Hawks,
becomes available.
I don't know what his connection with Porzingis, obviously both international guys, but maybe they kind of make that international thing work.
Honestly, Sabonis would be a great fit with the Knicks. And if he becomes available, if I were the Knicks, I'm reaching out to Sacramento. That's the guy I want.
I don't hate it.
All right, let's move on. We're going to stay in the NBA, Errol, because there's a name that we talk about a lot. And guess what? The team is finally sick of Ja Morant. And they are trying to mutually find a trade. There's a problem with that, though. Ja Morant's statistics this season are a goddamn atrocity. Let me tell you his stats. 19 points a game, 7.6 assists. Sounds good, right? Not bad. Usually a bit more points for him. Assists are pretty good. 3 rebounds, 1 steal. Not terrible. 40% field goal shooting. 20.8% three-point shooting, Errol.
Horrible.
He is mailing it in to a level that we haven't seen, trying to get himself out of there. After recently being suspended, he said he will not play for this team again. It looks like there's going to be no more Ja Morant wearing Grizzlies gear over in Memphis. Dial it up!
Where is Chris Childs when we need him? I mean, seriously. Honestly, because this man has fallen off. And I mean, think about it. If you look at that draft and you think of Ja Morant and Zion and then R.J. Barrett. R.J. Barrett has slowly been the best one because he's the only healthy one. And he doesn't stay out of trouble. These two guys, Zion Williams, he's dating all these prostitutes and all these porno stars. And then Ja Morant, he doesn't keep his guns to himself. Honestly, R.J. Barrett is the only one that stays out of the tabloids. He's the one that went home to Toronto to play for his home team. Honestly, it's been an absolute joke. Ja Morant, I don't think anybody's going to want because you're going to get a personality that doesn't know how to be controlled and doesn't want to be controlled. And the only person that controls himself is himself. So I think this is a joke. And understand this. Wherever Ja Morant goes, he's not going to be the number one guy. One of the main reasons why, you can't trust him. You can't trust that this guy is going to stay out of trouble. And that's why I think whoever gets him, you're not going to have to give up much to get him. Honestly, if you want, and I'm saying this the truth, and Milwaukee fans, if you want Giannis to stay in Milwaukee, I'd make a run out of Ja Morant because that would make at least Giannis understand that they're trying to do something and don't have to trade much to get. That's the place. Milwaukee.
That is the last place. Can you imagine Giannis, the most appropriate following, the most upstanding, do the game the right way type of player, being able to tolerate any of Ja Morant's crap? I can't even imagine it. I can't imagine that he would want that guy anywhere near his team. But you're right. Giannis needs something to keep him. I don't think that's it. I think it's probably going to be like a Brooklyn can get him. They have plenty. They don't have to give up their best pieces because he's a depressed asset. It would make sense. They can now pair. I mean, we talked about they got to get somebody, at the guard position that pair with Porter. You can't just rely on this Russian rookie. It's not smart. What are you doing? You're half in the bag one way, half the other way. Decide to go for it. See if you can get that 10 seed by the end of the season. The East is weak. Go get this guy. Maybe he'll be rejuvenated in the city with the bright lights. Or it could go even worse. You never know.
You do not want Ja Morant in New York.
How about Miami? Because that's the other place they're rumoring him to go.
That makes sense.
That wouldn't even be any better.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, that makes sense. Pat Riley. If there's anybody that can control this guy, it's Pat Riley. So,
but he's like 82 or something, though, Pat Riley. All right, let's keep it rolling. Next one. Oh, this one's sort of basketball related, but it's actually baseball. let's bring it back up here. And you're going to see a couple of different people up here. That's the picture from the Knicks winning the NBA Cup. Because, yes, the guy who comes up with the most original ideas ever, Rob Manfred, wants to do an in-season tournament similar to the NBA Cup in baseball. So he says, I think the difficulty to accomplish these sort of events, you almost inevitably start talking fewer regular season games. But we've talked about split seasons. We've talked about in-season tournaments. He told Cardin and McGonigal on Thursday on The Fan. We understand that 162 is a lot of games. I think the difficulty to accomplish those, obviously, is less games. So what did he say? It's much more complicated in our sport because of all our season-long records. You're playing around with something that people care a lot about. The reality is, though, it feels like something he's going to do because that's what everyone else is doing and he's not super original.
Dial it up! Dumb, and even more dumb. 162 games. First of all, I don't think the Players Union will ever allow them to shrink the season because it's more money and there's more opportunity for these players to make more money. But the fact that Rob Manfred went on a national stage to open his mouth to try to consider this just shows you why Rob Manfred, as Joppa puts it, is a complete ass. He made an ass out of himself, and it makes himself look so dumb in such a big city, on a phone, on a call with Craig Carton, and who's he? Oh, yeah, McMonaco, his fat ass. I think this is an absolute debacle. I think it's stupid. It just shows you how dumb and how stupid Rob Manfred is because he can't think of his own ideas. He's got to copy other people's and other organizations. It just shows you how stupid the MLB is having this man run their organization. So my opinion to it, stupid, dumb, ridiculous.
For me, it literally, like, to even entertain that fact just shows that I've had a few encounters, not a lot. But you want to shorten the season, whatever. You've changed so much of the game of baseball already for the baseball purists, as I am myself. And I've opened up to some of the ideas, and I've accepted some of them, and I think they have made the game better. But when you're going to try and, like, I guess, recreate what the NBA did with the in-season tournament, how in the hell would you do that? Like, let's just think logistics overall. Like, how would you do that? Like, how would you do that? And how does that not affect the entire playoff dignity and what it goes on to win the World Series? Like, it makes zero sense to me. The fact that he would even entertain and open his mouth to this is unbelievable to me. Because
I want to say something. I'm sorry to cut you off, Choppa. Are baseball teams actually going to paint their fields different colors, just like the NBA changes their
the courts?
Their court. It makes no sense. This is dumb. This is stupid.
Well, and you gotta understand logistics of it too. Like, you can change wood panels, right? Because you can move them and change them and do all that. You got to paint the field different. If that's the model that he's going to follow, like, you have to change, like, and that's stuck on the grass. Like, you're not just going to move grass. And will players, and you're right, like, our union will never accept that because you're going to have to change the integrity of the field. Like, we hated when they would have, like, concerts and stuff when we were gone because the outfield would be completely different. They would have to put in new sod, and outfielders hated it. And you're going to have to change the integrity of the entire field. And you're changing the integrity of the game. Like, leave the game as it is. I understand rules and things evolve. I get that. But from this point, I don't understand why you would even if it was a conversation, shut it down. Be like, yep, you know what? They came to us and they were like, hey, we want to do this. But come on now, man. Like, I'll give you that. But no, we're good. we're good. We're not doing an in-season tournament. Like
Dodger.
I don't even there's no words I can say that is absolutely stupid.
Makes no sense.
What would they call it? The Manfred Bowl? They'd call it the Manfred
what
Series.
Could you even call it?
The Manfred Bowl.
The mid-season classic.
Yeah, and you can't see because that's the All-Star game.
Well, what would happen to the All-Star game if you're going to do that? As
That's what, right? It changes the integrity of what baseball has been for over 100 years.
Integrity, schmegrity. It's Rob Manfred over here. Let's move it forward before we all get sick to our stomachs and get into, something that makes me sick to my stomach. The Rangers were massacred by the Bruins 10-2 the other day, leading all of the leaders and coaches on the team to just be apoplectic about the season. I have no words. I don't have words, Mike Sullivan said. I don't have words, shaking his head like he was shell-shocked in World War I coming off from no man's land. JT Miller, captain of the Rangers. We're all grown men with pride and egos, and that's as bad as it gets. The only thing that really matters now is this should sting, like this should suck, like this should make you want to puke. This should make you want to puke, and then respond tomorrow and the next day. The only thing that matters is the response. In case you weren't paying attention, they lost again in their next game, which was tonight, 4-2, after taking a 2-0 lead. Mika and Zibanejad said he was embarrassed, and basically everyone said that they're pathetic. Errol, I'm going to ask you this question every single time until you give me a different answer. Is it time for the Rangers to sell? Dial it up!
How about we get James Dolan on this show so he can make himself look like a complete idiot like he did on Craig Carton's show? This team is never going to be fixed as long as Chris Drury is there. He is a waste of space. He's ruined this team. He is how many coaches? He's had 3-4 coaches he's hired. He's added one, Peter, and a guy like Laviolette, who is one of the greatest coaches of all time. He fires him in 2 years. Then he brings in this guy, and I think, unfortunately, Sullivan is put in a bad position because he is going to be helping this idiot torture himself enough to believe that he could fix this team. There's no way of fixing this team. This team, how many players have no trade clauses? I mean, seriously, there's nothing, and they trade away pieces at the wrong time. They had a player, a 50 goal scorer, who they waited too long to move him, and now he's in Anaheim and he's playing well. There's nothing about this organization that tells me they're on their way up. They're on their way down as long as Chris Drury is there. I'll say it again, and I'll say it over and over again. I played with this guy when I was a young pee-wee hockey player. I watched this kid grow. I got a chance to meet his father. This guy's a complete ass. This is not a not likable person. Half the players on the Team USA team couldn't stand this guy. He is not a likable person. He doesn't know anything about building teams and building strong organizations. And the only championship he won was the team and the organization that he played for in Colorado. He wasn't the best player. He wasn't even the third or fourth best center on the team. So the guy was an idiot. He's an ass. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he's ruining this team right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, you guys mentioned it a few times with the Yankees, sometimes having flaws with their young player development. The Rangers have had that issue for a while now, and it's been spanning over a decade, and Dolan's been there over a decade, obviously. So he's going to have a lot to do with it. All these different coaches, like the Rangers are bringing in these Hall of Fame caliber coaches. Now you have one in Sullivan that is good with young players. And I don't really think young players have been the flaw this year. It's really been a lot of the veterans. So I think maybe Sullivan's done a job in that, right? But this is Chris Drury that's given out bad contracts. I didn't like the Igor one. Now he's hurt. Obviously, a lot of the bad ones with defensemen. JT Miller, they're inheriting an $8.5 million contract over there. They traded for him, and he's been underwhelming since he's gotten there. It's a team that's kind of stuck in the middle. They rebuilt quickly because they were flashy in 22. They signed free agents, and then all of a sudden it's going back in the other direction. Their team got old all at once, and now they're stuck in cap hell.
They could pray that they get McKenna.
With no, I mean, I wouldn't say zero player development, but flawed player development. When you look at somebody like Othman that had a lot of hype, somebody like obviously Capo Caco that was number 2 pick in the draft.
Lafreniere?
Yeah, Lafreniere, who's had some good years and good playoff stretches, but
some good years,
not enough to warrant the number 1
pick. The guy's never broken 30 goals.
Pretty generous, Speedy.
I'm just saying compared to some other ones, but I mean,
dude, he was the #1 pick of the draft. #1. And
he's like an average player at best.
Dude, he was
#1.
back years in junior hockey with 50 goals. Everybody was comparing his skills to Sidney Crosby. The guy couldn't wipe Sidney Crosby's ass. Okay,
and then
the guy stinks.
And then you have other ones like Vitaly Kravtsov that never play. They reach on him.
I was there at his draft.
I know.
I remember that.
And they could have had some better players in that first round, and they reach on somebody that was probably
Kravtsov went to. Didn't he go back to the KHL?
Yes, and that's how quickly it happened. And they had a fall off with Elias Anderson the year before that too, who I liked at the time, but again, that didn't work out. So they just have a systemic flaw that stems from the top and is really
Ever
bad.
since Drury trade Buchnevich,
Yep,
it was everything. Buchnevich is one of the best players at his position in the league, and the Rangers had him at a young age, and they moved him because Drury, quote unquote, didn't think he fit the way he believed this team was going.
Hey, let's see who they traded for. A guy in Sammy Blais from the Blues that had a hot start that year and then got hurt and missed the rest of the year.
Yeah,
and
I remember that too. What a ridiculous.
Great job, Chris Drury.
He is just.
So, should he sell, or do you just not want Drury to do anything?
I don't think they can. They're going to sell short.
Yeah,
like,
don't
they're better off.
sell. Get rid of Drury. That's
That's the main. Yeah.
You can keep Sullivan. Sullivan's a great coach. You bring
Dolan's
Sullivan.
not going to make the right choice.
No.
Dolan's
What
an
I would
idiot.
do
Nobody
is
sells that.
What I would do is I would ask Sullivan who he would want to work with, and I would hire that guy. That's what I would do.
All right, let's get to the last story of the night. It's been a long show. It's been a great show.
Yes.
But we got one more story, and this one I saved for the end, and it's a doozy. I don't know if you saw this happen at the end of the Lakers-Kings game. That probably happened at 2 in the morning the other day, but Dennis Schroeder
I saw this, yes.
went into the tunnel after the game, about 45 minutes after the game, and tried to smack Luka Doncic in the face. Apparently, it's some reports say strike, some reports say he actually hit him in the face.
Yeah.
But let me read. Let me just read it to you. Apparently, there's a whole bunch of trash talking going on the court. Doncic and Schroeder, who have been going against each other in international ball, Schroeder with Germany, and obviously Doncic with Slovenia. They've been going against each other forever. He taunted Schroeder, telling him he should have signed that contract throughout the game in reference to the 4-year, $82 million extension Schroeder declined from the Lakers a few years ago. So he's not getting that kind of money right now. Apparently, Schroeder then went after Doncic after the buzzer, said Doncic can't call him a B swear word and pretend everything is fine off the court. The NBA concluded that Schroeder attempted to strike Doncic. They suspended him for 3 games. Doncic and his father, Sasha, eventually walked to their car and left as Schroeder and his teammates joined the bus. Schroeder's been on 10 teams, or 10 teams in 12 years. I looked it up today. He's well-traveled. Probably the most well-traveled guy in the NBA. He's still in his early 30s, I believe. Luka Doncic said he didn't understand it, didn't see it coming. I don't know. I think sometimes Luka is asking for it a little bit.
Dial it up! I'll say this. Luka is one of the biggest crap talkers in the NBA. There's no question. Every game, there's something twirling on the sidelines with multiple players in multiple teams. It's not like
even fans though too. You saw the one when the fan was talking trash and he goes, "What'd you say?" and MF'd him twice.
Yeah, Luka is one of those guys that will retaliate with a lot of personality.
I love that though. I love it.
I do too. I think he's a likable person. I think a lot of his players love him. If you ever go and check out some of the back end stuff with his sneakers, he got all his teammates during the holidays Luka Doncic Jordan sneakers. He took care of all of them. The only one that didn't get a pair was LeBron James because he doesn't show up to practices that Luka leads in. But I'm not surprised that Schroeder went swinging for him. Schroeder's a good player. He's a quality player. It's not like he's a lunchbox. He's one of those guys that doesn't go out there and play the game and play it well. This guy can score 30 on a good night.
You can say it. He's not a scrub.
No, he's not a scrub. He definitely isn't. But he's not Luka Doncic, and he's not an elite player in this league. And when you're going after an elite player like that, you know it's going to hit the media, and the media is going to take it to a whole nother level. And Schroeder, unfortunately, because of who he is and the team and the organization he's playing for, you obviously know that the media is going to turn this around and smack him in the face. And literally, he tried to smack Luka Doncic in the face, and the media smacked him in the face. So the NBA obviously is going to suspend him, no matter if he did or he didn't, just for the fact that the NBA knows Luka Doncic is one of their top 4, top 5 superstars. So Luka's laughing to the bank. He's smiling, and Schroeder is probably wondering why he even opened his mouth or even tried even go after Luka Doncic. So Luka's laughing, and Schroeder's probably pissed off because he's losing some money.
Look, I mean, you're talking about him losing money. They call Dennis Schroeder Mr. Fumble the Bag for a reason, because you guys know he famously turned down that 4-year contract with the Lakers. It's like $84 million the contract. He turned it down. Ended up settling with like $7 million on the Celtics. Now, my thing is that you're right. Dennis Schroeder absolutely opened his mouth and made himself look like the absolute fool when I don't know exactly what he was thinking, trying to slap someone like Luka, who's absolutely huge, way overpowering than someone like Dennis Schroeder.
David and Goliath.
Sure. I don't know if that fits this one here, but yeah, Dennis Schroeder definitely did make himself look like the fool in this whole situation. And it makes Luka Doncic, it's not any sweat off his back. I mean, the Kings also suck on top of that. Lakers are right in there, still trying to make a playoff push. So, like you said, this is no off the hair off of Luka's back.
No, he's laughing. He's laughing to the bank, and like I said, Schroeder's losing money because he's suspended, and he's going to lose not a huge amount of money, but he's going to lose a couple $100,000. So
you pick your battles, right? You pick the ones where you know it's like that's going to give me a little bit of an edge or something. Like have a little bit of feel. You know you're going to get scrutinized for the rest of your career because you turned down the contract. Like you don't think people are going to poke fun at you? You're still getting paid. You're still making money, dog. Like what are you really like? You've been in the league for over 10 years. Like you don't think people are going to talk trash?
Dude, Kevin Garnett told Carmelo Anthony, which to this day, Carmelo Anthony has come out and said that's not true. But people heard that he said that he wants to eat his wife like Honey Nut Cheerios or something like that.
That was during a game.
Yeah,
that was during a game. He was like doing Honey Nut Cheerios, like jokes.
Yeah, he was doing, and I'm going to tell you this: Carmelo Anthony on his show said that's not true. It was said something else was said. Oh, really? Then why were you waiting for Kevin Garnett on his bus? Okay, I mean, obviously he said something about your wife that irked you and pissed you off.
No one talked more than Kevin Garnett, though.
Yeah.
Like Kevin Garnett was out of his mind. Like
they said Larry Bird was the best.
They said
Kevin Garnett never denied it. By the way, he never denied
Kevin Garnett would like make up things people would say about him to get angry at them in games when they never said a single thing. It was like something you would see like Debo on Friday, like just scary dude talking to himself.
He's definitely a unique individual. And Kevin Garnett, honestly, when I met Kevin Garnett years ago, this was at the tail end of his career when he was when he played for the Nets. He is one of the most humble people you'll ever meet to the fans and the media. Everybody else, if you're an ex-basketball player or you're an ex-athlete, he will stick it to you. This man has no hidden ball trick behind his sleeves. This guy will stick it to you and tell you straight out. I heard him at an event with James Harden there, and he told James Harden has nothing on him. He told James Harden he has nothing on him. And this is at the tail end of Kevin Garnett's career. And James Harden was at the prime of his career. Think about it. And he says, let's play one-on-one. I'll put you in a hole, or whatever the hell he said. So Kevin Garnett is one of the smooth talkers of the NBA, always was. And if you have never checked out his podcast, I don't like Paul Pierce, but I love Kevin Garnett. Go check out their podcast. It is hilarious. And Kevin Garnett is the reason behind it. He is so funny.
You know who else, and I know we're going to end this show soon, but you know who else is really I've kind of gravitated to?
Oh.
Is
Matt Barnes?
Jason Williams.
Yeah, I've actually watched a bunch of his stuff too.
Jason Williams, like the candid and just the way he is, like being the kid that he's from, like growing up on the other side of the fence, and which
Hey,
I gravitate.
we should get him on the show. That's a guy that would be wonderful.
That would be dope. And obviously I have the connection with Barstool, so I'll work on that. But for me, like I gravitate because he's real. Like he doesn't give a shit. Like he does not care. Like he is who he is, and he says that. And if you get to see clips of him now being on and like getting to be able to be candid about it, and my assistant was at Florida with like UD, Teddy Dupay, Mike Miller, all those guys. So like he got to know all them. Dude, he is one of the coolest individuals, and I've never met him personally, but like just watching him and now like getting to hear his story because how cool and different he was.
Well, didn't he play like high school ball with Randy Moss?
Yes, he
like,
did.
Isn't that the story?
No,
also?
football.
Like, yeah, basketball and football.
Yeah.
And
it was awesome.
And Randy Moss has come out and said that his first alley-oop was from Jason Williams. So it's a great story. And Randy Moss, he's been going through a lot of stuff, man. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
He had a piece of his pancreas taken out. He's had a lot of shit go on. And I'll curse because this man, you like him or you don't, you never wish harm on anybody. This guy is a fighter. And the story behind Randy Moss and what he's been dealing with, the fact that he goes on television, he's still doing what he's doing after all the stuff that he's gone through is pretty damn amazing. He is a fighter and a very likable person. I don't know who would ever hate somebody like Randy Moss.
You can't when it comes, like, even if you didn't like him as a player and he killed your team or whatever, but he's just one of those dudes, like, when others celebrate you in a way that you don't really understand, because we all celebrate everybody because we all go through things, but like just the way, and then for him to shed tears, like when he came back on the dais of ESPN and all that, and just to see him there, like that takes balls. Like life is hard. And he came as like, you know what? I grinded through it all and I'm going to grind through it again. Like hats off to him for sure.
It's a great story. So my heart goes out to Randy Moss and his family, and hopefully he's cancer free. I know he's been dealing with it, and very, like I said, likable person, very well respected around the NFL, on the board of trust for the NFL as well. All the NFL players. Allen Iverson says nothing but high regards to a guy like Randy. They come from the same area, so they know the Virginia area and what it's like to live in that area. So it's a crazy thing. So I hope, my heart goes out to the Moss family. Hopefully Randy is going to be cancer-free, or is cancer-free moving forward. That's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to NFL Network Chief National Reporter Steve Weich for joining us and having a little fun with us and laughing and giggling. Remember, thank you to all the fans on social media, from obviously Spotify and Apple, video and audio, following us and tuning in and downloading our show and liking everything. Thank you to our TikTok, our Instagram, our X fans on all the platforms, from Worldwide Sports Radio Network and Job in the Mouth. Thank you to them. YouTube, all our YouTube fans. And please, we're going to open up a new YouTube channel for New York. So stay tuned for that. We're going to have all the New York sports put on the YouTube channel so you can gravitate to all the stuff that we talk about with the Rangers, the Islanders, the Knicks, the Nets, the Jets, the Rangers. The Giants and the Buffalo Bills. So it'll be all posted up on that YouTube channel. But stay tuned. There's a lot of big things happening over the next couple of months. We'll be in tuned to let you guys know when it gets closer. So thank you. Jabba, do you have anything to say before we go?
No, appreciate everybody. Appreciate you guys, all the fans. It's been fantastic. 2026 is going to be fun for all of us. So I'm excited for the journey, and jump on board because it's going to be a fun one.
Ball bag.
As our friend Nathan would always say. Anyways, We are done. Speedy, who do we have on Thursday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday, I'm sorry.
It is Wednesday.
Yes.
It is at 8:45. We got Laura Albanese, who is the Mets beat writer for Newsday.
Ooh, that's a slam dunk. That'll be fun to get into a conversation with. But the New York Mets, why not? The laughing stock right now of New York. Or are they? It might be the Jets or the Giants or whoever else.
It's the Jets or the Giants. They're the laughing stocks.
New York sports. Anyways, that's it. We'll talk to you Wednesday. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports